welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Tedor, Andy Satowski, Jason Harper, meteorologist Ted Payton, all here. Gang!
It's all promise.
We spoke it into existence. Teddy, I don't believe you were here, but Jason, Annie, myself, we were all like, okay, we're not going to mention the Hornets too much because we know they're going to win.
Yeah.
And we will be talking about them again on Thursday.
Yes,
and
we
sure
are.
enough, they won.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
But
Uh-oh.
we're talking about what happened with LaMelo. So in case you saw it or didn't see it right there,
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to get a replay. It's what he did, maybe accidentally, to LaMelo. Or not LaMelo, to Bam Adebayo.
Yeah.
Let's see right here. And they didn't call this a flagrant foul at the time, right?
Yeah.
Normally, the refs, if they wanted to, they would have had to stop play, review it. They didn't do that. The NBA reviewed it after the fact and determined it was a flagrant 2 foul, which if it had happened during the game, LaMelo Ball would have been ejected. We know he hit the game winner. He's been fined at $250,000 for that. Let's see here. I'm just going to go ahead and do this so we can see it again real quick here. I'm going to bring this back and then
it's a long
fire it up. Watch
You gotta
LaMelo.
watch his
Right.
hand. It looks
Right
like
there.
he goes for his ankle.
It's kind of hard. The
Yeah.
alternate angle, when you do it in slow mo,
Yeah.
he like comes down and both of his feet are on the ground, and Mello kind of like reaches over there, like just as his foot hits the ground, and kind of does that,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of like
Mhm.
pulls his ankle out from under him,
Mhm.
and he didn't come back from.
He did not.
No, he
He's.
didn't.
I don't follow the NBA too much. I'm so sorry,
Mhm.
but now we're talking postseason basketball, so I'm like locked in.
That's
But
it.
Adebayo's
When everybody pays
but he's
attention
good.
anyway.
He is now the second, has the record for second most points in the game that he dropped against the Wizards,
So he's
beating
good.
Kobe's 81. He is their star player,
Would that have
Yeah.
had an impact on the game?
100%.
Absolutely.
Especially
Oh.
because Moussa Diabate, the Hornets starting center, went crazy on the offensive glass for the Hornets. A lot of second chance opportunities. One, you're losing the offensive output from Bam Adebayo, but also the rebounding. So it was a huge loss for them.
Yeah.
How much into the game did this happen?
This was, I
Was it
believe,
towards the end?
No, I think it was earlier.
Oh.
I think
first
it
or
was
second quarter?
before half.
So there would have been a lot
yeah.
more playtime with him.
Yeah.
Oh my
Had
God,
this
yeah.
not happened.
Oh my gosh,
Exactly.
yeah.
I think it was before halftime.
Yeah, second quarter, I think.
Yeah, that's tough.
But the Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra was livid
Yeah,
with the
Yeah.
refs because again they had the ability to stop play and take a look at this in real time.
and they
And
did
it
it.
didn't.
They didn't do that.
Now forgive me because I don't have as much knowledge in NBA as
Yeah.
I do like maybe in NFL.
Mhm.
Can there not be like a what do you call it in football? You know when you
Like a
Challenge?
challenge.
Yeah, like a challenge. Can that not be done in NBA where it's like whoa, blow a whistle, timeout, let's review the play.
They can challenge it. I don't know if that's a challenge. I
If
don't
it's
know if you could have
challengeable?
challengeable because it wasn't a stop and play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you would have had to have a stop and play for them to challenge it, which again, it's interesting. So the Heat have the ball while he's writhing around.
Mm-hmm.
If
Yeah.
they wanted to, and I don't know why, like looking back on it, Spoelstra could have called a timeout
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and had them look
That's
at
what I'm
it.
saying. Yeah, if you force the play to stop and then you challenge,
Right. So
I mean that the game could have been different. I mean, we're grateful as fans that it ended the way it ended.
Mhm.
correct.
But wow, that
You
could have
kind of
been a
wonder
different
why,
outcome.
talking it out loud, why Spoelstra didn't call a timeout there to have them look at it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't know if anybody saw in real time.
It moves
That's
so
the other
fast.
part.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
It does move very fast.
1,000%. Like, because they're big guys, they're coming down all the time. Like, he literally could have come down like on Melo's hand
It's
or
not.
something.
It's
or
also not the first time
No,
that Melo's
it's-
done this.
Oh.
But it's not the first time he's done it to Bam.
the point
Did-
is though, he
Mm.
still gets to play.
He still gets to play.
Come Friday.
Come Friday, and this is a matchup that a lot of Hornets fans wanted,
Mhm.
and I'll walk you through it in case people are just getting on the bandwagon. First off, welcome on.
Yeah.
Come join it. The Hyde is alive. Yeah,
Yeah.
we love the fact that Charlotte is getting excited about this. The reason why a lot of Charlotte Hornets fans wanted to see Orlando instead of Philadelphia is because Philadelphia has better guard play. If you watch the end of the game against the Heat, we were taking out LaMelo Ball and taking out Kobe White. And a lot of fans were like, why are you going to take out two of your best scorers? They're great scorers. They're not great defensive players. So instead, they were putting Sion James and Grant Williams in. So Philadelphia has a really great guard by the name of Tyrese Maxey. He's great. We don't really match up too well with them.
Okay.
Orlando, we match up a lot better with. they're kind of a team in disarray. There's some rumblings they don't like their head coach.
Who doesn't want to be matched up against a team like that?
Disarray.
So
I like
i-
disarray.
If we get them and we beat Orlando
Mhm.
in Orlando Friday night,
Ooh.
then guys, we're guaranteed 2 home playoff games.
That would be
Against the Pistons,
huge.
right?
Indeed.
Right?
That would be huge. Been over a decade.
So
Right.
fun.
And the crazy thing is, everybody, not everybody, but a majority of NBA fans want Charlotte to win because
Because
you guys remember the spectacle at Spectrum,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the fight between the Pistons and the Hornets.
Oh yeah.
So
Ooh.
it's a storyline that people want to see.
I can see that.
And
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
just love
yeah.
the fact that, like, instead of them being like, oh my God, nobody wants to see the Hornets in the postseason.
Yeah.
People are like, yeah, I want to see
Let's get
Charlotte.
it.
I like
Yeah.
that though.
Right? The narrative's changing.
I like the national attention around it, and that people are cheering for the Hornets too. I feel like maybe people don't like the Pistons that much. I don't know.
I mean, I think they've kind of, they're,
They have a reputation.
I-
Again, I
yeah.
don't follow the NBA that much, but I watched the great documentary, The Malice at the Palace, and all that. Right?
I think
Okay.
the Pistons have gone through several incarnations, right? Like there was the bad boy Pistons, and they were kind of the bad guys of the league, right? And then you had
yeah.
that championship team with Chauncey Billups, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. Those guys were more lovable, right? And then you have this kind of incarnation, which I don't know if people dislike, but the fight at Spectrum Center, I think, turned more people against them
yeah.
Mhm.
than brought in fans for the Pistons. So
Either way, it's a
Yeah.
cool matchup. We're excited. We're just talking about postseason basketball.
I think it just feels
Hey,
good.
say
Mhm.
LaMelo's first name and then pair it with Bam's last name.
LaMelo Adebayo.
Yeah, I just like how that sounds.
Yeah.
Roll it together. Just a good little matchup on the floor.
Roll it all in.
Oh, man.
Oh man. I look. This is also not in the same calendar year, but in 3 months' time, guys, we're talking about a Panthers playoff game,
Yes.
Charlotte FC hosting playoffs,
Come on.
Uh-huh.
right? And then now we have the Hornets hosting as well. I mean, come on.
This is great for Charlotte.
It
Sports are
really
waking
is.
up. in
Really
Queen City.
is.
It gives everyone
Yeah.
something to be excited about, even if
Mhm.
you aren't
Yeah.
really a sports fan. How can you not get excited about that?
Mhm.
We had Lee the Hornet on, who's this kid in Charlotte who has a social media account called Lee the Hornet. And he wears this cool
Cool.
Hugo, which also
He's got
Melo
to-
punched Hugo in the celebration. We got to.
hyped. He got
He
hyped.
got a little hyped and he kind of bopped Hugo in the nose. We digress. But he wears this cute hat, but he does, a recap of the game.
Yeah.
And lately, in several points this season on that like 8 and 9 game win streak, even 10 at some point. But he just is so excited and so enthusiastic. But he's not a bandwagon fan. He's been doing this for 2 years.
You're right.
But for someone to see someone like him and be like, actually, this is a cool team. Like, let's go
Yeah.
Hornets. It's really fun. I like it. I love the buzz, literally and figuratively, around the city.
Okay.
That's it.
Well,
it.
look, Hornets, Buzz City, the hive is alive. Hopefully, we're gonna speak into this again.
We're
We're gonna talk
speaking-
about
Let's
this
do it right here.
Next week, we're going to be
Next week.
saying we're in the playoffs.
We're talking about playoffs with the Pistons. There you go.
Yeah.
The jazz hands from Jason yesterday.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
Get it.
All right, coming up on the show, we have a lot more to talk about.
Uh-huh.
We're also talking about, have you guys heard of clavicular?
Not until yesterday.
Right?
What?
Well, he's taking over the internet, and not necessarily for the best reasons. Also, we're talking about getting overserved on the cruise line
Ooh,
and a lawsuit that has a cruise line paying a pretty penny.
that's right.
Talking about that on Morning Edition. We'll be right back. Back after this break.
Welcome back into this episode of Morning Edition. We might be dating ourselves in some ways, but we definitely learned a term yesterday. We were one
You
day
did?
old. I learned it. Did you know about this?
Looks Maxing, yeah.
I
Oh,
learned this
okay,
about
cool.
45 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm with you.
Jason also
Me
were
too,
with
brother.
me on this. So Julian's the younger one of all four of
We're on the
us.
Tiki Talks.
Yeah, on the Tiki Talks. So there's this trend called look maxing, right? And the reason that this is trending and that people are learning more about it is because of this influencer named Clavicular, who, when you're
What
looking
a
at this
man.
video, he's in Miami. He went unconscious while out at a restaurant or a club and had to be taken to the hospital for an apparent overdose. Now, why people, and he was live streaming this. That's his whole thing. He live streams on Kick. He has hundreds of thousands of followers, if not millions, on the Tiki Talks. I don't have that, so I can't look at his count. But we're talking about, he's a look maxing influencer, right? So what does that really mean? That means maximizing your looks, your potential to be the most attractive that you can be. On the surface, you're like, okay, self-improvement, skincare, making yourself look
Sure.
good. But the methods that looks maxing goes to is a little bit scary. So that includes bone smashing, where they like
What?
where these Jason. I got sucked into the biggest rabbit hole yesterday. This all started with a 60
what?
Minutes Australia interview. So these young men, it targets, teens to early 20s. And if you don't like the way your face looks, all you have to do is just like punch it a whole bunch, like in your chin, your jaw. You want a more chiseled jaw. You want your cheekbones to pop. You just like create these little micro fractures. And in theory, I think he called it Wolf's Law. Don't quote me on that. Your bones grow back stronger in that area. So basically, it's going through all these crazy and very dangerous things to achieve maximum attractiveness. And that, in theory, will help you live your best life. And at the end of the day, be more attractive to women.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's not even so much the physical change. It's fine. It's your body. Do what you want. I mean, other people will argue, is there a mental health crisis here or not? I mean, everyone can decide on here. But yeah, some were saying he did this and he told people he did it to make other men feel inferior to his perfect masculine chiseled face. And so that, yes, eventually maybe women would find him attractive and, who knows what after that. But to purposely set oneself up to make other people feel inferior, that's problematic. It's very narcissistic to me, and
Oh, he's
not
not a
healthy.
narcissist.
Yeah, there's a whole go watch the 60 Minutes Australia interview with him. It's an hour long. It's insane. I couldn't look away. But there's also talking about peptides, which have become hugely popular because of influencers. It's an unregulated thing.
Some are.
I don't know. Some are. I don't know
Yeah.
much about it. I haven't done a lot of research. But if you are in that space, you're going to see a lot of people saying, "This is my protocol." And even him during that interview, he said, "I don't want to say exactly what I do in this interview because I don't want people to follow exactly what I do." A little bit smart there, being like, "I don't want to get sued for it." But
I feel like his peptide stack is the least concerning thing
yes,
about him, because so in that post that we showed you there, one of the things he said on that post is all the substances are just to cope, trying to feel neurotypical while being in public, but obviously that isn't a real solution. So, I mean, if you want to talk about drug problems 101, whenever you're taking drugs to cope
Yeah.
Mhm.
that aren't prescribed by a doctor,
Yeah.
that is cause for concern.
He's also admitted to in the past, he says he doesn't do it now, but doing meth.
Yep.
Because it is a appetite, or using it as an appetite suppressant because it's a stimulant, and saying I wouldn't eat the whole day
So-
on this.
Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About
Ted.
like mental health, and the problem is I think clearly this is someone who's hurting, and unfortunately there seems to be influence around it and other
Yeah.
people following in that procedure. And it's
Kid's 20 years old, by the way.
He's 20 and he started taking testosterone at 14.
and that's another problem, right? Because your body's ability to produce testosterone on its own goes down drastically when you're supplementing or you're injecting testosterone or TRT. But that's what I guess is concerning, because obviously when you have that many people who look up to this guy, there's a need being
Huge
filled.
following.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you say, Annie? Like hundreds of thousands?
That's on Instagram alone, but I'm imagining that on Kick and TikTok that it's so much more. It's got to be in the millions, I would say.
Yeah.
So that's what's concerning to me is that's filling a void for some people, some men who are looking up to this guy to follow the protocols that are not healthy and as a 20-year-old are not needed. Like if you're look maxing, there's natural ways to do it that don't hurt as much as hitting yourself in the face with a hammer. Yeah, if you don't like your chin, grow a beard, right? If you want broader shoulders, I think clavicular is the name because of the clavicle or the shoulders.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, broad shoulders and like, dude, just do some lateral arm raises or something. There's so many things that you can do for yourself that isn't going to deteriorate your health in the long run. And that's what is most concerning to me is I see a mental health issue, someone who's hurting and has influence over so many others who might be misguided in this process.
Well, and people have pointed out the fact that so his transformation is from the ages of 14 to 19. What happens during that time? You hit puberty. Like and it's different for men and women, boys and girls. Like puberty affects you in different ways. Some people hits later, some it's earlier. You undergo so many changes. So I wonder how much you can actually attribute that to like hitting yourself in the face to like, hey, you're just like turning into an adult now, and this is what you're going to look like.
So you made a great point there. And to anyone who's listening who has younger kids, maybe someone in that range, 14 to 18, like I'm going to tell them myself, like those are the awkward stages for a lot of kids. Some kids go through that.
Tell them everybody goes through it, man.
Literally everyone.
Kids are brutal. I was called Crunch Bar because of the little pimples acne that I had on my face. But like I had like a little tablet.
I'm laughing.
Go ahead and laugh. Because like now I am an adult and I have grown and dealt with those insecurities, but I do think it's part of that growth is like loving yourself through the imperfection into what you become. So I get it. And for anyone who's in that range, sure, I can imagine the difficultness with social media and more of the visibility, but that is a trend that a lot of us go through of that discomfort, that awkward stage, but you are going to be in your cocoon and you're going to come out as a butterfly.
You are going to be a butterfly.
I mean, like, look, there are some kids who are fortunate enough to like, you see those kids, they never have to deal with the awkward stage, right? And it's just like, okay, you're probably going to be like a child model or like a TV actor, one of those things. Okay, great for you. Most of us look really janky
At some point in our lives.
Like, oh my, like you guys have seen the photos from me when I was bald and all that and brace. Like it is, there are some rough stages that would go. Even Casanova over there, Jason Harper. If you see the glasses that this kid
And they worked. They really worked.
but to Ted's point, yeah, everybody has to go in their cocoon and then they come out a beautiful swan, right?
Yeah.
So it's to follow this kid and think this is the only way that I'm going to be attractive to women, that women are going to talk to me. No. And we talked about it too, Annie. This is, or you said it or somebody else, it's like the evolution of the Andrew Tate. This is the only way that men should be. And that is not the case at all. In fact, I would encourage so many to not make those people your role models.
No, absolutely not. And that was also brought up in that interview. And, Clavicular has been seen in the company of Andrew Tate. And the reporter asked about that, who did a fantastic job, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
Asked really good questions, was respectful, not critical of him at all, just literally curious, which I think we all need to be.
Yeah.
Just, about what that meant. And he got upset and ended the interview right then and there. But a lot of it, and I don't think we have time, but a lot of it has to deal with a lot of misogyny and talking about how men view women and not in a respectful way. That's like a whole other podcast, but it has its ties saying like, hey, women are, if you are a heterosexual man, women aren't going to give you the time of day unless you're richer, you are more successful, you look better than everyone else. That they kind of just pinning women into this shallow persona.
He said, like, it's not what women say, it's how they act. So they
Yes.
say they
They
want a
say they
guy
want someone with a good
who treats them
personality.
well and all that stuff, but actually he's like, well, when I go to the clubs, they're in VIP with me, and they're not with these other men who are they say they want, who care about feelings.
You were
Jason,
outside.
Oh
Jason
boy.
you've
got
been
thoughts.
breathing heavily.
There's so
You
much
have
sighing.
your daughters are around this guy's
Yeah.
age.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about all this?
Yeah, it's not even so much the physical changes that he's forcing on himself. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. You got to let Mother Nature tell, like what you're talking about.
And then when you
Let
get
the
older,
process take its turn. You're right.
Mhm.
What are you going to look like when you're 30, when you're 50? I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So it's not even so much that, because a lot of people go to extreme lengths to change their outward appearance,
Mhm.
right? So it's not even so much that, although I do have an issue with what he's specifically doing at his age. It's the fact that he's doing it to attract one sex while trying to be inferior to his own sex.
Mhm.
You know, I'm trying, or superior, I should
Yeah.
Yeah,
say.
you're right.
Yeah.
So he's trying to attract women, and he's trying to be greater than other men and make them feel bad. So
Yeah.
you're intentionally trying to put down other men and males around you.
Mhm.
So that, I mean, that to me, there's where you're crossing the line in the mental part of it. So yeah, this to me is a conversation with my daughters. Have you heard of this guy? They probably have. They're all on TikTok. What do you think about it? And because I feel like most people would jump to I mean, that's fine. It's his body. He can do what he wants. I guarantee that's probably what most of my daughters would say.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I'm not even questioning that he can't do what he wants to do, but do you think that's healthy the way like, how does that make you feel as a woman, as a young woman?
Mm.
And then it opens the door to, so what are you attracted to? And then have you ever thought about why? Are you attracted to it because
Wow,
that maybe just in your DNA? Are you attracted to it because maybe that's what you saw your mom or stepmom and I model growing up, and that's attractive to you?
Mhm.
Being affectionate, being a hard worker. Like, are those the things that make you attractive? Or is it because you've grown up in the social media age looking at this
Wow.
stuff
Yeah.
in social media?
Great point.
There needs to be some family conversations with this video.
That
Really
why
do.
question is so important. Just to add on is because with social media, we all have our own corners of the world in which we see, and we believe that to be ubiquitous. And I say that on purpose, right? Because we think it's everywhere. Our perception becomes reality, and that's not the case, right? Our perception on social media and our lived experience is only a section of what this whole entire true reality is. And that's what's so dangerous. We can get trapped in
Right.
that tunnel vision. So that why question, Jason, is so important. It's like,
Yeah.
why do we believe what we believe, and why do we do what we do?
I'm gonna say this: we'll have more to talk about this. Probably not the last time we're gonna talk about
No.
this, because I think the kid's gonna be in the news for a while. But we have more things to talk about, including Carnival Cruise Lines and the trouble that they are in. We'll talk about that as we wrap up Morning Edition on the other side of this break. welcome back into Morning Edition. We're talking about this Carnival Cruise Line passenger who was served 14 shots of tequila, had a massive fall, suffered some medical problems because of it, won a $300,000 lawsuit from Carnival because she claimed that it was the bar staff for serving her. I believe she had a concussion. It was 14 shots of tequila in less than 9 hours. But on the Carnival Radiant ship, this happened in January of 2024. It's been held up in courts since then. What do you guys think about this? She had concussion, headaches, back injuries, tailbone injuries, bruising, and possible traumatic brain injury.
We do need to mention, you did mention a couple of specifics here. This was over a 9-hour span.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is not like in a 2-hour window. This is not at one restaurant or bar either.
Right.
This is,
Yeah.
I think, 5 or 6 different bars spread across the ship. So you don't have one bartender who you're kind of pointing fingers at going, hey, buddy, you should have been watching her. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors here.
She said she woke up in the bottom of the staircase in the crew area. She blacked out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She fell down,
Yeah.
blacked out. And then she says, waking up after blacking out and going to the crew and asking them for help and asking them to tell me what happened was extremely frustrating. They gave me conflicting information. They treated me like a criminal.
Huh.
I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Where's the autonomy here? Like you blacked out.
Yeah. And I also want to know, like, where are your people? Where are your friends?
Yeah.
Now,
Part
we've all
two.
had- We've all had your friends that get drunk and like wander off and you don't know where they are, but like,
They ain't friends.
No.
At least no more.
right?
real.
You
Yeah,
always
you
have
know
to
what?
keep track
You're
of
right.
your people.
Exactly
What,
right.
we're how many years away removed from the Shankola Robinson where she went down to
Yeah.
Mexico with her friends?
Yep.
Yeah.
It
You're
didn't
right.
make it home.
Right?
Yeah.
That's all still pending.
Oh man.
But I think so. Carnival said they're going to fight this. We
Yeah.
had Khalif Rhodes on the show, and our legal analyst, and saying like this is very rare for a plaintiff to win a case like this against Carnival. But it won because it went to a jury trial. They gave her more than what she was asking. She was asking for $250,000 in damages. They did 300. Yeah, I mean,
Jeez.
it's about personal responsibility, and I would imagine that like cruise lines, just like bars, have to have so much insurance and liability. But the point is they're not really going to change policies. To Julian's point that he made is like they're making money on these all-inclusive packages.
Yep.
Yeah.
I wish we had more time to
wish
talk
we
about it. But as the bar says, closing time, last call for Morning
last
Edition.
call.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to leave, but you got to get out of here. We'll be back next time with another episode of Morning Edition when the Hornets are hosting
Yeah,
the
they
playoff
are.
game.
Yeah, they are.
Go Buzz City, go Hornets. We'll catch you next time.
Hello and welcome to Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather TV news. I'm Stuart Pittman, Chief Photojournalist for QCN Plus, and I'm glad you're here. This week, we're going to the chapel. When it comes to things most TV news shooters don't want to point a camera at, weddings are at the top of the list. The pomp, the circumstance, that one uncle who wants to show you his camcorder. But modern wedding videos are big business, and we're speaking with a former news photog who's cashed in on that trend by upping his game. Holy matrimony. And to tell us all about that are two people. First off, it's Kevin Pinto, photojournalist here at Queen City News Plus, and our special guest, Mark Campbell, wedding photog extraordinaire. Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing great, man. I'm so glad you joined us
All right.
because you have to educate us on shooting weddings. And I think I know what it's like to shoot weddings because I've done it sporadically since the early 90s, but I've never done it to the caliber that it's done these days. Wedding videos have become very sophisticated from what I'm used to. And I find it fascinating because personally, I would rather shoot an extended hostage standoff than a wedding. And I don't mean anything bad by that. It's just weddings are tense. I mean, there's no mother-in-law at a hostage standoff. But instead of me talking about what it's like to shoot weddings, I need you to educate me on what it's really like to shoot weddings. Because first of all, explain your background and what it is you're doing now.
Yeah. So, as someone who's also shot hostage situations, I can attest weddings are a lot easier than hostage situations.
Okay.
So
Are they? No.
I think so. I think so. So I grew up in Dallas. That's where I'm at right now. And then I actually worked with Kevin at our first news station job together,
Right.
in Wichita Falls, Texas, which is just North Texas, about 15 minutes south of Oklahoma. And that was kind of our first job. That was my first job in news, only job in news. And then my wife and I relocated to Dallas, but I couldn't really get another news job down there because it was
Right.
such a massive market jump. So I got into education, I got into teaching, and I taught broadcast journalism.
Wow.
And before I did that, my sister-in-law was getting married, and I had access to all like the news cameras that our station had. And so I shot a wedding with a news camera, and it was terrible. But someone thought that was good, and so they hired me for their wedding. And someone thought that was good, so they hired me for that wedding. And someone thought that was good, so they hired me for that wedding. And then before I knew it, I had like this whole part-time business going on. So, and then in 2021, whenever COVID happened, the world kind of stopped, but weddings, I don't know, like had like the small little speed bump. People still wanted to get married, but they didn't have their guests coming. So if anything, that it kind of helped magnify the importance of capturing video and capturing photography.
Yeah.
So our business just ramped up, and then in 2021 is when we went full time doing this.
Well, I know there's a lot to it that we can't get into technically because it might be kind of boring, but give me an idea of what's the overall difference between rolling up on a news scene that you have no control over and you have to document, as opposed to being at a wedding and having, I mean, you don't have that much control over the wedding, do you? You've got to be there and get everything. There's no going back and redoing it. That's got to be some pressure.
Yeah. So it's definitely like there's still like live events. And when it comes to like comparing news to comparing weddings, like they're both live events. They're both live things that are happening.
Okay.
But like there is some like pre-production process that goes into it of like meeting with the couple beforehand, like to asking them like what are moments that are super important to you? What are like where do you want us to put emphasis on? And like sometimes we can have like I'll hire on a second shooter to come help me work, or even a third shooter depending on the scale of the wedding. So it just helps to have assistance. I don't think it's as high stress as like a lot of people think it is. I think because like throughout the process, like hopefully by the time their wedding comes around, we've met with them and talked with them, and developed some sort of a trust relationship over the span of a year. So anyway, I think that's kind of it helps that live event feel take place a little
Sure.
smoother.
I don't know, man. I covered a wedding. I did one wedding, and I think I asked you for advice on it, and completely ignored you in every way. No, you were like, rent stuff, and I think do you still do rentals, or are you like a half and half kind of thing? As far
Are
as
you
your
talking about
gear?
with gear?
Yeah.
I own all my gear. There's like every once in a while I'll need to rent like an extra lens, and so I'll just go to like the shop in Dallas and I'll just go pick up like there was a clip that just played over here of me like on the dance floor. I like to use a really, really wide lens on the dance floor that I don't own, so I'll go rent that one. Or if I need like an extra like super big zoom lens, I'll go rent that one. But I own about 99% of the gear that I use.
That's crazy
Yeah.
to me because back in the day, I remember shooting weddings with a couple of camcorders and getting paid in whiskey, and that was very a low standard of quality. That though I tried my best. These days, I see wedding videos and I'm stunned at the level of sophistication from the drones to the GoPros to just a beautiful, beautiful editing, the DSLRs.
Mhm.
Do you think the average news shooter could stumble into shooting weddings and hit his mark immediately, or would it take quite a learning curve?
I think it would take a little bit of a learning curve. I think really truthfully like the barrier of entry into weddings is pretty small, because there's people who have a really small budget. Like I got married and our entire budget was $9,000 including our honeymoon, and we spent $0 on a videographer. We just got a friend who worked at the news station to do it for free. And I think if you wanted to, you probably could have ventured into weddings like literally exactly how I did. Hey, there's Kevin's wedding, oh my gosh. So, and that was what, 4 or 5 years ago? And this wedding right here was one that I shot
feels
in
like
November.
forever.
I don't know whose wedding that is. That's not my wedding. But
No.
anyway,
It's but that's
um,
and look,
yeah, but I
here-
think there's I think there's a barrier of entry that most anyone could adapt to, especially if they're used to working in like high pressure situations. Actually, this 2 weeks ago, I shot a wedding, and one of the bridesmaids was she's a reporter for a news station, and they hired me for 2 days. One was the day before, one's the actual wedding day, and the day before, after the coverage was over, I didn't have anything to do, so I went back home and I went back to my Airbnb and I just edited like a quick little preview of what the day before looked like between like their welcome party and their toasts and like everything like that. And I posted on Instagram and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, how did you get that done so fast?" And the bridesmaid was like, "It's because he used to work in news, so he understands like how fast you need to be with his turnaround time."
Deadlines, man.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think if anything, like coming from news has helped with those turnaround times a lot.
It's true, yeah. Because with any application I've done, I've left this place a couple times. I've left news like multiple times. So like at
Keep
any
coming
time,
back.
yeah, I don't know, like a fool. But anyways, but that's one of the biggest draws is like how fast can you edit? And I was like, deadlines taught me how to edit quickly, especially in Texas. If you remember, our minimum package time was like 2:30.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
Good God.
yeah, they'll yell at you if it's 2:30 here. It's
Yeah.
1:15, 1:30 is
Yeah.
the max. And
Wow.
you're gonna get yelled at. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that would be so nice back in Texas. And then like I was saying, so I did the wedding. I did the wedding for a meteorologist here actually. Me and my wife, and then when we show up to the venue, we had like really bad, okay cameras, but not like the quality. And we don't have lighting, like it's just bad. We don't have the flashlights that happen, all the technology stuff.
Yeah.
My thing is
Yeah.
this photojournalist on the bottom of my name, but it's not real. Anyways, so we get to the venue and it's just glass behind them and the sun. And
So you'll be backlit. They're gonna be backlit really bad.
really bad. And I was like, so are there any lights on the other side to counteract it? Like, oh, we don't have any lights. Like, okay, well,
Yeah.
hopefully it turns out fine. I wasn't very happy with the wedding video. They did. Hopefully he watches this, but
I think they loved it from what I.
that's what they say. I think the photos turned out. We actually got in a fight with the photographer. We'll talk about it in a second. But but the video was mad okay. It wasn't the quality that I would have liked. But
Hey, but your first wedding though,
It-
like you gotta give yourself
in our
some
last, yeah, in our last, and and he only paid us like $100 or something, so it was like whatever, and it was more
That's
than
fine.
$100, but just barely enough.
That's
to
fine.
make it worth it. The photographer got in my way, by the way. That's the story. Apparently he's like a really famous, big deal photographer. And he kept like jumping in the way, and I like pulled him aside. I was like, "You need to stop. I'm tired of this." And he's like this. He looked like a young child, but he's not, because apparently he does really big deal stuff. But
So-
he was in my way.
So you created an uncomfortable situation on the edge of someone else's wedding.
Well, we did it to the side, right? So I didn't want to ruin someone's wedding. I was like, "Hey, let's come on over here, bud."
That's very professional.
Walked him over. Yeah, exactly. See, and then I yelled at him.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
that's something to be said in that you can't, I guess you can, but you wouldn't want to have to restage a wedding. I mean, much like news where you're not supposed to miss anything. We're not getting paid the bigger bucks that wedding photog might be getting paid. I've just got to think the pressure to get everything is paramount to what you're doing, Mark.
Yeah. That's groundbreaking journalism.
Yeah.
It's one thing that I've done to adapt is like during ceremony, like the ceremony is the most important part of the day. And so whenever I'll like, it's at least in news, I don't know if this is something that you guys do as well as people who behind the camera, but like you record, you get your clip and you stop recording. And then you point to something else, you record, you get your clip, you stop recording. And then you'll come back with like 45 or more, like 12-second clips.
Right.
For the ceremony, I just press record and I just let it run the whole time. And like I'll leave the ceremony with like, I don't know, 40 gigs of footage from like a 30-minute ceremony. But it helps so much just making sure like I don't have to think about, it's one less thing to think about like, oh, did I press the red button? Like, yes, okay, it's recording. Or like I could just press record and just get a reaction of like a guest here and like go back to the couple. Or like if I see like a really pretty bird flying in there, I'll just point it up to the bird. It's just one less thing for me to have to do. So I'm always capturing. Also, like I have a tripod on the groom. I have a tripod on the bride. I have a tripod capturing like a wide angle of everything. I have a second shooter capturing everything. So like there is a lot of pressure to get everything, but like I know it's covered. I know it. And like I have the groom mic'd, I have the bride mic'd, I have the officiant mic'd, I'm tapped into the DJ system. So I have a drone going like during the beginning part. So I have literally all angles covered of everything. So, but like during my first few years, it was super nervous because I was like, I don't have a second shooter, or I don't have the luxury of having 5 cameras. It was just one camera.
Right.
So I think over time, like you just learn the formula and you learn to get that down, and that's kind of what you roll with.
Talk to me, though, about the editing of the wedding. These things don't put themselves together. I'm curious, for your average wedding, do you know how much time you might spend editing?
That's a good question. I think it kind of depends on what all they're wanting in terms of like deliverables. My average booking always wants a trailer. And so if their wedding is on a Saturday, they want like and I always deliver like a minute to like 2-minute little like quick little recap for them. And I try my hardest to get that back to them by Wednesday, because usually they're honeymooning, if they're on their beach, like whatever. I try my hardest to get them some sort of like quick little recap summary of their wedding day or wedding weekend within like 72 hours. And so that's normally what I'm spending the quick time on. And then after that, the full film probably takes me about 3 months to get back to them. But I usually spend about 2 to 3 weeks actually editing it like in my office. The other time, like in between delivering their trailer and starting their film, I'm working on previous weddings. So in the actual editing bay, maybe like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not that's nuts, because yeah, obviously, and I'm sure if you didn't work in news, it might be longer. I feel like, I don't know, you're because I'm sure you're giving yourself your own deadline or whatever. I remember you did our wedding, and it was you were pretty fast. Now maybe you just cared about me a little bit more, but or maybe you didn't have as much work yet, because that was within your first couple years.
What year did you get married?
This is it's a trap.
It's like
Did
10
Jenna put you up to this? Yeah.
10 years ago, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Feels like forever ago. No, it's 20. Where's my ring? Hold on.
Dude, it was like 2 years
It's
ago.
on my ring, but it's fake. 22. 22.
Okay. I can pull
I'm
up
gonna
my spreadsheet.
edit this part out.
So that's
2022. You
But,
got married
you will
September.
September 9th. September 9th, 2022. I had no, that was a really busy September for me. I'm looking at my spreadsheet right now. What was your question? I forgot what you asked.
how fantastic was working with Kevin
Yeah.
and Jenna.
I do remember Kevin gave me sunglasses as a little like
I did.
gift for me, which I still have. It was awesome, man. It was our first time in North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina. I love Kevin. Whenever he asked me to shoot their wedding, I was so honored. I don't know. We should get.
And you're dancing there.
What's going on here?
You know, catching a vibe. You know,
Setting the tone.
that was probably 2021.
No, that was my wedding.
What?
Yes.
Okay, 2022. That was your wedding. Yeah, that was your
Uh-huh.
wedding.
Because remember, I took the camera for you. Say, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Because I
do
was gonna
remember that.
invite you to my wedding regardless.
That's right.
And so it got canceled. If you remember the Puerto Rico trip, you guys.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
Look at Kevin and Gina looking all glad.
Yeah, that's all Mark.
I see Gina every day in sweatpants as a photog. To see her all girled up like that is quite something. Beautiful. And then there's that guy.
I know. That is the funniest shot, and I had to keep it in there because that was so corny when we thought of it. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
y'all proposed that. Y'all
Yeah.
proposed that to
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
and we got it the first try too, where it was like everyone went, toot, and you were like, yo, you guys got it.
I noticed that you got extensive shots of the dog.
Yeah.
Oliver.
Over, yeah.
Oliver, yeah, and Oliver got some views on TikTok.
Is
He
that a
did.
common thing that the family says, hey, you got to get a goldfish or aardvark or whatever? I mean,
No goldfishes or aardvarks, lots of dogs. I would
Yeah.
say probably like, I don't know, 20% of our weddings have some sort of a dog feature, like some sort of a dog factor in there, whether it be like the ring bearer, or like they bring their dog like on the day of, they have a first look with their dogs. One couple had they did their first dance and then their dog joined in with them on their first dance. People with their dogs are crazy.
yeah, they are.
But you loved ours. He delivered. He completely. You know what? Honestly, the hardest part was that he almost took away from me looking at Jenna though, because I was so distracted by him. Want to make sure he was fine and like he was
Right.
greeting everybody, as dogs do.
Yeah, I think you were spending most of the time, and Jenna was walking down. I think you were petting Oliver, telling Oliver, "Good dog, good dog."
Yeah.
And then before you know it, Jenna was already there, and you were like, "Did you see Oliver walk down the aisle?"
One has to focus.
Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, dude, you're not gonna cry. You're not gonna cry." I was like, "No, I'm just not. I probably was gonna cry anyways." I think I choked up a little bit when I gave up, a little part of a story that no one knew.
Yeah.
And so I was getting some people.
Well,
But we'll jump into it.
you should have reached some level of emotion on your wedding.
I was emotional for
You
sure.
should,
Yeah,
you should.
very, very emotional. So
Speaking of things that would make me emotional, as a father of 2 grown daughters, that's paying the. And I'm not asking for your
what was it? Paying the bill.
paying the bill.
All right.
I'm not asking for your rate card by any stretch, but what are the parameters of the kind of money you charge for a wedding? Because back in my day, it was a lot cheaper and simpler than it is.
They paid rocks and sticks. There's an
Those
old
rocks
there
and
it is.
sticks, yeah.
So
And whiskey apparently.
I don't accept rocks. I do
Okay.
accept paper. I do know that
All right, we're gonna kick him out. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Look at the time. Anyway,
And,
no rocks, the occasional stick.
I do know that I don't remember what we charged Kevin, but I do know in that year we were
I
in like
remember.
that 4,000-ish range. Maybe we're a little, I don't remember exactly what it was, but now my starting rate started at 9,000, which is well and beyond the average of like wedding videographers. I think like the starting, like if Stuart and Kevin were to make a wedding videography duo, you could, if you guys had zero experience, you just owned a camera, like you guys could probably charge anywhere in the $1,000 to $1,500 range for an 8-hour day. I do think that's kind of like where the industry is kind of starting at. And then once you get into like you can definitely get an established, like solid videographer for a wedding for like anywhere in the $2,500 to $4,000 range. And then anywhere up to that, like that $4,000 to $6,500 range, you're getting like a good solid person. And the $6,500, I think $7,000 north of that, you're getting like a true professional who has been in the industry for a long time and is established, has great experience, has a great portfolio. Like that's kind of where that price point is around. And then you get in like the people who are charging like 20 grand, who are extremely like in the ultra luxury market, who are doing these, multi-million-dollar weddings. That's kind of the price breakdown for those different markets.
Yeah, I think we were around 4,000 to 6,000, and he still messages me once a year saying, "You guys got such a deal." That was like our top of the line.
No,
Yeah.
you guys paid $4,000 for photo and video. We gave you all a really good deal.
You did because you're my friend.
There you
I
go.
think we gave you the friends and family discount.
And we did, yeah. What a nice guy. Thanks, Mark, brother. So when people like, I try to recommend you to other people, and they're like, "How much did you charge?" I'm like, I'm gonna leave that to Mark because I don't want to say what we paid and then them come to you and expect that same thing. So I try to hook you up, Mark, but I also know that you're not gonna give any.
It's okay. Tell your rich friends.
Yeah,
Yeah,
both of them.
yeah. I'll find all of them. I work in the news industry, Mark. I don't know if you know, but none of us are rich.
Whatever money there was in the business is
It's gone.
long gone.
Mhm.
I will say though, something that's changed the news business is the TikTok and the YouTubeification of video.
The TED Talking.
I don't know that has changed wedding video because people want that certain cinematic look, but all the rules I grew up with, wide, medium, tight, good lighting, action, reaction, some of that's gone out the window with vertically held, handheld, everything selfie, look at me. The standards of video don't matter as much as they used to. I know that's an old talking, but does any of that have any kind of translation into wedding videos? Wedding videos seem to be they've gotten more complicated and sophisticated as so much of video has gotten more handheld and simple. And there's no question there. I didn't know if that was your same experience.
No, that's a really good point because I see a lot of people who just pick up cameras and just go and start their own wedding videography business because they think the barrier to entry is like minimal, and they don't get those like action reaction shots, or like they'll get a ton of medium shots, but they won't get really any sort of tight shots.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's something that I probably struggled with a lot early on, especially with like dance floor. So like dance floor, it's really easy to get a medium shot like this one of me dancing.
Yeah.
That's a medium shot. But then like now I'm recognizing in the weddings that I'm doing now, that had like a live band and have like all the lighting and have like this packed dance floor, it's way more impactful. Just step off, get a super wide shot of the whole dance floor. And man, I posted a trailer recently that had this epic like wide shot, and the singer for the band like jumps up and like does a splits midair and lands, and it was just this epic like perfect shot. And then you'll get people who are like what are the tight shots we can do the dance for? Like is someone drinking a beer and like someone will like have a beer and they'll pass it to their friend, and like if you can just get a shot of them like their hands in the air like they're dancing, like telling it like narratively, using different tight shots and wide shots and medium shots and like drone shots to balance out those medium shots helps so freaking much. And you'll see other people who do it and it's just medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, medium shot, medium shot. And it's just kind of boring. So yes, I think the storytelling element of going like wide, medium, tight, and like the action reaction, like if someone's dancing and someone does the splits and like you just quickly pan up to their like face and they're like freaking out or something, like
Sure.
that helps tell the story way more than just a bunch of medium shots throughout the day.
That's interesting because having shot a couple of weddings under duress against my will, I know I probably attacked it like a news photographer, wide, medium, tight, and until the actual ceremony starts, and then even I know to roll and don't miss a thing. In that time shooting weddings, though, I've got to think there have been some weird, unscripted situations. The weddings I've been to, there's always something funky going on. When you're there shooting everything, trying to make everything look nice, you've got to kind of roll with the punches, I would think. Anything pop in your mind?
Yeah. The one story that really like is at the forefront of my brain. So like 90% of the weddings I work with are with Jenna, who's my photography partner. But this wedding was one that I was solo. And so I didn't really know what to do here. Or there was another photographer I hired that wasn't Jenna. But it's the reception side of things. People are dancing, people are drinking, people are having a good time. And the bride's family, they're I don't want to say older. There was a grandma, and they wanted to take a family picture, and they're these chairs, they're like the folding chairs, not super like sturdy, but they're sturdy enough for like someone who's young, like me or Kevin, could stand on and feel comfortable. And I guess they all huddled around these chairs, and the grandma decided to stand on one of them, and everyone was like, "Don't stand on that, don't stand on that," and she stood on it, and then she fell, and then she's like. Everyone freaks out because she fell and she's not feeling good, and then she's just kind of sitting down, like hunched over, like the meme from like the Popeyes chicken lady. And then before I know it, she just goes limp, and she just falls to the ground, and everyone thought she died. And they called 911, and 911 came, and she's unresponsive. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen at a wedding. Ambulance came, they got her loaded up. No one knew. Everyone thought she died when she left. And then they got word she's responding. She's breathing. So it was a weird like lull in the night. Like, what do you do? How do you, the dancing just started. So it wasn't like, I was freaking out because I was like, how do I finish this wedding video? How do there's no dancing here. So anyway, everyone just kind of went to the bar for an hour and drank. And
Did you charge
afterwards-
extra?
I did not. No, I can't charge extra for that.
I'm just saying, you know, when Spot News broke out. Want to cover that?
Yeah, you could have went and shot the lights out, right? And like the ambulance lights or something, and done like something cool with that.
No, I didn't include that in their film. I don't think
Okay.
they wanted that in their film.
Whatever.
But
Memories.
grandma's good. Grandma's good. And they danced afterwards for like an hour and a half.
As
So-
well they should.
I'm sure it was great
Actually.
dancing too. It's probably just like
It was really weird. The bride went on the mic and was like, "Hey, we're not going to stop the party. Everyone's really sad. But I know she wants us to celebrate our marriage." And I think at that point, shortly after, they got word that she's responding. So they were like, "Hey, she's alive. Let's
back."
party." So it was all good. It was good.
I love that. Grandma took a dive, but we're going to carry on and play one more song.
Yeah.
so it's like doing news.
Much like news.
Yeah.
Before, and we're going to wrap in a minute because we're running out of time. But is there any overall lesson you learned in news that really helped you in shooting weddings besides learning how to turn a camera on and all that?
Yeah. I know that in news, a lot of the cameras were like, you know, in auto mode or whatever. Like I had to learn how to do manual mode with my camera, just speed, like how to be fast with editing, because you have to do stuff fast in news. Sometimes we get back to the station at 4 o'clock when your packages due at 5 o'clock. And by the time the reporter's done writing it, you only have like 20 minutes to edit everything. That might be extreme, but like sometimes those are the parameters that you have to work with weddings. Like we've done weddings where like you have a same day edit, like we'll finish a ceremony and like we have an hour to get something up and they want to watch a video in the background during cocktail hour, like on a projector. And so we've had to do like same day edits like that, which are extremely exhausting. But thankfully, like I think my experience with news kind of helped me prepare for situations like that.
Well, this has been an education. It doesn't want to make me shoot weddings at all.
Yeah, no, you really haven't sold it to us. The money sounds great, but
The money sounds
it's not good.
fantastic, but the whole getting there and getting everything and being dressed up and dealing with the in-laws and the drunk uncles and all that stuff, I will take a pass. Mark Campbell, Kevin Pinto, you have educated me in an area that I didn't want to be educated in, but I feel better about it anyway. And I thank you very much. And this has been the latest episode of Behind the Lens, an inside look at what it's like to gather and cover TV news as well as the occasional wedding. We'll be back next week with another episode. I'll be as surprised as you as to what it's about. See you then.
Brawl in a Mecklenburg County courtroom. So the new details just released in the case surrounding the murder of a local teen. Ted.
And that heat is ramping up here for this Friday. Upper 80s on deck, even getting to near 90 degrees for Saturday. Big cool down on the way, though, as drought conditions continues. I'll break everything down for you coming up.
All right, Charlotte Hornets now counting down to tip-off in Orlando tonight. How the team's gearing up for the Magic and a possible trip to the NBA playoffs. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now with breaking news out of Mecklenburg County. Taking you there now, murder charges have been dropped against Marion McKnight. That is the man attacked in the Mecklenburg County Courthouse by the father of the teenager he shot and killed, allegedly. Court documents say that McKnight was trying to cut ties with the gang at the time of the shooting. Officials say they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that McKnight was not acting in self-defense when he fatally shot Jamari Dixon. So that shooting also left one person paralyzed and another wounded. Queen City News brought you the video back in February showing the moment right here where Dixon's father, Shaquem Snipe, attacked McKnight inside that courthouse. Of course, this is a developing story. We'll have the very latest updates on Queen City News later on today. All right, now for a check outside as we take a live look here around the Queen City. Another toasty afternoon is on tap for this afternoon this Friday. Well, Queen City News, though, we're looking at this pattern of the record-breaking temperatures that we're seeing to continue. Let's get right over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So, Ted, not many chances to be able to break this hot stretch this week, right?
Yeah, no, not too much. We are going to have a bit of a cool down heading into the weekend, but we still have to put up with those upper 80s near 90 degrees through the peak heating hours of the day. Light variable winds this afternoon. We're already at 81 degrees right now, sitting in the upper 70s through the I-40 corridor, 60s locked in Boone and Jefferson. So while we have a warm start, we get even hotter this afternoon. That heat extends up through the Midwest, the Northeast, into parts of Pennsylvania, New York, and even back towards parts of Illinois, getting the well above normal temperatures. We're talking a deviation of up to 15 degrees above normal for this time of year. So upper 80s here close to home. West winds at about anywhere between 3 to 8 miles per hour. We'll still hold on to that heat through the evening for your backyard grilling forecast. Upper 80s through 5, 6, and 7 p.m., getting back into the mid-80s later this evening. Overnight lows will settle in the 60s, giving us a mild overnight before rebounding to near 90 degrees heading into Saturday. Here's the cool down we've talked about. Sunday brings in rain chances in the 70s to finish off the weekend. That echoes into early next week. Won't do much to give us relief from our pollen, which will stay high. Tree pollen, the main culprits behind those flaring allergies. Next chance of rain from Sunday comes back again Wednesday into Thursday of next week. I'll break down more of our overall setup here coming up with another check in the next 10 minutes. Alicia.
All right, thank you, Ted, for that. Hickory, Catawba counties, all now, and also Mooresville, the latest areas under the voluntary water restrictions due to this ongoing drought that Ted just was talking about. Officials made this announcement today. So residents are being asked to avoid watering during daytime hours and also to reduce the car washing until further notice. So Charlotte water officials are also asking customers to limit outdoor water use to 2 days a week and to avoid using the water during the warmest times of the day. So the U.S. Department of Agriculture is now approving a federal disaster declaration for 82 North Carolina counties. While the counties affected, it's not immediately clear. Those who have suffered any damages because of the dry conditions can now file for federal aid. You can also stay up to date with all the conditions weather-wise and also track the drought monitor also down to your neighborhood with our Pinpoint Weather app. Look at this. It's free to download from the Apple App Store, and also you can find it in Google Play. So the Hornets have the longest current playoff drought, speaking of drought, in the NBA, but that actually could change tonight. And the Orlando Magic is now all that stands between Charlotte and the final spot in the playoffs. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisill is in South End, outside where the official watch party will be tonight.
It's win and you're in tonight for the Hornets. LaMelo Ball and company take to the hardwood tonight in Orlando. So watch parties at bars and restaurants across the Carolinas are all popping up, like the official one here at Slate in South End. More details on that in a moment. Now, with as thrilling as Tuesday's game was and as palpable as the anticipation for tonight's game is, it can be easy to forget this is still the play-in tournament. Really an opening act for the main event. The winner of the Heat Magic matchup, it enters the playoff as an 8 seed. And they start a 7-game series with the Pistons on Sunday. The Hornets have beat Orlando in 3 out of 4 meetings already this year. So head coach Charles Lee says they'll have to make some more adjustments in order to throw the Magic off the rhythm.
Yeah, it's a familiarity because you do play each other so many times. But the thing that you have to continue to adjust, especially in a game like this where it's just like a winner take all. I know that they're going to throw out a bunch of adjustments or whatever the game calls for. I think that both teams are willing to do that.
As we mentioned, plenty of watch parties happening tonight, lots of tailgates happening around the Crown, but the official place to watch is going to be at Slate, just off of Bland Street, steps away from the Bland Street station on Charlotte's Blue Line. The party is going to kick off around 7, just 30 minutes before tip-off. You'll have members of the Hive Entertainment Group being there for some prizes and giveaways, and you can even watch the game right alongside Hugo the Hornet. Now, Hornets organization leaders also say this is the perfect day to bring out your purple and teal. I've been rocking my purple all week long. They also say if you need a little bit more extra merch, check out the newest shirt from photojournalist Trevor Beck here with the Protect the Hive logo, the theme of this postseason. They're opening up the team store here from 11 till 6 for Friday and Saturday, so people can get any of that postseason merch that they may need. Reporting in South End.
Savannah Rudisell, always using her resources. All right, I love that tailgate. It's a tailgate. Love it. All right, meanwhile, the Hornets announced earlier today that Moussa Diabate is now questionable for the game against Orlando. So the injury reports now says that he's dealing with a left hip soreness situation. Now he's also coming off an 8-point, 14-rebound game in Charlotte's first play-in game against Miami that happened on Tuesday. Can't forget that. It was just electrifying. Our coverage of the Hornets playoff push continues throughout the day. For the latest updates, though, head over to our website at qcnews.com. Switching gears right now, a woman is now facing serious charges after her child was hospitalized and drugs were found in the toddler's system. So on Wednesday, Union County deputies responded to calls of a child experiencing a medical emergency. So that child was rushed to a local hospital for treatment, where then it was determined the 15-month-old had an illegal substance in her system. Investigators later arrested the child's mother, Bailey Smith, and her boyfriend, James Kissa, in connection with the incident. So Smith is being held on a $250,000 bond. She's now facing negligent child abuse charges. Kissa was taken into custody in South Carolina. He's currently awaiting extradition to North Carolina. Several people are now hurt after an ambulance and 2 other vehicles collided in front of the Gastonia Police Headquarters. It all happened around 4 yesterday afternoon on East Long Avenue near Broad Street. Police are not releasing information on what led to the crash or the extent of the victims' injuries. Newly released video now shows what investigators say was a very close call between an American Airlines jet and also an airport ground vehicle at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Well, you can be able to see right here, American Airlines Flight 1197, it begins to be able to move forward when 2 airport vehicles cross in front of it. Well, the jet then jerks back and forth when the pilot hits the brakes. It happened around 7:30 Wednesday morning. You can also hear the concern in the pilot's voice when he reports it to air traffic control. Take a listen.
Hey, ramp, American 1197. American 1197, yes, sir. Okay, that white black truck, they just went right in front of us. We nearly hit them. I had to slam on the brakes. We had our taxi light on. We started moving. They need to be. Someone's got to be doing something right away. That was really bad. Okay, I'll run the camera back. Which way was he heading, north or south? He was heading, heading south, right to left. It was a white and black pickup truck? White and black. I think it was ops. Yeah, that was really bad. Okay, I see him. The ops vehicle. I got him now.
So there was no collision between the vehicles and nobody was hurt. That's the good news there. Airline executives also say that the FAA requires all ground vehicles to yield to taxiing aircraft, and they also applaud the pilot's quick reaction to avoid a collision. Let's take a live look here over at the White House. President Trump and Iran's foreign minister says the Strait of Hormuz is now fully open to commercial vessels. So reporter Robert Sherman now takes a look at what this means for ongoing negotiations.
A fast-paced day here in the Middle East, with Iran announcing that the Strait of Hormuz is open. Their foreign minister releasing a statement saying, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the remaining period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. What that means is that commercial ships will now be able to go through the Strait of Hormuz as long as the ceasefire is in effect and as long as they coordinate with Iran. But the naval blockade of Iranian ports that's being enforced by the U.S. Navy, that will remain in effect until a deal is struck between Iran and the United States. In terms of the next round of negotiations, that remains to be seen as to if or when that will be taking place. The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon clearly having an impact on all of this. It is in effect as we speak. And what we have seen in Lebanon, people returning to their homes for the first time in weeks, months, after those wide-scale evacuation orders were issued by the IDF. IDF troops will be remaining in southern Lebanon throughout the entirety of that 10-day ceasefire, with Prime Minister Netanyahu saying the balance has shifted to such an extent that over the past month we've begun receiving calls from Lebanon to hold direct peace talks between us, something that has not happened in over 40 years. I responded to this call and agreed to a pause. In the coming days, there is expected to be high-level historic diplomacy between the United States and Iran and between Israel and Lebanon, with the president inviting the Lebanese president and the Israeli prime minister to the White House. There are many more things that need to be decided on, but for the time being, people are enjoying this peace and quiet, this interlude that we have found ourselves in here in the Middle East for the time being. In Tel Aviv, Robert Sherman, News Nation.
Thank you, Robert. And news about the Strait opening had an immediate impact on the Dow Jones. I mean, look at this. This is a live look here at the industrial average, the big board, and you can be able to see the Dow is up now more than 1,000 points. U.S. stocks have also rallied about 12% since late March, mainly on the hopes of an end to the Iran war. So with the Strait of Hormuz now fully open, there are still some questions about how this will impact prices at the pumps here in the U.S. So Queen City News spoke to Gas Buddy's head of petroleum analysis, Patrick DeHaan, about what a resolution in the Middle East looks like for consumers here.
The price of oil could start declining relatively quickly. Gasoline prices also within a matter of a few days if we get some sort of clear statement. But it would likely take several weeks for those declines to be fully passed along. And at this point, oil prices may not go back down to their pre-war level for several months because it will take time to rebuild global inventories that have fallen substantially in light of this closure of the strait.
All right, so here's a look at the current gas prices according to Gas Buddy. The nationwide average sitting at about $4.07 a gallon. That's down just over 2 cents from yesterday. North Carolina drivers are now paying $3.82, another 2 cents down from yesterday, and then 12 cents down from last week. In South Carolina, the average price is around $3.74 with the same lowering metrics. So that fall in price is also expected to continue with crude oil sitting at just under $90. North Carolina lawmakers want to be able to make sure money they allocate to Medicaid is actually going where it is supposed to. How they're now working with the Attorney General to cut down on fraud. And a push in Columbia to prevent adding school days for some Fort Mill students. A lawmaker who says students shouldn't be punished after canceled classes due to Silfab solar chemical spills. Ted.
And we have that heat into our mountain counties as well, but we'll cool down with some rain chances returning to the Carolinas. I'll break down your weekend forecast coming up after a short break.
All right, thanks, Ted. You're watching Queen City News. Your time now is 12:13, 81 degrees outside. Look at that, gorgeous. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The South Carolina lawmakers now trying to keep Flint Hill Elementary students from doing virtual classes on Saturdays. So It's now to be able to make up time lost because of the leaks at the Silfab solar facility. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell looks at the proposal and the district's response.
I'm sorry that they were unfortunately put in this situation. It's the unfortunate gift that keeps on giving.
To keep Flint Hill Elementary students from having to do virtual learning on back-to-back Saturdays later this month, York County State Representative David Martin says he's filed a joint resolution in the South Carolina State House. It would allow the Fort Mill School Board to waive those 2 days students missed back in March when their school was evacuated because of leaks at the nearby Silfab solar plant.
So we're going to vote on it first thing on Tuesday. To be honest, I don't know if I can get it past the House, the Senate, and to the governor by that first Saturday, but going to do my best to see how fast we can get it moved.
Flint Hill parent Amy Myers is hoping that can happen quickly.
Saturday is a sacred family time. My kids have sports, they have other obligations, and I just don't think it's fair.
As of now, the plan approved by the board is for students to do virtual learning on April 25th and May 2nd to make up for their lost days. Myers hasn't decided if her kindergartner will be logged in those Saturdays.
Why should he have to sacrifice, and why should all the kids at Flint Hill have to sacrifice their family and friend time and their rest?
Fort Mill school officials tell us they understand the frustration from families. They call this situation extraordinary, and if there were better options, they'd use them.
If you don't have 180 days accounted for students, that could put the academic year in jeopardy of counting for those students.
Burke tells us district leaders appreciate Martin's efforts in Columbia and hope that it can all get worked out before next weekend.
We want to weigh that need for the instruction with the disruption to our families and our community.
Is there going to be another leak, which leads to closing down the school, which leads to missing the school day and then having to do another Saturday? It just seems like there's no end in sight.
In Fort Mill, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Well, Representative Martin also tells us that his proposed bill would now allow South Carolina counties to strip the permits from companies who are not operating as they are zoned. So that would target Silfab Solar. So it's still pending, though, in a House committee. Let's take a live look here over Monroe right now as I bring in meteorologist Ted Fate. And Ted, you know, I always like to point out on the noon show that you are coming from the morning show. So you are working double time today. We so appreciate you being here with us. But this heat is continuing outside.
Yeah, the heat just keeps on ramping up. I've been here since it was in the 60s.
Yeah, there you go.
And here we are in the 80s, and we'll set our sights for the upper 80s this afternoon. Variable winds, relatively light, anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour for today. 81 degrees, so it starts getting warm here this afternoon as we're in the upper 70s of the I-40 corridor, still holding on to those 60s, Boone and Jefferson for our mountain counties. We're already touching mid-80s down towards Lancaster into Shrub. Highs land in the upper 80s near 90 degrees for the peak heating hours of the day. Mid-70s on tap mountain counties, and I have that warmth and that heat stretching all the way through Arkansas, Louisiana, over towards Nashville. You're looking at the cool air for the Pacific Northwest. That's going to be pulled down even further with the dip in the jet stream, bringing the cooler conditions here into the Dakotas and even further into the Midwest. We'll still be warmer than normal for the East Coast. As a matter of fact, Saturday brings in the heat. We could touch 90 degrees tomorrow. More in the way of the well above normal conditions before rain ramps up heading into your Sunday to finish off the weekend. Now, right now, mostly dry. We have our water vapor satellite imagery showing that brown, indicating the lack of moisture from southeast Georgia into South Carolina. Some partly cloudy skies rolling through. Will be clear for the most part this Friday afternoon. But again, the rain chances move in on Sunday. We need the rainfall as our drought sits at level 3 and 4 out of 5. That's the severe and the extreme drought, more of the exceptional drought towards southeast Georgia. And with the light wind, we still introduce what will be a slight and elevated risk for fire danger, especially east of Uptown towards Raleigh and Fayetteville. We'll ease up on the fire danger, but burn ban still in effect for North and South Carolina. No rain to speak of as we stay dry here through the afternoon, and I look at a mix of sun and clouds expected to finish off the work week. In terms of our weekend, here's the transition. Saturday ushers in some partly cloudy skies through the afternoon, peak heating hours of the day. Rain starts towards our mountain counties late Saturday evening, and then behind that cold front, we'll see spotty showers for your Sunday as highs stay limited to what will be the upper 60s, low 70s to finish off the weekend. Not going to get much rain from this. At best, maybe 1/100 of an inch, maybe 1/10 of an inch. So again, just a trace of rain, but we need a lot more of it as our deficit for the past year sits over 5 to 10 inches behind what we should have and even 25-inch plus deficit for areas south and east of Uptown. Overnight lows will be mild tonight. I'm looking at low 60s heading into your Saturday morning, upper 50s to mid 50s, Boone and Jefferson in the higher elevations. Seeing a nice cool start to your morning. We'll rebound to near 90 degrees Saturday. 7-day forecast hosting those 70s to start your work week before ramping up and gradually warming back up above normal, low to mid 80s. Wednesday and Thursday, those partly cloudy skies stick around all the way through the mid parts of next week. Alicia?
Thank you so much, Ted. All right, so gas prices, they continue to rise all across the country, right? How the pain at the pump is reshaping the way people think about their next car. And are auto insurance costs weighing you down? The factors that could increase the price and why they have nothing to do with driving. You're watching Queen City News at noon on this Friday afternoon. Your time now is 12:21, 81 degrees outside, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in the Queen City. Hotter than normal conditions this spring are now adding to the risks of children facing that they're being left in very, very hot places like cars. There's already been one child killed in a hot car this year. On April 2nd in Winter Haven, Florida, North Carolina, emergency responders to temperatures inside a car that can rise well above the outside temperature in a matter of minutes.
Your purse in the back seat or a briefcase. You could write a note and leave it in the front seat. Leave a stuffy or a lovey in the front seat to remind you that you have your child in the back seat.
31 children were killed in hot car incidents nationally last year. That's down from 41 in 2024. So if you're driving with the windows down today, a new report shows that air pollution may impact you more than just your breathing. The report published in Neurology found that higher levels of air pollution could actually trigger migraines, especially when combined with heat and humidity. Researchers found that when pollution levels spiked, more people went to the hospital and also to clinics for migraine treatments. So an author of the study suggests that those prone to migraine should limit time outdoors and consider short-term preventative medications and also use air filters while in the car. Higher gas prices now prompting a surge in electric vehicle searches now online, and that's according to cars.com. So the site is also reporting a 25% uptick, with used EV searches also seeing a 25.5% increase. So hybrids have also seen a healthy bump in car shopper interest, with new hybrid searches up 12.5%. So this all comes as gas prices have risen by more than $1 on average nationally from the end of February to the end of March. And experts are calling the trend a direct real-time signal that the pain at the pump is just reshaping how people think about their next car. Well, your auto insurance may be costing you more because of factors that have nothing to do with your driving, and that's among the findings of a new study that the Secretary of State's office just released. So inside this study, it says that having bad credit, being older than 65, and living in certain zip codes can all make insurance more expensive. Secretary of State also says that drivers should not be penalized for factors beyond their control. So there's a state Senate proposal now that would strengthen oversight of insurance rates and prohibit discriminatory pricing. After 10 months of complaints, water quality in Kings Mountain finally improving. A look at how officials are now approaching what's next to come out of the tap. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Top stories are following at this hour right now. Murder charges have been dropped against Mary McKnight, the man attacked in the Mecklenburg County courtroom by the father of the teenager that he shot and killed. Court documents say McKnight was trying to cut ties with a gang at the time of the shooting. Officials say that they cannot prove that McKnight was not acting in self-defense when he fatally shot Jamari Dixon. So that shooting also left one person paralyzed and another wounded. This is, of course, a developing story. We will have the very latest coming up on Queen City News later on today. And President Donald Trump and Iran's foreign minister says the Strait of Hormuz is now finally open to commercial vessels. But in a social media post, Trump says that the U.S. Navy blockade on Iranian ships and ports would remain until a deal is reached to end the war. So this all comes as a 10-day ceasefire appears to be holding. And the Hornets have the longest current playoff drought in the NBA, but that could change tonight. The Orlando Magic is all that stands between the Charlotte Hornets and the final spot in the playoffs. So if the Hornets walk away with the win, they'll then start the 7-game series with the Pistons on Sunday. But tonight, the Hornets official watch party is at Slate off Bland Street, and that party starts at 7:30. And it's minutes before tip-off. All the action's going to be going down there, Ted. Let's take a live look here over at Gaston County, talk about what we're seeing outside. A great night, Ted, to get out.
Yeah, not a bad night at all. We're going to see the Carolina blue skies throughout the day, getting a little hot. Upper 80s, near 90 degrees, even on Saturday, bringing in that heat. Right now, low 80s as you head out the door. Winds are variable and light, coming in at about 3 miles per hour. Dew points far enough from the temperatures and low enough where it's not that muggy out, which is good news for that warmth and that heat that we're getting. Low 80s to even mid 80s, Lancaster into Sherrod. We're in the upper 70s to low 80s, I-40 corridor. Upper 60s, Boone and Jefferson, with that warmth extended all the way up to the northeast as well. Well above normal temperatures impacting the Midwest into New England region and even back towards parts of Kentucky and Tennessee. We'll get into the upper 80s, mix of sun and clouds today. West winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Will still be hot heading into this evening. Backyard grilling forecast is a toasty one. I'm not just done on this side, the burger's done as well. Getting into the low 60s, mid 60s overnight, early morning hours. We'll rebound into the 90s on Saturday before that big cool down heading into the weekend. I'll break down more of your overall setup for your Saturday and Sunday and the cool down early next week coming up in the next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Ted. So North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson is now defending how his office investigates and cracks down on Medicaid fraud and abuse. As Dina Harley reports, his testimony comes as state lawmakers are now debating health care funding.
Our goal is simple: a well-defined, well-managed Medicaid program that serves those who truly need care and spends wisely enough to be sustainable.
3 hours of testimony inside of the General Assembly on Thursday as lawmakers grill Attorney General Jeff Jackson and Dr. Dev Sangvi with the Department of Health and Human Services on Medicaid fraud and abuse.
We have zero interest in wasting taxpayer dollar. Whether it's state dollar or federal dollar, we want to make sure we're getting maximum value for that dollar.
As lawmakers approach their short session and consider how much funding to set aside for the Medicaid rebase, they're questioning how fraud and abuse are investigated and prosecuted.
We must ask, how many millions are being lost to waste, fraud, or abuse before a single case is opened?
Dr. Sangvi testified to how the Medicaid system works when someone is accused of fraud or abuse.
2025, we referred 126 cases to the AG's office.
For enforcement?
For review.
Saying they're often still technically in the system while they're investigated. Attorney General Jackson testified how his office also investigates reports and what punishments are on the table. He said one of the biggest challenges is some cases getting moved to federal court, which can delay results.
There are real penalties under federal law for this. And frankly, under state law, there are not. I'm not sure the rationale for that, but I talked to my team about it, and they weren't sure either. And if they don't know, and to your point, Representative, they're the national leaders, that tells me there probably is not a good reason.
He also assured lawmakers that his office wants to fully cooperate with any oversight.
Every dollar misused is a dollar not spent on a child with autism, a senior needing care, or a patient waiting for treatment.
We welcome the oversight. I think this is really healthy. I brought my son, he's in 5th grade, because he's learning about checks and balances. And I told him about this, and he asked if he could come. We are not only in the business of delivering accountability, we are in the business of subjecting ourselves to it.
That was Dina Harley reporting for us this afternoon. So some Democrats say that when the General Assembly's short session begins, a budget and Medicaid funding should be the very top priorities. Right now, the lawmakers will convene next week, but there are no votes on bills on the calendar. All right, let's take a live look here over Washington, D.C. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. continues to defend his department's budget. This in the first of the half of dozen hearings taking place on Capitol Hill. And then over the next week, Kennedy will then defend his first year as health secretary. Then Thursday's hearing with the House Ways and Means Committee really focused on the new dietary guidelines and the drug price negotiations. Democrats took the opportunity to grill Kennedy on many issues, including the surge in vaccine preventable diseases and also changes to environmental health. Republicans are also focused on positive changes with rural health care.
How important is it that Americans take control of their own health, Mr. Secretary?
is the only thing that's going to actually get us healthy again. We have to make, as Vern said, every American the CEO of their own health. We have to give them control.
I agree with the goal of moving from a sick care system to a true health care system focused on prevention. And prevention starts with the basics: clean air, clean water, and reducing exposures to toxins.
So the White House says that it wants to be able to slash the HHS budget and then other federal health agencies by more than 12% next year. However, the extent of any funding cuts will then be up to Congress. Well, Kennedy is set to testify before the House Energy and Commerce Committee happening Tuesday. Rural communities across the country fighting back against the growing number of data centers popping up. So a survey from the Pew Research Center shows data centers accounted for 4% of the United States' total electricity usage in 2024, and that number is expected to double by 2030. So environmental experts say large data centers can consume up to 5 million gallons of water per day. So there are more than 3,000 data centers currently in the U.S., and 67% are in rural communities. But the increase is prompting concerns of water depletion and also disappearing farmland and also overcrowded roadways. Experts are turning to artificial intelligence to fight wildfires. So this all comes as dry conditions continue all across the country and here at home, especially here in the Carolinas. Professors at Clemson University are now testing AI-powered autonomous drones to improve wildfire detection and response. Now, experts, they argue in most cases that fires are found once damage has already been done, but the drones could actually help detect how the fires are starting. Take a listen.
So these drones and AI systems, they're not going to obviously replace our firefighters and first responders, but they're going to make their job easier and safer. So if they're like blindly going to an area without having access to aircrafts that are expensive and not always available, and somebody needs to pilot that aircraft anyway. So if it's night, or if you are in a state like South Carolina that traditionally they don't have like helicopters or aircrafts on hand, you don't have that type of observation. So it's all whatever the first responders and firefighters see when they operate on the field. But when you have these drones, they can have observations of acres away.
So the drones can also assist firefighters by performing tasks like monitoring burned areas and also measuring temperatures with thermal imaging, reducing the need for manual labor. NCDOT now still working to rebuild Interstate 40 in western North Carolina. The road between North Carolina and Tennessee was heavily damaged when Hurricane Helene struck. Crews started putting down permanent roller compacted concrete in February, then a key milestone in the rebuilding process when that happened. So NCDOT says drivers should start seeing more work happening. And the agency's goal is to reopen lanes by the fall of 2028. Tap water quality in Kings Mountain improving after months of complaints from residents, but the man the city hired to improve that quality is now leaving after less than 8 months on the job. So city leaders now hired William Nash last year to correct persistent problems. People had complained for months about the tasting of the dirty and moldy water. Well, Queen City News reporter David Schumann looks at what's next now for what's coming out of the tap.
Whatever he was working on was working.
People in Kings Mountain have noticed the improvement to their water. At 238 Cherokee Grill, employees say they haven't gotten complaints about the earthy dirt taste or odor since late last year. Residents say the changes haven't reached every neighborhood.
To me, it has like a fishy smell.
You don't drink it? No. But William Nash was working on it. Nash, though, will no longer be the city's water resource director, resigning less than 7 months after he was hired. A city spokesperson tells Queen City News the job came with public pressure Nash wasn't used to, and the city will miss him. Kings Mountain leaders have always maintained the water's been safe to drink, but the question now is what's next for the quality issues.
Kind of makes me feel like I'm going to start hearing more complaints.
North Carolina's Department of Environmental Quality did an inspection here at the water treatment facility last week. They noted several improvements the city's made, saying all state requirements have been met, but the report also had concerns moving forward. The state officials wrote there are only 3 certified operators remaining at the plant, as the city's, quote, struggling with staffing shortages. In fact, 8 water-related job openings are currently posted on the Kings Mountain website, including Nash's.
That's very concerning. How long is it going to take before they find the people to fill it.
In a statement, a spokesperson says, "Our citizens will not see any change in the water quality due to William Nash's resignation. Our water treatment plant will continue to run effectively with a qualified team. We're actively recruiting and interviewing skilled and qualified prospects." For some people in town, it may not matter.
Some people, they only give you 1 or 2 chances, and if you haven't got it fixed, then they're forever going to be bottled water.
What would have to happen for you to take the filter off and be like, we don't need this anymore?
Not live in Kings Mountain.
In Kings Mountain, David Schumann, Queen City News.
Okay, Queen of the Ball, they're getting the prom dress of their dreams for the low price of free $99. A trip to remember to a Huntersville church's prom closet in Faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Time now is 12:41, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. For too many teens, prom night is just a stressful time because of all the expenses involved. And that's why ministry in Huntersville is now proving to be a godsend. Queen City News storyteller John Lee explains in Faces of the Carolinas.
At First Baptist Church of Huntersville, Eileen Ramirez sees the transformation every spring.
They will come in with a smile and then they will walk out of here with a bigger smile.
Lydia's Loft Prom Closet is something great for the greater good.
Oh my gosh, please open. There you go.
She lugs formal wear upstairs where they're already bursting at the seams.
Hi everyone. Well, we're glad you're here. She'll be allowed to choose up to 3 dresses.
As teens look for their dream dress,
I don't know where to start.
They're floored by thousands of possibilities packed in one place.
Yeah, there's a really good selection in here. There's tons of pretty dresses.
And the price is right, it's free. So shop on.
Okay, yeah, okay.
When it's time to try them on, happiness fills the room. As Capri Casio glows in her gown, she's about to make her mom cry.
Beautiful girl. I love it. It is so pretty.
Volunteer Pat Gary is glad to help give them that joy.
When I was in high school, I worked a lot and I could not afford to go to prom. So I spent my prom night working at McDonald's. So to see the girls get to enjoy their proms just thrills my heart.
16 years ago, it's Eileen who founded the Prom Closet Ministry with Tammy Morris. It began with a handful of donated dresses and lots of prayer. Thanks to year-round donations, they now have 3,000.
Gives an opportunity for girls to go to prom with love and dignity and grace.
There's also a boys section. The bigger idea is to make connections beyond prom.
We don't know what's going on in their life. We want to be there for them. So it's opening that up to help them out as well.
Cards and letters remind them why they do all this.
You have changed my life, and I feel like a real life princess. Thank you so much.
Oh, that gives me cold chills.
And along with those thank you cards, the best part, seeing their eyes light up when they see the perfect dress.
Their eyes just kind of bright up. It's like a 4th of July in here because they're just like smiling.
Most have the big dance on their minds, but the clothes are here for any special occasion.
It's gorgeous and I'm comfortable. So yeah, I love it.
Kelly Love found her wedding dress.
I brought my niece to get a prom dress, so she talked me into trying on dresses at the same time.
This was it. Have you looked at shoes?
I like this one.
There are 1,000 Cinderella stories here every year. It's a great feeling every time someone says yes to the dress.
I love that they do that for our community. It's incredible.
In Huntersville, John Lee, Queen City News.
So pretty. Lydia's Loft Prom Closet is open on Saturdays until April 25th at First Baptist Church of Huntersville. You can go to our story on QCnews.com for more information. And good luck and have fun for prom season. So Uber is also offering a way for high school students to get to prom. Teenagers between 13 and 17 with Uber teen accounts can actually get 3 free rides from now until June 30th. To unlock the free ride, though, they have to use the code YES, and that's with an exclamation point at the end. Teens can also reserve their Uber for their prom up to 90 days in advance. All right, let's take a live look here over Independence Boulevard to talk about the weather outside. 81 degrees at 12:48. Dry and sunny to end our work week, Ted.
Yeah, dry and sunny. We will continue to stay that way heading into the weekend as Independence Boulevard moves at a speed limit pace this afternoon. Light variable winds, low 80s heading out the door with those warm conditions continuing to impact your afternoon and then linger into this evening. We're in the upper 60s, low 70s, Boone and Jefferson. I am looking at what will be those upper 80s near 90 degrees through the peak heating hours of the day. Mid 70s for Boone and Jefferson, continuing to hold on to that warmth and that heat, all the way stretching west towards parts of Louisiana, eastern Texas, into the Midwest. The cooler temperatures pulling down towards the Dakotas and, of course, the Pacific Northwest as well. So below normal temperatures impacting the West Coast. We have well above normal temperatures expected through the East Coast, and that's where we expect to see 90s for Charlotte, areas north and east, expecting to see a big deviation from normal. I'm talking 10 to 15 degrees above what we typically see this time of year ahead of that moisture increasing on Sunday. That plays into your rain chances, spotty showers possible to end the weekend. I'm looking at your water vapor satellite imagery, holding on to what will be mostly dry afternoon as brown indicates a lack of moisture in the atmosphere. Just a little passing cloud cover here and there. Mostly sunny second half of the day. Our drought conditions continue. Level 3, level 4 out of 5. Orange is the severe drought. Red is the extreme drought. And I'm looking at your slight increased fire risk for today with those light winds coming out of the west. That's what the dry conditions do with the breeze. So outdoor burning is banned for both North Carolina and South Carolina. Just simply don't do it, especially this time of year as those fires can get out of control rather quickly. Radar not showing any rain around the Carolinas, so we continue to hold on to dry conditions from this morning into the afternoon. Putting that clock into motion, we'll have sunshine and clear skies heading into Saturday. Then the cloud cover starts to build with rain moving in for our mountain counties Saturday evening. And then the cold front crosses giving us much cooler conditions for the second half of the weekend. Pop-up showers possible pushing through the Carolinas, drying out as we head into Monday of next week. Now, at best, I'm looking at the potential for maybe 1/100 of an inch to 1/10 of an inch of rain. That's not enough to help us with this deficit over the past year, 5 to 10 inches below what we should have gotten. And then we're even looking at a 25-inch plus deficit compared to what we should have gotten south and east of Uptown. So a mild evening on tap, low 60s, mid 50s expected heading into your early morning hours on Saturday. 7-day forecast brings those 90s for Saturday, but cooling down into the 70s Sunday into the back half of the weekend. Then we're having those 70s turn to 80s Wednesday into Thursday of next week. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Davidson College women's basketball player Charlize Dunn headed to the WNBA, and the league's newest team, the Toronto Tempo, selected her in the 2026 draft this week. She was drafted with the 36th pick in the third round, making her the first Davidson women's player to be drafted and only the second Davidson player, male or female, ever to be selected in an American draft. Congrats to her. Dunn ended her career as the three-time All-Atlantic 10 pick, and she was the only mid-major player chosen in the WNBA draft.
Like the last few years, I wasn't too sure if that was still within reach, but then just this year, hearing that Toronto was interested and, it kind of just brought that dream back to life.
How amazing. So Dunn will then head back to Australia to train with their women's national team and then to Toronto for the next season. Well, tonight's big game against Orlando Magic has the Queen City buzzing, and there is a reason Charlotte carries that sting. So it's more than a mascot. It's actually history. On this week's episode of Local Roots, I sit down with two local historians as they explain the connection between the Charlotte Hornets and the American Revolutionary War.
You see all over the Queen City, it's all about the Hornets.
It is something that we really have embraced. The Girl Scout Council is the Hornets Nest Girl Scout Council. If you are driving up next to a blue and white police car, look closely at the logo. There's a hornet's nest in the logo.
What wore down poor old Cornwallis and his army was these innumerable skirmishes around this area here where you had one or two large battles, yes, but it was all the time, constantly wearing him down. And he had while he was here in Charlotte, he couldn't get supplies. He couldn't get messages in or out. They really were the hornets who were just buzzing around and causing him all kinds of troubles.
It's such interesting in terms of the story, how the nickname Born into a Battle became the identity of a city and a team from battlefield to basketball. You can catch the latest episode of Local Roots by streaming with us on QCN Plus. And you can also download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Stay with us. Stay close. The most honored and the most local news right here in the Queen City.
Taking one last look at that pinpoint weather forecast. Upper 80s for Friday, 90s on Saturday. Big cool down. Second half of the weekend, we'll go from the low 70s for the start of next week back into the 80s by Wednesday. Rain chances very much needed Sunday, but not enough to alleviate the drought.
All right, and kudos to this guy right here. I love working with you, Ted, but
It's
I know
always
you
a
going
pleasure,
for the
Lee.
morning show to the noon show. Get you some rest.
Night, night.
Thanks for hanging with us. We'll see you next on Queen City News later on today. Enjoy your day.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
We are talking the upcoming hurricane season, the latest forecast here from Colorado State University. How many storms could we see and why? And just how warm could the earth get because of this upcoming El Nino that we could see? Could it be the warmest year on record? We'll show you coming up on Pinpoint Weather University.
Meteorologist Brad Lawson alongside meteorologist Andrew Brightman. This edition of Pinpoint Weather University starts right now. Welcome into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist alongside meteorologist Andrew Brightman here on Pinpoint Weather University on Queen City News Plus. Andrew, you've been a busy man lately on ground control. Yep. You've been tracking things at Artemis 2 here lately, and honestly, what a magical sight that was over the last couple of weeks. You and our executive producer Matt Campbell have been doing some incredible work on that.
I really appreciate that, Brandon. So that was really interesting doing the live stream for the launch here, but I saw you being the tenured professor here at Pinpoint Weather University. I got a little adjunct basis here, jumping on the show with you here today. And yeah, we were talking about outer space the past couple of weeks, but we're back to the atmosphere this week. And we're talking about something really, really important here, which is the upcoming hurricane season, which, believe it or not, again, roughly almost 6 weeks around the corner here, away from the official start of hurricane season here, Brandon. And with that upcoming, we've already got our first one of our first forecasts here for the upcoming season.
Yeah, it's just so wild how quick hurricane season is coming in, approaching here. And obviously there's a lot of factors this year, potentially El Nino, and then you still have the warm ocean water temperatures. And Colorado State University, they release a forecast every single year. Andrew's got a calendar update for him every year to remind him of the day when it's going to be released. And this was their forecast for this upcoming season. Colorado State's forecast includes 13 named storms, 6 hurricanes projected, and 2 major hurricanes. Now, this is just slightly, and I mean very slightly below what we typically see during Atlantic hurricane season when you look at the 1991 to 2020 average. But it's still a pretty active season, Andrew. And obviously there's a lot of factors that are going to go into it. And to talk about those factors today, we got a special guest joining us.
Giving Fort Collins some love.
Yeah. Dr. Levi Silvers, researcher with Colorado State University. Dr. Silvers, man, thanks so much for coming on the show with us today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's fun to be part of it.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Colorado State University hurricane projections for this upcoming hurricane season. Again, we mentioned it's hard to believe hurricane season is almost here. We're just showing your numbers here. What are you guys expecting in regards to this hurricane season? We notice it's a little below average when it comes down to activity. What are some of the main drivers for that?
As you've probably heard, El Nino is the primary driver for kind of bringing down the overall activity. So that's driving our expectations right now. We're still quite a ways before the start of the hurricane season, and we're really a long time before the peak of the hurricane season. But there's a really strong forecast out there for the coming El Nino. And so if that materializes, like people at NOAA and the people who are looking at the observations in the Pacific, if it materializes as they expect, then we're going to have a strong event in the Pacific, and that will most likely really bring down the chances of strong storms forming.
And when it comes down to the El Nino projected, I wanted to pull up a graphic here that Andrew and I have been using here recently, just showing the warmer ocean water that is expected over the central and eastern parts of the equatorial Pacific there, and how that's going to lead to more wind shear out in the Atlantic Ocean. Are there any other contributing factors, though, that could maybe counteract the El Nino that's expected and the increase in vertical wind shear?
Yeah, there certainly are. One is it's not really a different factor, but just the reality that this is a forecast of El Nino. So we don't know how strong it's going to get. And so if things in the Pacific don't develop as we think, that could really change how what kind of final numbers we have for this season. But as far as a true differing factor, something that's different than El Nino that could counteract it, that would be the sea surface temperature in the Gulf region, in the Caribbean region, and in the tropical Atlantic. And so we'll be watching those sea surface temperatures closely, which are really connected to the low-level winds, the trade winds. And if those sea surface temperatures get really warm, it kind of go beyond, we kind of think of it as like a threshold, then that could kind of overpower what El Nino is doing. And so on one hand, we have sea surface temperatures that are favoring tropical cyclones. On the other hand, we have increased vertical wind shear from El Nino that is disfavoring tropical cyclones. So it's a little bit of a seesaw between the two. And usually El Nino wins, but not always.
Yeah, and with that, talking back about El Nino here, Dr. Silvers, can you explain just a little bit for the people at home how a moderate or strong El Nino increases vertical wind shear, kind of in the main development area when we talk about the Caribbean, the Gulf of Mexico, sort of the Western Atlantic, how that kind of mechanism works essentially?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think a lot of people on the East Coast of the United States may not be very familiar with El Nino, and certainly if they do learn a little bit about it, they realize it's a long ways from home, right? It's really all the way over in the tropical Pacific. So it's counterintuitive that that would influence the tropical Atlantic. It does so because it's kind of shifting everything that happens. So there's these overturning circulations in the atmosphere kind of throughout the tropics. It's often referred to as the Walker circulation. But in any case, there's certain regions where there's rising motion in the tropics and other regions where there's sinking motion in the tropics. And then between those regions, you have winds kind of connecting the rising and sinking motion. And when El Nino occurs, especially a strong El Nino, what it does is it shifts that whole pattern. And so it shifts where you have the easterly and westerly winds. And it turns out that the majority of the time, the shifting of those winds will cause the wind in the Atlantic and Caribbean region to increase with height more than usual. And so when those winds are increasing with height more than usual, you have a big change when you go from the surface up high, and that tends to kind of pull the storms apart before they can really get going.
When it comes down to the El Ninos, we've seen some very strong ones in the past. And sometimes, what we can tend to expect during El Nino events doesn't always happen. I was looking back at the 2023 hurricane season. That was a particularly stronger El Nino. And looking at that season, we still had 19 named storms that year. That was a particularly very active season, the fourth most active Atlantic hurricane season at the time, with Idalia making landfall and Ophelia making landfall. Idalia, the one that a lot of folks remember a lot, because that one, entered the Big Bend area of Florida, causing an impact to the eastern U.S. So you mentioned the ocean water temperatures, and we've been seeing that change here over the last several decades, and we've been seeing way warmer than normal water temperatures. Do you think that could lead to a more active season this year, even with the wind shear? I know you were mentioning a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it definitely could. And that's why I'd say that's one of the factors why our forecast is just a little bit below at the average and not significantly below the average, is because we don't know what the sea surface temperature is going to do. But the last several years, it's been really, really warm, and that has had a big influence on the hurricanes and the tropical storms. Right now, we have kind of mixed signals. And so right now, is this the current temperature that you just put up there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, these are the anomalies. Yeah.
Yeah. So here, this is great. This is, we have a figure kind of like this in our forecast, the full document, where you can see some regions are above normal temperatures, the warm kind of reddish regions, and then other regions are below the normal temperature. If you look at, say, the 2024 season, if you looked in April, what this figure would have looked like, it was red everywhere, and it was really, really red in a lot of places. So we kind of have mixed signals right now. We wouldn't say it's for sure like gangbusters, the SST is off the charts and it's going to, spawn all of these storms. But there's quite a few regions where it is above normal. And what's really key is what's going to happen in a few months. And so that's what we have to watch, and it's really closely connected to the trade winds, and those are very hard to predict. So I think you're probably going to see, as more groups put out forecasts, I suspect there will be some that will have average or slightly above average seasons forecasted, even though we have a strong El Nino coming. And if that's the case, I suspect it will be because they think the SSTs are going to get really, really warm. So we're going to have to watch that. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. But right now it's kind of mixed.
Yeah, and kind of talking a little bit just about some of the changes we've seen, because I was looking back at previous hurricane seasons when we had either kind of a strong or very strong El Nino. And, Brandon was just talking about the 2023 season where we had a kind of a strong El Nino, still had an above average season. Yeah. And really, even we had a very strong El Nino in 2015. And even during that season, with one of the strongest El Ninos we've seen since the 1997 season, we still had 11 named storms, four hurricanes, 2 major hurricanes. I was just looking at contrast. If you go back to kind of some strong El Ninos in like 1987, 1972, those would usually correspond with well below average hurricane seasons. So I guess my question to you is it getting to the point where some of as Brandon was pointing out, the warming of the ocean water is getting to the point more and more as we've kept going farther and farther into the 21st century, where it's starting to overwhelm that kind of wind shear effect you were talking about that we usually see from El Nino, where we can still get now moderate to even strong El Ninos, but still average to even slightly above average hurricane season because of that warming of the ocean water.
Yeah, I mean that's really an active part of research right now. So that's something that we are working on, not even just for the forecast, but just as a research question in general. You know, is there a threshold above which, if the sea surface temperature gets above that threshold, does that then become the dominant factor for a forecast? And so, you know, we'll see. But it's hurricanes are a tricky business, especially if you're just talking about the number of named storms. And so the total global number of named storms does not appear to be rising over the last several decades. It actually seems like it's decreased to just a little bit, and that's including the Pacific and all the other basins of tropical cyclones. But we know we've been getting a lot of very, very strong storms, especially in the Atlantic basin. So it's tricky to untangle exactly what's going on, but certainly the sea surface temperatures, that's one of the clearest things we can look at, where if you look at the average numbers, it's clearly much warmer than usual, and it's been getting warmer over time. And, you know, we have every reason to anticipate that continuing. So it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like it's important also to say we don't know what's going to happen with El Nino in the future. That's another really active area of research is trying to predict, are we going to have more El Ninos in the future? Are they going to be strong, or are they going to be weaker? Will we have more La Ninas? And the verdict is still kind of out. There's a lot of theoretical and work based on climate models that suggest we'll have more El Ninos in the future. If that's the case, then overall we'd expect fewer storms in the Atlantic region, but more in the Pacific. There is some other evidence, though, based on observations, that implies that may not be the case, or we might have more La Ninas. So that's kind of separate from the SST in the Atlantic, right, as we're talking about. But those are two big things going forward in the future. If we want to know what's going to happen in the next few decades, we want to know what's going to happen with the SST. That's a pretty clear answer, right? It's going to keep warming for the most part. And then what's going to happen with El Nino in the future?
Dr. Levi Silvers, thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Bringing us a lot of wisdom.
Yeah.
We were going to be, Andrew and I are going to be chatting a little bit more about El Nino and some of the other impacts it could bring here on the episode here on Pinpoint Weather University. But all about that climate variability, just when it comes down to La Nina and El Nino, and just how it could change hurricane seasons in the future. Obviously, hurricane seasons years they've become more active due to some of the record warmth, but the climate variability of El Nino and La Nina, we know that below average seasons are still possible. And as you guys mention all the time, it only takes one hurricane to make landfall here in the U.S. or even out in the Caribbean to create an active season.
Yeah. It's the climate variability is tough. There's always going to be really interesting research questions. Another interesting point here is if you look at the region over which this average is taken, right? It's from 1991 to 2020. We just took that from NOAA. That's what NOAA is using right now. A few years ago, they were using an earlier period from 1980 up through 2010. So that the average numbers then were different, right? That's a different period for the climatology, and they were lower. So the whole average is shifting up. And so our forecast is close to average or slightly below. But if you looked at the average from previous decades, it would look like it was even maybe a little bit above average. So that 30-year period, that's constantly shifting too. And the SST values you looked at, if you calculated it over 30-year windows, what it would be, you'd see that that's going up as well. So that also kind of influences whether we're thinking of this as above average, average, or below average.
All right, Dr. Levi Silvers, thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Andrew, if you want to reach out, guys, to interview.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Silvers. Really
Thanks for having me. It was fun to be on the show.
Yeah, very, very good discussion. We're going to be talking, me and Andrew are going to be talking a little bit more about El Nino and just how it could warm the globe here over the next couple of years. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson alongside my good friend, meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We're going to continue to talk about the upcoming El Nino that's likely for later this year. We just talked about how it could impact the hurricane season. A really good discussion with our good colleague there, Dr. Levi Silvers over at Colorado State University. And now we're going to talk about the impact it could have on the globe when it comes down to heat.
Getting warm, Brandon.
Yeah, it's going to be toasty here over the next couple of years, 2026 and 2027. And Andrew, we've been looking at the charts here, and this is a look at the odds of El Nino. So this is the look from the Climate Prediction Center there from NOAA. And essentially what we're looking at the seasons here. It's always a little confusing when we first look at it, but if you look at the bottom there, that is looking at seasons. So you're looking at March, April, May on the x-axis for that first one. Then you've got April, May, June, July, August, and into September. So it's just kind of going month by month or 3-month pairings. And essentially, you're seeing that big red bar there that is increasing as we get later in the year. And that red bar is the odds of El Nino gradually increasing for later this year.
As someone who knows a thing or two about odds, you'd say, Brandon, pretty likely here we're going to be in El Nino relatively shortly.
Yeah, we just had an episode about Kalshi on Kalshi a couple of weeks ago, Andrew, and I guarantee you that there's not much of a trade market for it right now just because everybody is probably betting on El Nino to happen. I think the big question with El Nino is just how strong is it going to get? And this is another chart that shows the strength possibility. So you still see the red bars that are increasing as we get later in the year, showing the odds of El Nino increasing. But you're also seeing kind of different shades of color. And I'll bring this one a little bit more full screen just so it's a little easier to see. So you see the darker red bar towards the end of the year. That is the odds of a potential very strong El Nino. We do think it's going to be at least a strong El Nino. You're looking at 1.5 degrees Celsius to 2.0 degrees Celsius above normal when it comes down to the water temperatures out in the parts of the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. But if you get that dark red shade, that means that we're looking at a very strong El Nino.
Historically strong El Nino.
Historically strong. And we're also hearing super El Nino. Another way of saying it.
People just trying to get those clicks online, Brandon.
Yeah. Super El Nino has been the big story. I mean, I've seen it all over the headlines on social media, Andrew. Super El Nino incoming. This means very strong El Nino.
Yeah.
We have seen them before.
We don't overhype things here on Pinpoint Weather University. Super is not a real term.
Yeah, and we've had very strong El Ninos in the past.
Most recently,
happened
2015 was the last time. Yeah. And, we were talking about this last segment here with Dr. Silvers. Even in 2015, with basically the strongest El Nino event here, which usually, climatologically speaking, is supposed to drive down hurricane activity, so had 11 named storms, 4 hurricanes, and 2 of them became major hurricanes here. And that was kind of the interesting thing. We're starting to see a little bit less and less correlation with hurricane activity. We're still getting a lot of activity developing here. And as you were talking about, it really only takes one, but might be seeing a weakening of that correlation, Brandon, between the strong El Nino events and what we see in terms of a decrease in hurricane activity in the Atlantic Basin.
Yeah, and I was mentioning it earlier too, Andrew, just about how it only takes one hurricane for an active season. And we showed that 2023 season earlier when we were speaking with Dr. Levi Silvers. And here's a look at that season again. Now, this is showing just one particular hurricane from that year, but this was Hurricane Idalia. It made landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida, right there about the Keaton Beach area. That storm surge of about 8 feet near the Steinhatchee River area. And then you had the rainfall events that happened over the coastal areas of the Carolinas, Holly Hill in South Carolina, getting almost 14 inches of rain. It was a significant event, and this was an El Nino year, a pretty strong El Nino, and unfortunately, we still had at least one major hurricane make landfall that year, and a couple other tropical cyclones make landfall. Now, something we were mentioning just at the top of this segment here, we were talking about how it could potentially lead to one of the warmest years on record incoming, and it has to do with the Pacific Ocean being so warm. So, Andrew, we talk about all the time about how warmer than normal sea surface temperatures are a big factor out in the parts of the eastern and central equatorial Pacific, and that stored heat is eventually released into the atmosphere And as that heat's released into the atmosphere, it warms the atmosphere, and that could lead to 2026 and potentially 2027 because of how strong the El Nino will be into the new year, being one of the warmest years on record.
I'm already sweating just thinking about it, Brandon.
Yeah. And, El Nino, it can accelerate global warming in an aspect. And looking at this chart here from Climate Central, Andrew, we already see it, quite well here. The red dots, those are when we had very strong El Ninos. The blue dots are when we had very strong La Ninas. Those more light, darker blue shades, more of the transparent blue shades there towards the line itself is more of the weaker events. But notice El Nino, Andrew, whenever we had El Nino as a factor and it was very strong, the global temperature was above the pre-industrial average by quite a bit.
Yeah, it was here, and we can see it very strong. Obviously the entire trend is up, but there's fairly strong correlations here between El Nino years and above the line here, and then vice versa. You do see a couple of outliers with El Nino years being a little bit cooler than the mean average there, and same thing with La Ninas. But generally, when we have El Nino, it's going to be a very warm year generally here across the globe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And when you look at that white line there, that is the global average temperature rising above the pre-industrial average there. So the pre-industrial average, obviously you've got 0, but then as you're getting above that, just in 2022, just looking at some of the latest data here, 1.0 degrees above that pre-industrial average was the global temperature itself. And you look at the red dots here, notice they've been kind of helping drive that quite well, the El Nino. And also, we talk about the global temperature potential rising. And when you look at global temperature in general, we've had already some of our warmest years on record within the last decade here. I mean, 2024 was the warmest year on record. Back in 2025 last year, we had the 3rd warmest year on record as a globe. 2023, number 2. So, Andrew, the last 3 years, we've had the warmest years on record, technically.
Yeah.
At least top 3. And really, the only year missing from this list is 2021, I believe. So, obviously, we've been warming things up already. El Nino could just be boosting these temperatures up even more, and we could possibly be sliding 2026 and 2027 in that number 1 spot here in the next couple.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's going to be, it's just what we see here with El Ninos. It's likely going to be getting very warm. Also, really concerned about, we talk so much about it might be a very, very wet winter next winter here as we get to the West Coast here. We see a lot of moisture here now for my skiers and snowboarders. If you're already looking ahead to the 2026-2027 ski season, California could be a great place to go. Sort of the Rocky Mountains as we go Utah, Colorado, some of those areas along with California could be an amazing winter in terms of snow. But on the flip side, we talk so much about atmospheric rivers. We see a lot of those during El Nino years. Could be kind of a really dangerous kind of landslide season as we get out to portions of the West Coast with how much precipitation they might see. And that's what we see with these strong El Nino events. We have a very active subtropical jet stream.
Yeah.
And something that likely we could see here for the southern half of California and the Southwest.
Yeah, Andrew, and I'll just kind of pull up the maps that you're talking about here. The subtropical jet stream does get enhanced when you're talking about an El Nino event, and that can lead to wetter conditions across the southern U.S. Not really for us until we get to the winter season. So coming up after the break, we're going to talk about some of our main takeaways from this episode and just what we could be expecting as we get into El Nino coming up on the other side of the break here on Queen City News Plus. You're watching. in Pinpoint Weather University. Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Ray Lawson, alongside meteorologist Andrew
We're on an
Green.
adjunct basis.
I want to say, I feel like you could be like a primary professor. I mean, you're already doing your thing on ground
I don't
control.
have tenure yet.
Thanks a lot. You are a bright man.
Thank you, buddy.
You are a bright man. So give us your main takeaways for the episode today when it comes down to El Nino. What are you thinking we're going to see later this year?
So I still think we see an average season, at least multiple major hurricanes, because I've just been doing a little bit of research, talking with Dr. Silvers. The ocean water in the Atlantic is becoming so much of a driver here of activity. It's not to the point where it overwhelms the El Nino effect that in terms of driving down hurricane activity, but it's getting closer and closer. I still think we'll see multiple hurricanes, or maybe even multiple major hurricanes this summer because of how warm the ocean water here in the Atlantic Basin continues to get. Not historically warm, but still above average as we get closer to hurricane season. Then, as we were talking about sort of the global effects here with a very strong El Nino, likely going to be pushing us back up to an all-time record high in terms of global temperature as we get into maybe 2027 and maybe even the end of this year as well. And then, really concerned about the potential for flooding and landslides here as we get to the western portion of the United States once we get into this upcoming fall and winter with this potentially very strong El Nino.
I don't disagree, Andrew. I think we have probably an average season hurricane-wise, just because the ocean water temperatures are likely going to be very warm once again. And then El Nino itself going to be helping possibly boost some of those ocean water temperatures by warming the globe. And then you think about the Carolinas here, maybe some more nor'easters can bring us a little bit of winter.
Yeah, it might be too, I don't know. It was
see.
strong and very
Yeah,
strong.
hopefully it's not
Usually,
too-
the Goldilocks, if you're a snow lover like me for the Mid-Atlantic, the Goldilocks, you really love a weak El Nino.
You want a weaker one.
Yeah.
But a strong one still could provide some pretty active tracks, though.
Yeah, well,
It's just going to be warm. That's the main thing.
you want to talk supercharged subtropical jet. A lot of those F words come one after the other, but supercharged subtropical jet could be a big thing next winter.
And this was a super episode
Yeah.
of Pinpoint Weather University. We've been talking about El Nino and just what we're expecting coming up for later this year. This is something we'll be talking about a lot here over the next several months. I'm meteorologist Brad Lawson, alongside my good buddy, meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Great episode, my man. Take care of yourselves out there. Take care of each other as we continue to navigate the earth together, my friends. And we'll see you next time here on Pinpoint Weather University.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. No matter how many episodes we do here on Turnkey, the questions that most of our viewers have is about that first-time home buying experience. Should I buy now, or should I wait a little bit and rent and then buy later? What are the numbers? What do they look like? Well, we got the guy to talk about it here today. Cole Schweidering is a loan officer. And Cole, you've been on Turnkey before, so we didn't scare you away the first time. Welcome back.
Thank you so much for having me back. We have a lot to talk about, don't we?
It's been kind of a wild season when just with rates lately, it seems like they keep going up, and now all of a sudden they're starting to go down with the good news, I'm assuming, out of Iran.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, it's been a wild couple weeks with the start of everything in Iran. And so things went up, things will trend back down, then something else will come back out, they'll go up again. It's just a very volatile time. So.
How do you keep up with it?
Oh man, just living in the space every day is really the only reason I keep up with it.
When rates do go down, do you then call your clients and say, hey, I think we need to lock it in now?
Yeah, so I'll be a little careful with that, right?
Okay.
I figure out their risk profile. Can they afford if rates go up a little bit, versus the reward if rates go down? Because it's really hard to navigate. So I just educate them and then give them the decision, right? Here's the numbers. Here's what could happen both ways, and then let them make that educated decision. But I don't really love to gamble because it's so unpredictable right now.
Oh, I mean, it's crazy. You think of someone who's shopping for their first home right now. It's stressful enough. to try to figure out the home buying process, right?
Yeah.
There's the mortgage side of things is what you can afford and what that payment looks like. And you're comparing rates, and sometimes they're not the same going from one loan officer to the other. And sometimes when you get the printouts look different. So you're trying to figure that out too. So it's a lot to think about. Not to mention the volatile environment that we're in right now.
You're so spot on. And it's a different conversation too. If somebody's really tight on debt to income ratio and they may, if rates go up a little bit, they may not qualify. That's a whole different conversation, right?
Yeah.
So,
So I'm sure you get the question all the time from potential new clients is, what is the difference if I buy now or I buy later? Maybe I save a little bit and I buy later. You have provided us with a excellent comparison of what that actually looks like, buying versus rent. And there's a lot of numbers on the
yes,
screen.
there is. Yep.
Don't worry, we're gonna take our time and go through this in detail. So hang with us. So Cole, I'm gonna make this full screen.
Yep.
What are we looking at?
Yeah, so let's talk through this. You hit the nail on the head. Actually, this is the buy versus rent.
This is the buy versus rent.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to go that direction?
Yeah, let's go
first?
that route.
Let's go buy versus rent. So this is a common question that I get, right? Is people are like, should I buy now or should I rent? And the real
Houses are expensive. I don't know if I want to pay for when something breaks. When I rent, I everything's taken care of for me. However, rent is 100% interest.
correct.
So this is that comparison.
Correct. Yep. Spot on here. So really the question to be asking yourself is, what is renting costing you? Okay. So when we go through these examples today, what I did was I just did a $450,000 purchase price,
Okay.
putting 5% down, right? To give you some perspective here.
That's a purchase price right up there.
Yep,
Okay.
purchase price right up there. So what we're going to look at today is a couple different factors that happen behind the scenes, which makes home buying such a powerful wealth building tool. Okay. And so when you look down a little bit here, you're going to see what the mortgage payment would be year one versus renting. Okay. So what I was using for a rent payment is $2,700. Okay. Because that's about, on a $450,000 house, depending on where you're at in Charlotte, probably what you're going to pay or somewhere around there. Okay.
Mhm.
And then it includes the rental insurance in there as well. So what you're going to notice is on the surface in year number one, you're going to see that it is cheaper to rent than it is to buy a home. Okay.
Right.
But
Adding everything up there.
correct. But remember, owning a home, it builds wealth over time. It's not a get rich quick scheme. Okay.
Mhm.
So there's some things behind the scenes that benefit you over time on purchasing a home. Number one is appreciation. Okay. So every year that you own that home, ideally your home's going up in value.
Mhm.
So this example here, I believe uses, it's like 3.5% is kind of what we see with historical
Yeah,
appreciation here in Charlotte.
3.21, I believe, is what you have in
3.21,
the
okay.
upper left-hand corner.
So even a little bit more conservative than that.
Mhm.
Okay. And this is over a 9-year outlook here. Okay.
Mhm.
And so if you look up there, after 9 years of owning a home, you would have about 147,000. I'm having a hard time seeing it, but
147,989. Your screen is a lot smaller than mine.
No
and
worries, no-
Hopefully at home you got a bigger TV.
thank you for clarifying there.
Yeah.
So 147,000.
You know, I could probably zoom in a little bit more here. There we go.
Yep. Perfect. And then there's a second wealth building tool with owning a home, right? So you have appreciation, your home's value going up over time. Number two is what we call amortization. So
Mhm.
every month, every time you make a mortgage payment, a portion of that mortgage payment is going down to, going towards paying down your principal loan balance.
Mhm.
Okay.
Principal loan balance would be, let me see, where do we have it here on the screen? Because it's a $450,000 purchase price.
That's correct. Are you looking per payment?
Yes.
Yeah. Go down real quick.
Okay.
You'll notice year one, it breaks it out there. You got your principal versus your interest.
Okay.
So $410 versus the $2,292, I
Right.
believe. Yep. Now, over time, what's important to understand about a mortgage is interest is front loaded. Okay.
Right.
So on a 30-year fix, you're going to pay more interest at the beginning of the term than you will as you go along. So
Mhm.
you're going to notice, like year 5, for example, you're now starting to pay more principal than you were in year 1, and et cetera, the longer you
Well,
go.
and at some point here, they're going to cross in the middle.
Correct.
And it's going to
Yep.
invert. So then at some point, you are paying more toward your principal, so your equity portion,
Yes.
than you are interest, which is just money that's flying out the window.
That is 100%.
Not maybe not on your end, but
100% correct. Yeah, and this would be a good plug. This is why it's powerful if individuals have the capability to make a little extra payment towards principal each month or at least once a year. It can be a powerful
Tax
tool to
season
cut
is a
down
great time to think about that. If people are getting a refund, it's already money that isn't in your bank account. A lot of people put that toward their principal for their home.
You hit the nail on the head. This is the perfect time of year if you come into a tax refund and you have that capability, do an extra payment. It's going to save you a ton in interest
Over
the life
time.
of
You
it.
might not notice it right out of the gate, but over time you're cutting years off of your 30-year mortgage probably.
Yep, you are correct.
So we talked about the difference in payments from year 1, year 5. What are we seeing here when we are comparing the overall expenses of the home and your mortgage payment versus rent?
Yes. So what this is going to capture here is it's capturing the gain in appreciation, the gain in amortization, and as well as the cash flow difference. So one thing I wanted to point out is we all know as renters, rent doesn't stay the same for 9 years, right? Rent costs are going to go up year over year.
Pretty much right around 5%, right?
Right around 5%.
Okay.
So my example might be a little bit to the higher side.
Okay.
This was using an average of 6% each year.
Okay.
But the numbers will change, but not by much. So pretty much, year 1, yes, it is cheaper to rent a home than it is to buy a home. However, by the time year 9 comes around, you're going to be paying more in rent than you would for your mortgage payment. Because one thing people need to know about a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is that principal and interest portion of your payment stays the same, okay? Because you're fixed on that interest rate.
Taxes really are the only thing that
taxes
changes,
and
right?
insurance can go up over time, but this example even factors that in. Where you see property taxes and insurance, you'll notice that increases over the year. So just to kind of put a bow on top here, because the audience can kind of take a look at this and break it down, when you factor in that appreciation gain, that amortization gain, cash flow difference, and then it even looks at the negatives, right? The cost to close on a home and the cost to sell a home, you would have a net gain of buying a house of over $202,000 if you kept that house for 9 years. So you can see that that's a powerful wealth building tool over time.
Well, and it's quite the swing when you're talking about a home that appreciates. And this is, excluding a big 2008 moment, right? When you're talking about the year over year appreciation of that property and then rent that continues to go up, that could be an 8% swing.
Yes, very much
that's
so.
significant.
Very much so. Yeah, I'm passionate about it. I mean, there's the statistic I think that came out in the NAR National Association of Realtors report last year that the average net worth of a homeowner is 43 times greater than that of a renter. And this is the perfect example. You really got to kind of dive deeper into it to see that, because a lot of people just stop on the surface and they're like, hey, like it's cheaper to rent right now than it is to buy.
True.
Yes, that's true. Maybe year one, but if you're planning on owning a home for some time, right? 3, 4, 5 years,
right?
You can see where like this can really build some wealth for you.
So it sounds like you're on the side of you should probably buy a home.
Well, yes. Now, it really depends on your financial situation. I'm the first person to, when I sit down with individuals, if it's not the right time to buy, we're never going to push you to that. But however, if you're in a good situation and you've saved up and you're ready to buy, you're just kind of maybe waiting, which will be our next topic for rates to go down.
Right.
We're going to have a different conversation. Why not go ahead and enter home ownership now?
All right, I've got it all queued up right here. This is buy now versus waiting. This is just year one. So you're saying the benefit of buying now for this particular scenario is a basically $10,500 difference.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah, so let's talk about this real quick. So just going back, same parameters here. This is a $450,000 home.
Okay.
5% down, okay? And I'm using a 6.5% interest rate. As we talked about, things are very volatile. Could be a little different when this episode comes out, but this will give you a good illustration here. So what this is going to consider here is rates decreasing to 5.875%. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe rates will be in a year. No guarantee, but for the illustration here. So remember on the last part of this segment here, we talked about home appreciation. Okay. Home appreciation is the big key in this. So if you buy that house at $450,000 today, assuming the 3.45% appreciation rate, that home's going to be worth $465 and some change.
Yeah, 465. You got 465, 512 is what you've got.
Yep, perfect. So let's just say 465, right?
Okay.
And so in a year, that home's going to be worth 465. Okay. So that's your appreciation gain that you would have by buying now.
And keep in mind too, 4% is, conservative.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
I mean, during COVID. Now, I almost hate using that example, but there were properties that were seeing 20% appreciation for 1 year.
Yes.
So that number can fluctuate, but that 3.45, I feel like that's pretty conservative.
I think it's a pretty conservative average. You're right. We've seen upwards of 10%, and even in hard times, maybe just 1%. So 3% gives us a nice conservative average. So that's why I think this is a good illustration, like even at 3%. So a couple things we want to consider, right? The appreciation gain, which is over $15,000 just in appreciation alone by buying now. Now, now we got to look at the other side of this, right? So if rates were to drop to 5.875 and you were to wait, you're only going to be saving about $77 per month. Okay.
Okay. So the box on the right
Correct.
is factoring in if rates drop a whole percentage point from
almost. So
because this is what
6.5 down to 5.875.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yep.
So you're saving $77 a month for that swing, which I think is a significant swing.
Yeah, you would think it's a significant thing,
Yeah.
but it really doesn't change the payment as much as you think. Don't get me wrong, we'd all love to save an extra $77 a month, right? But with that being said, it's not a huge change, so we're going to factor that in. That's if you annualize that over 12 months, that's $924 of savings, okay? And then we're also going to factor in the cost of refinancing, right? Because remember, if you buy now, you're always eligible, as long as you can credit qualify and income qualify, to refinance at a later time. So let's factor that in as well, the cost of refinance.
So I buy now and remind me what the interest rate was.
6.5%.
6.5%. I get that $15,000 in appreciation.
Correct. Yep.
And then I refinance next year, let's say at 5.875.
Yep.
875. What does that kind of, I'll calculate out to be then?
Yeah. So the delta here, the benefit of buying today versus waiting a year for rates to drop to call it 5.875 is over $10,000. Okay. The power is in that appreciation, because the cool part is once you own that home, you can always refinance, right? As long as you qualify. What you can't do is you can't go back and buy that house for what it was worth last year.
Right. Which we know once we get to anything that starts with a 5 for interest rates, buyers flood the market because it looks good.
100%. Yep.
And then, what we traditionally see on the real estate agent side is there's more competition, there are more buyers, and then the price of that home goes up.
That's correct. Yeah. And it seems like, the last year and some change, it seems like almost 6.25 has kind of been that line in the sand. Like activity picks up at like 6.25. And so there's been a couple times over the last 12 months where we've touched the 5s. And I can tell you from like an application standpoint, there's a lot more home buyer interest. So guess what happens when there's more interest, it increases the demand, things get more competitive in the market again. So right, hence the appreciation, your home going up in value.
Yeah. And then you end up paying more for a home, and then your mortgage payment goes up, or you have to find a home that's less expensive because you're going to be paying more for that house to begin with. So we have one more scenario here that I want to bring up. It's the cost of waiting. You provided this as 2 years.
Yep, 2 years.
So what is the difference between what we just looked at and this one?
Yep. So same purchase price, same down payment, using 6.5% today. And I actually did a 5.25% rate in 2 years, right?
Okay.
So that is over a full percentage point and some change. And so this is going to do the same exact illustration. It's going to look at the appreciation gains over that 2-year period. And then on the other side of things, it's going to factor in the monthly savings, which is what, you can see it better on your screen,
$165 a month.
$165 a month. And so the same exact thing, it factors in the amount that you would save each month, as well as the cost of refinancing. And over a 2-year period, even if rates drop to 5.25, there'd still be a net benefit of over $22,000.
So do you feel like when you're talking with, potential clients or just out and about chatting with people in town, do you think that people understand this?
I don't. I think people look at things surface level, which is totally fine, right? If you're not in the mortgage industry, you're not necessarily expected. They don't teach this stuff in school. And so you think of these things on surface level, automatically your brain says, higher interest rates, I probably shouldn't buy right now. It doesn't make sense. Let's wait for things to drop. And that's what stalls people's decision. Same thing on the buy versus rent scenario, right? On the surface, renting appears cheaper than buying. People don't really like pull back the rug and see the benefits of home ownership over time.
I think too, that monthly payment, when you're paying rent and you're basing your expenses off of what you make, what you can afford, and you're used to that rental payment, it can be intimidating thinking about buying a home and that payment's going to change and it's going to go up. And if the scenario kind of like what we presented, you're paying more per month than if you're buying than you are if you're renting. That's a tough pill to swallow for people.
Very much is a tough pill to swallow. Now, I tell people though, it's like when you buy a home, think of the amortization, paying down your principal loan balance. It's a little bit like a forced savings account, right? Because every month you make a payment, a portion of it goes towards principal, and you're kind of paying yourself back in the form of creating equity. Whereas if you're a renter, unfortunately, you're not getting any equity, right? Or if anything, you're paying for the equity for your landlord. So, I'm very passionate about home ownership. I mean, if you just look back,
I would hope so.
Years and years, they got like long outlook, right? I mean, people have created generational wealth through real estate. So I'm a firm believer if you're in a position where you feel comfortable making that jump, I would encourage you to do it.
So let's talk about the rate situation. What causes, excluding the chaos of what we've experienced the past month or so, what traditionally causes rates to go up and down?
Yeah, so really two things. It all comes down to the Federal Reserve. Now, it's important to know that the Fed does not set mortgage rates.
But every time the Fed lowers rates, everyone gets all excited, right?
Correct.
Why is that?
Exactly. Now, what the Fed does, influences the mortgage market over time. And I must say that the mortgage market is always forward-looking. So what I mean by that is the mortgage market's going to move before the Fed ever moves, right? They're trading on speculation of what the Fed's going to do. So going back to your initial question, what really moves mortgage rates? Two things. It's inflation and it's jobs, okay? Because the Fed has a dual mandate: maximum employment and keeping inflation at, they say, 2% is their target level. So really the reason why we've seen rates jump, taking the whole Iran stuff out of it, which does influence it, is inflation. So right now, inflation is quite a bit over the Fed's 2% target. So immediately they're like, okay, I don't know about the rate cuts. We got to get inflation under control. However, they got a tough job right now because on the other side of things, the job market is not performing as expected, right? It may look strong on the surface, but when you kind of peel back the curtain, the jobs market is not doing as good as expected. So now the Fed says, shoot, which part of this dual mandate do we kind of focus on? And I would argue that right now, inflation is a little bit more of their focus. So unless we start to see further cracks in the jobs market, I think the Fed's going to kind of sit tight and see what happens here.
So what about the 10-year Treasury yield? Explain what that is and why there seems to be more of a focus on that for mortgage rates than anything else.
Yeah, so I think the 10-year Treasury yield's just a little bit easier to track. So it kind of moves in unison with mortgage rates. Don't want to get too far into the weeds with this, but with that being said, it's like as you see the 10-year Treasury yield go up, typically mortgage rates are going up. As you see the 10-year Treasury yield come down, mortgage rates are coming down.
So everyone wants to know, like, what is the crystal ball of rates? Where are they going?
Yeah,
What are your
so,
thoughts?
goodness gracious. If I had a crystal ball, I'd be on a beach living in paradise somewhere, right? Now, with that being said, I do think realistically, looking at the low of this cycle, I do think once things kind of sort itself out, we could probably get back into the high fives. Everybody that's rooting for the mid to low fives, which by the way, I'm rooting for that as well. However, I will tell you, it's going to take something to happen in the economy, whether it's the jobs market cracking or we really get inflation under control. So realistically, if you're looking to buy in the next year or so, I would have your expectation that rates will probably kind of hover somewhere in that higher 5% range.
So what is your suggestion then to someone who's sitting on the sidelines and they're unsure about whether or not they should buy a house or rent? If they at least want to kind of explore it and find out some answers, what is their next step? And tell me about how scary it is.
Yeah, 100%. Well, next step would be to consult with a mortgage loan advisor, somebody like myself, whoever's trusted in your circle. I think it's always good to have a conversation and let them illustrate some numbers to you like we did today. And I will tell you, like, if you're moving to the Charlotte area or if you live in the Charlotte area and you're planning on staying here for some time, look into buying a home, right? Now, if you're somebody who maybe might be moving in a year or two for a job relocation, maybe it doesn't make sense to purchase it, right? So yes, reach out to somebody you trust and just kind of look at the numbers and weigh the decision if it fits, your goals.
So what does that look like? You get someone who calls you and says, hey, I'm thinking about buying a home, but I don't know where to start. What are you going to ask them to submit? What does that whole pre-approval look like?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. So we're always going to start off with a discovery call. And the purpose behind that discovery call is to learn a little bit more about your home ownership goals and to learn a little bit more about you in general, right? So we can kind of have an idea of how to structure this mortgage and get things prepared to benefit you. From that discovery call, we will then typically have you submit a mortgage questionnaire. It's where we can kind of gather all your information in one place. And then we will do usually a soft credit check. That's where people get worried. Now, it's important to understand that a soft credit check does not impact your score like a hard credit check. Just like going to Credit Karma and how it pulls your scores.
Right.
That's a soft credit check.
Okay.
So really no harm, no foul. to take that next step
Mm-hmm.
to see what you may qualify for.
Mm-hmm.
And once we have a chance to review the questionnaire, we then do what we call an initial loan consultation, which is where we'll jump on a Zoom or a phone call and we'll walk through your questionnaire together and start putting together a budget
Mm-hmm.
and showing you the different options that are available to
And
you.
how much does all of this cost?
Absolutely $0.
Okay, so there's no risk in. It's not like you're. No offense to the attorneys out there, but it's not like you're setting up a $500 hour-long consultation with an attorney. This is all provided to you in hopes that they would be your client at some point.
Exactly, right. We're here to earn your business and to be advisors to you. Yeah,
Mhm.
we don't get paid a dime unless that mortgage makes it to the finish line.
Okay. Which I always think about that. The people who do inspections on the home, they always get paid because they're providing the service, and we have to wait until the closing day. And sometimes that falls apart the day before or the day of. You just
Yep.
never know. Okay, so they submit all their kind of financial information to you. You calculated it, and you spit out a number and say, "Here's the max of what you can afford." Right? Is that how that works?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to look at your max, but in that discovery call, I must add, I always go a little deeper. It's like, even though we can maybe qualify you for X,
Right.
what are you going to be comfortable paying from a
Mhm.
mortgage perspective? What I'm seeing right now is a lot of times it ends up being a little bit more of a balancing act. They can afford more, but they don't want to pay it.
Mhm.
And we're not here to push them to go to that higher purchase price.
Right.
You know, we're here to put together a scenario that fits their budget goals.
Because at the end of the day, you want them to make the payments too. I mean,
Exactly.
that's-
Yes.
You want
Yes. We don't.
success. Everyone wants success around here.
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah.
We don't want to put you into a situation where you're going to be uncomfortable. And there's even been times where I've had to kind of talk people back down. It's like, look, you told me your comfort range was $2,500 a month. We're at $3,000 at this purchase
Mhm.
price.
Big difference.
Maybe we need to tone it back a little bit. So it's a lot of setting expectations, right? And that's why we're here as advisors. We're here to educate you and give you everything you need to make an informed decision.
Well, I feel like you did a lot of that today on Turnkey, Cole. I really appreciate you coming on the show, and I think it was informative, and hopefully it helps the first-time home buyers out there get a better understanding of what they're jumping into when they're thinking about buying their first home.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me, Morgan.
Yeah, thank you everyone else out there for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to Order in the Court. I am Queen City News anchor Brian Blakely, along with my man here.
Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rose. What's going on, Brian?
Always good to see you, especially on this Monday as we start taping here for Order in the Court. We got three good topics for you today. First off, we want to start off with a family that is suing a beverage distributor after their young teen, a cheerleader, young girl, died after drinking too much of these energy drinks that had too much caffeine in there. And they're suing the beverage company because they say they didn't warn them enough about what was going to be in this drink before they consumed it.
Yeah, this distributor is who they're suing, and they're not the last folks to get sued. The company is saying that we anticipate potentially adding manufacturers, marketers, and influencers, but this is the distributor. So we're talking about a company that's out of Texas, Glazers Beer and Beverage, local distributor of the Celsius Holdings company product that they sell in their locations. And what they're saying is that obviously, like any tort, it's duty, breach, causation, and damages. So that's going to be in every complaint. But then you also have defective product design, failure to warn, right? And negligent marketing. But you may be saying, Brian, well, okay, but they didn't make the product, right? The distributor didn't make this product, but courts has held for a number of years that, yes, a distributor of a defective product can be held liable, often under strict liability, meaning that if a party is in the chain of custody, that supply chain of distribution, that's distributors, wholesalers, retailers, regardless of fault, strict liability will apply to all of them. And it's crazy because this is like a law school type of exam when they're saying, well, how do you get liability to distributor A? They give you this fact pattern, and it says a whole bunch of things about how they had nothing to do with the product. They didn't make the product. They didn't test the product. They never stored the product. But yet, the distributor can still be sued and is under strict liability. That is a clear law school type of question, and this lawyer is doing good lawyering by adding every party that you can to the potential lawsuit.
Yeah, it's what we talk about quite a bit. Excuse me. When you have these type of lawsuits, you're going to go ahead and go after everybody you can. And the distributor here, they're saying that they didn't disclose the risk of consuming these drinks, and it's I believe there's over 200 milligrams per can in this Alani Nu that was consumed by this young woman. And not sure how many drinks she actually had, but still going forward, where do you think the distributor company has to? Where do they have to do the duty to warn for this?
And see, again, I think that duty to warn, that's going to be more to the manufacturer, more to the actual, maybe even the potential seller. But the distributor, they don't have a duty to warn. It's really going to be just strict liability. Were you in the chain? That's it.
Yes.
Were you in the chain, supply chain of a product that was defective? Were you on the chain of a product that failed to warn? So their chain, their claim, their defense will be tied really to the co-defendants. If the other co-defendants are found to have negligently labeled or have a product that was inherently defective, then by essence of them being in the supply chain order, they can be held strictly liable without have committed any negligent act, specifically failing to label or notify or warn.
And this poor young girl, she died of after suffering a deadly cardiac event. Doctors and the coroners did say that she was caused by excessive caffeine consumption. And we've seen this type of thing happen before. I remember with a tea drink that was sold in a restaurant. But the suit here, what do you think goes next here is what happens? Because as you go down the line with suing everybody, do some of them drop off? Do some of them get dismissed? Or do some of them just settle?
A little bit of both. It'll be a mixed bag. There will be some folks that attempt to get this dismissed by filing a motion for dismissal under a 12B6 motion saying that you failed to state a claim. And so that will be your normal response as a defendant. You'll file a response, and you'll also file a motion to dismiss. Most claims are dismissed in federal court. And so that's where you'll attempt to get the case tossed. However, these facts seem extremely good for this case to move forward on a negligent failure to label or a defective product. The portion that I'm going to have issue with is, did the label tell you that over 200 milligrams of caffeine was in the can? Well, the defense is saying, yes, we have that on the label. Did you have a warning that recommended or told kids that they shouldn't, consume this product? Well, yes, they had that as well. So then on the other side, you'll have plaintiffs saying, well, you had these labels, you listed these items, but that wasn't enough. It was an inadequate warning, that the warning should have been further, that talked about cardiac risks, I should say, and the risk to minor young consumers, not just telling them they can't or should not take this, but explaining what would occur if you take this. That's the type of risk that you had a warning. You had this label, but did the label go far enough? I think if the label didn't go far enough, that's what's going to take you to allow this claim to continue and beat a motion for 12B6 dismissal request.
But you have laws that should be stating, right? Where do you have the federal law or the state laws, or when it comes to these type of things for the consumers? When it comes to energy drinks, is there a certain statute out there that says you have to post all this?
This is going to be more under case law. This is going to be case law that requires that you have warning labels that are placed on there. Sometimes it's going to be the product itself. So U.S. Food and Drug Administration is going to say what the guidelines for the daily consumption of, caffeine on a day. I know it's 400 milligrams because I was looking at it for this story. So if a person is taking 4 or 5 of these drinks, you're well over the daily requirement for what they recommend. But you're asking, is there a labeling requirement? And the answer is typically no, that it would say you have a duty to warn, but the state or the federal government isn't going to give you a specifics on what that warning should be. It's not like the Surgeon General warning on tobacco that's going to say, hey, this, the Surgeon General tells you that this tobacco can kill you or can cause cancer. Those are the types of things that specific warning would give. But for food or for energy type of drinks, it's going to be based on what tort law has established you should warn, and you have a duty to warn, or you have a claim that's brought against you for failing to warn.
Yeah, and it's certainly sad to see the family there at the press conference as they're announcing this lawsuit, to see everyone that is so upset and just to understand they lost their loved one. You certainly feel for them because it's heartbreaking as it is, and it was certainly a story that we'll keep following and see where that one goes, throughout this case as it progresses. Other thing we want to talk about our next segment, the segment is that guy right there. He is now a judge dismissed his $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal over the Epstein birthday card from this past summer. We're going to talk about that one a little bit more coming up after the break. You're watching Order in the Court on Queen City News Plus Live. Welcome back to Order in the Court. Khalif and Brian here talking about some top legal issues that are happening as court is in session. The second one we're going to be talking about today. Khalif, that is a judge dismissed that lawsuit that President Trump had filed $10 billion worth against the Wall Street Journal. It was a lawsuit from last summer where the Wall Street Journal, over a story that a newspaper wrote about a birthday letter, the president, his name was on it, that addressed the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. But the judge dismissed that case today.
Yeah, I said this when he filed the claim that this was going to be a hard, when he brought it under defamation. President Trump is familiar with the standard for defamation, himself being sued under defamation a number of times and bringing claims under defamation a number of times. So he understands what the standard is. And so you got to ask yourself, what is the standard for a case like this, for an individual like President Trump? The normal standard is that a person makes a false statement that they knew or should have known that was false. That's the standard. However, if you are a public figure, which President Trump is, the standard requires a little bit more. You got to go a little bit higher. It's not just knew or should have known in that you did make a false statement, but that you had actual malice when attempting to make the statement. The judge in this case said that there was no record that supported that there was actual malice being done with this story, that there was no attempt to hurt or harm President Trump when making this story, and they were actually just reporting on what the story, how the story, where the story led them. So the court's reasoning is pretty standard for these type of responses from a judge, that the complaint didn't sufficiently plead that the defendants acted knowingly or falsely or recklessly disregarded the truth as required under the definition of the law. So that's why this was dismissed.
Yeah, and it was in the alleged letter that was from Trump to Epstein. There was some salacious stuff that was kind of tied to Epstein's lifestyle. U.S. District Judge Darren Gales said that the president failed to act with legal malice, but he did leave the opportunity open here for him to file again. Yep. That's the thing. And President Trump said today that he would refile the lawsuit that was tossed out by the judge today.
President Trump says in social media response that the ruling is not a termination, but a suggested refiling of what he described as a powerful case, adding that he intends to refile by April 27th. So, yes, I mean, the judge didn't close this with prejudice, allowed it to remain open, given the opportunity to amend the complaint, or I should say refile the complaint. That happens a lot. Folks file complaints, and you can either amend it before a judge makes a decision. You may have looked at your complaint and recognize, hey, I got a deficiency in here. So you'll amend the complaint and then reserve it on the other parties. Or you go to court, the other side's asking for it to be dismissed, and you get it like this. The judge says, hey, you in your complaint, you don't meet the elements for this crime or for this charge or for this this law,
claim, yeah.
This claim. My brain went frozen right for that second. But yeah, for this claim, just like in criminal law, there will be elements for each type of thing you're bringing forward. So if it's a battery, I had to have either placed you in imminent fear of bodily harm, or I have to have physically assaulted you and hit you, right? Or for defamation, it's again, was the item false? Did you know or should have known that it was false? And did you act with malice? Those are the three elements. The judge said that, hey, you're missing the element of this claim, and because you're missing the element, you need to go ahead and file an amended complaint to fix the deficiencies. And again, that happens more times than you know.
So defamation cases like this, when we see that happen, especially with President Trump, he's known to attack a lot of his people that publish certain things,
yes,
write certain things, and say things on air. Going forward, do you have to prove in court with a lot of the discovery when it comes to going forward with anything of some of the, how do you produce it? Are there emails that are required to show you? Obviously, there is the work of actually how they got this story for the Wall Street Journal. Tell me about how that works with when you're going with your client. Say it would be the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, so you're talking about the discovery process. Discovery is depositions, interrogatories. Depositions is sitting down, having interviews with key people that we believe would have information. And so I want to talk to anyone that had touched this story. I want to talk to an editor. I want to talk to who wrote it. But also when you're talking about interrogatories, we're thinking about questions as a team that we want to ask the other side. And so we submit our questions, and then they have to submit those back. That portion takes a long time as well. But then there's also what's called a litigation hold or litigation freeze. There's a litigation happening. You're being sued. If you have a legal counsel that's working in-house or outside counsel, they will advise you, hey, freeze all emails connected to this story. Don't delete anything. We have a preservation, requirement, because now the court is going to, at some point, require us to turn over some of these documents. So we can't delete any email that's connected to this. So you ask, how do you figure out or prove your case? Because the burden is on President Trump and his team to prove his case. It's not going to be on Wall Street Journal to defend. They have really no burden, no proof to defend. It's going to really be on President Trump to prove that he acted with malice. So what the emails, text messages, answers in interrogatories, answers in depositions, all of that discovery process will help them prove their case. But it's going to be hard, specifically if you can't show that it was a false statement first. But then if you can get over the fact of making it a false statement, pointing to actual malice is going to be extremely hard. You're going to have to show emails, smoking gun type of emails that show, hey, we're running this story with the intent to, disparage the president. Or we're running this story with the intent, and we know that it's false. That's the type of standard that it is for a person that is a public figure. It's an extremely high standard.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's going to probably happen again, as President Trump said he would refile at the end of the month here in April. That also causes a lot of legal things for the president to refile here because he has to prove that, right?
Well, I mean, he has an opportunity to refile, and so his attorneys obviously are scrambling right now to find a way to ensure that when they
can prove the malice.
Right. And so because if you had the malice, they would have listed it in the original complaint. They know the elements just like I know the elements. And so you would assume that they didn't have it. That's why you file it without it. And that you hope the other side, when asking for a summary disposition motion, doesn't catch it.
Or they'll just say, okay, we're going to settle or something.
I mean, yes.
Is that what
but you don't settle a case like this without thoroughly reviewing the complaint. And when you're looking and checking the boxes to say, hey, do they meet all of the elements? If the answer is no, there's no reason to settle. Now, if the answer was yes, and they had actual malice and they could point to actual malice, and yeah, just like you've seen President Trump have settlements with a number of other institutions, this probably would have been one that could settle. But if you don't have the elements, we're not walking to the table to settle, especially for $10 billion.
Sure. All right, we're going to talk about this guy right here coming up on the next segment. That is Albert, the alligator, and its owner wants him back. We're going to tell you that whole story coming up in our next segment. You're watching Order in the Court, the Queen City News Plus Live with Khalif and Brian. Welcome back to Order in the Court. Get our third segment of the day here with Khalif and Brian, and we are going to be talking about a New York man who he has abandoned a 2-year court battle to recover this guy, a 12-foot, 750-pound alligator named Albert. And it was after he was seized a few years ago from his Buffalo area home and then moved down to a rehab or a sanctuary type of facility in Gator Country in Texas.
Yep.
But he's been wanting to get his gator back. You see, he raised him as a little baby there. And he says he's a big baby now, but he wants his gator back. But he says it was just too much to try to fight and get him back.
Albert is in better place than he was there. Let me say this. Albert got to the place in Texas blind in both eyes, suffering from spinal and neurological issues, and unable to fully support his full body weight. Sanctuary staff said that it was primarily because he had poor health, because the water hadn't been changed in 7 years.
They said he built a pool in his
In
basement.
the basement.
And so it was a makeshift little area where there it is, where he could stay. And he lived there for pretty much and never changed the water for 7 years.
But also was feeding him fried chicken and fish sticks. I mean, if you got a 750-pound alligator, you got to give him raw meat at the very minimum. So, and the crazy part is, this guy had a permit to keep the animal. He had a permit to keep Albert, and his permit lapsed. And the folks said that he just didn't get it updated in time. So to me, that's the part that's laughable, is that all he had to go through was the administrative and due process portion of this, and he probably would have saved himself, thousands of dollars in legal fees. I mean, because litigation.
If he would have done that, even after the alligator was seized.
Well, I think before.
After the alligator was seized, then he tried to fight to get it back, and that's where he said, this is costing too much.
But I think before there is when he could have kept the alligator. He already had it from when it was growing up, right? And then at some point, permit expires in 2021. They took it 2 years ago, which would have been 2024, 2023, depending on the time. So, okay, they take your alligator, but it lapsed for almost 2 years. The agency said he failed to properly renew, even though he claims his attempts went unanswered. Authorities then seized it, but they said failure to renew was only one. They also believe that he put the public at danger while allowing people and children to see the animal up close. But then the third thing was that they put the animal's health at risk by giving him an unhealthy diet. And so I think
fried chicken and fish sticks there.
Fried chicken and fish sticks to a 750-pound alligator. I'm not sure if that's the standard, but my heart does go out to this man. He definitely seems like he was concerned and frustrated that his animal was taken.
It was his beloved pet.
It
We
was.
raised him since he was a baby, and obviously that's not for everybody, but the fight to get him back, when you lose an animal like that, when you do something like that, the fight and the legal fees to get them back, you still have to do all those things like get the permit. And then how he just said, what is he fighting? What are those legal costs? Who's fighting him for the legal
The
costs?
state of North Carolina, of New York. The
They
state
don't
of
want
New
him
York.
to have the animal back.
Yep. They're saying that even if you would have done what you're supposed to do permitting-wise, you don't have the ability to raise him properly, and you're not taking the proper safeguards to ensure that he doesn't hurt someone else in the future by allowing kids or adults to be near him. So that's the fight. The fight is, did he have an authority to keep an animal like this? I think he at some point, I think he did. Does he now have authority? The answer is no. And would they have granted it to him even after some type of lawsuit success? I'm not sure. And that's going to be the issue with something like this, where litigation just continues to go. As he said, like, they were never going to let me get my animal back. And that was hard to read, hard to hear. But to his point, I've been taking care of this alligator since he was a newborn, right? And so at least another year, a year and a half of stress and money is what it would have cost him, is what he speculated. And that cost was just too much. And so this isn't one that was, terminated based on the facts. This was terminated based on the cost. And most of the time in court, cost does that. When I talk to folks about litigation, I start at the very beginning and I say, hey, litigation is expensive. You'll put this money in our retainer, in our trust account, and we'll bill off of it. You may start with $10,000 or $15,000, and at some point there'll be nothing left, and then you'll have to re-up the retainer. You'll have to put more money into the account.
How do you
That-
decide? Yeah.
That portion is where it gets hard for people to say, well, darn, do I even want to go for it with litigation? And these are folks that have means oftentimes, but they're saying, do I want to spend $50,000, $60,000 on a case, or do I just want to let it go? And sometimes the answer is, I'll spend whatever it takes.
The man's heart here obviously did not want to let his beloved pet Albert here go. But how do you decide yourself and exactly what that retainer fee is? Is it the case? Is it based on a percentage of what you think it's going to be? Is it the upfront type of research that you're going to have
A
to
little
do?
bit of both. And so I know what I would say, here's my hourly rate. You know, we charge $500 an hour. And we know to start a case like this, just to do the complaint, to draft it, to do the background, they take 10 to 15 hours just for us to start. And so we want to ensure that you have enough to cover that initial start and the initial, you know, what would happen after a fact. Because every time we get on the phone, that's drawing off of that retainer. Anytime I talk to someone about your case, that's drawing off the retainer. And so recognizing that, okay, you're billing every, you know, every 15-minute, you know, increment, or every 6-minute increment, depending on how the retainer agreement is listed. So recognizing that that initial deposit can disappear quickly. And so I overemphasize that to clients because I don't want them to recognize that, hey, this is more than I pun intended, bit off.
Right.
And this isn't fish sticks or fried chicken either.
Right. Oh, the poor guy there. Both poor guys as far as
Yes.
the New York man who is probably
Hey,
his heart was in the right place.
I tip
The
my hat
alligator.
to this guy, man. I mean, he
He
built
fought.
a pool in his house for the alligator. I mean,
Yes.
that's commendable. I mean,
And he's probably thought, when that alligator got too big, how am I going to change the water? Where am I going to put the alligator for a little bit? And
I don't think he contemplated changing that water. And then, but to his point, let's be clear: alligators live in nasty swamps anyway.
True.
Are they changing out the water in the swamps?
No, they're
they
not.
probably are not.
But are
And
they
so
changing his diet from fish sticks and fried
they're
chicken?
probably not giving him fish sticks and fried chicken. So
Uh,
I'm with him on the water. I am totally against him on the diet. So yeah, this alligator went blind based on that diet. So yeah, I mean,
Poor guy had diabetes, and I don't even know if you could test diabetes on an alligator or something. Well, good stuff today. Hope you enjoyed watching Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Those are our 3 segments, and appreciate you, and thanks for watching today. Khalif, good stuff today.
Always, man, always.
You're watching Queen City News Plus. Welcome to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. You've all heard of the term honor flights. Today, we are joined by Mike Stubbs, who is a Purple Heart recipient and also a board member of the Queen City Honor Flight. Mike, you were in the Army.
Yes, sir.
And can you, first of all, before we get into the honor flight, can you just talk about your service?
Well, I entered the Army in June of 1966. 19 years old, just 1 year out of high school. Never heard of Vietnam. It was so amazing. It was never talked about when I was in high school or anything of that sort. Got drafted. Actually did something that didn't want to tell anybody in my family until I was laying up in the hospital at Fort Bragg after they brought me home from my wounds from Vietnam. That's when I informed my family that I actually volunteered for the draft. Had a job at Western Electric. You know, it was okay. I wasn't crazy about it. I said, can't be any worse. I volunteered for the draft. But I did find out it could be worse. So I learned, be careful what you volunteer for.
Careful with which
Right.
you wish for. You were wounded.
Yes,
What-
sir. Three
so-
times. Yeah.
3 times.
Yes, 3 times. But I went in, like I said, in June of 66, Fort Jackson. Left there, went to Fort Gordon, Georgia, where I went through basic training. From there, I went to Fort Polk, Louisiana.
I've been there. That's hot.
Oh, well, let me tell you, I had a unique name for Fort Polk. I call it Fort Puke Lazur. Whatever the good Lord had left over, he put in Louisiana. Because it was just like Vietnam. They had what they call Tigerland. That's where you went for infantry training. So I went through that. Right after that, I had a little short leave, went home for a week or so. Then I shipped out to Vietnam. Got to Vietnam in November of '66. Went to Alpha Company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Infantry, 1st Infantry Division. And I started out as a rifleman. When you start out, they don't know what your capabilities are. They got to find out.
Yeah.
And I only carried a rifle for a couple of weeks. Next thing I know, I'm carrying an M60 machine gun. I'm a machine gunner.
Wow.
And then in the 1st of April.
Which is that picture, by the way, right?
Yes, that is me holding the machine gun. And the ironic story about that, I was a squad leader then. I'd already been promoted to sergeant. But we'd been on a mission, lost a couple of men. They brought us into a base camp. We'd been in the jungle a little over a week. And they knew we needed a break.
Right.
And as you can see, I'm not the cleanest looking person in that picture. I mean, probably hadn't had a bath for over a week. Well, we landed there and the choppers let us out. Next thing I know, all of my men are taking their steel pods off, throwing their packs down, their weapons down. I walked over and picked up the M60 because it was filthy. I said, fellas, you don't take another bite till every one of you clean your weapons, especially this. That's the main weapon for an infantry platoon. And I wanted it clean because even though they were giving us an overnight break, we could have been called out the next hour having to go back out into the jungle again because of something going on.
If it's messy, it can get jammed, and then you don't have a defense mechanism.
Exactly. But then I went from there. Like I said, I was only in the Army like 7 months. When next thing, 8 months, I was promoted to sergeant. I became a squad leader.
Oh, wow.
Infantry squad leader, and I was a little guy. And I tunnel rat in '66 was a volunteer thing. Did not have to go. You couldn't make a man go in the tunnel because some guys couldn't handle it. And
what do you mean couldn't handle it?
Well, the stress, claustrophobic. I mean, the tunnels are small. I mean, you had to be small like me to go in anyway.
Right.
They were not big because the Vietnamese people were they're.
How many of these tunnels are we talking?
Oh, they had tunnels everywhere. Some areas had more complex tunnels. These tunnels were created back when the Vietnamese, the VC, the Viet Cong, and so on, the NVA, were fighting the French back in the 50s. That's when they started creating most of these tunnels.
Oh, wow.
They lived in these tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
It was just incredible because they could take these tunnels and they were dry, just like at nighttime. I'd take my squad out on an ambush at nighttime. Monsoon season, pouring down rain. I mean, it rains like you wouldn't believe during monsoon. And it's hot, it's humid. And see, you couldn't carry anything to cover up to stay dry because you carry a poncho. Poncho sound like a tin roof, rain hitting on that.
Yes.
That's all they could hear.
Right. Yeah.
So I'd let guys carry a poncho line, wrap it around you, but it gets soaking wet.
Right.
And the worst thing about it, when the rain stopped, usually around midnight, you could basically set your watch to how this rain works during the monsoon.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, mosquitoes would show up. And I'll tell you, some of those mosquitoes, I was scared that 2 or 3 of them was going to pick me up and carry me off. They were healthy mosquitoes. But continued doing that, I got a minor shrapnel wound in April. And then I was involved in one really big major battle on June the 17th of '67, Battle of Zombo 2. Got shrapnel there, but we lost guys.
Yeah.
And what I liked about the 1st Infantry Division, to get, you had to go back to the rear and be treated by a doctor. Well, I wasn't going to leave my men. So the medics worked on me, and I wasn't that bad.
Right.
And then continued doing things on several operations. I only had like 20 days left on my tour when I got my 3rd wound. I was shot in the neck and sprayed with shrapnel.
You were shot in the neck?
Shot in the neck, sprayed with shrapnel.
Where?
Right here. That's where it went in, and they had, cut me open to get it out and so on. So I'm a lucky person. I know that. Because a few days later, I was always the point squad. I was with Alpha Company when I first started out. But what they wanted to do with the infantry battalions, you had Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie infantry company. And then they decided they wanted to add a 4th infantry company to each of the battalions with the big red one. So they brought Delta. What they did with Delta Company, they came over on a ship. Took them 30 days to get to Vietnam. The whole company came over on a ship. The company commander, all the men involved with the company, the privates, the sergeants, whatever. The 1st sergeant, everybody came over on this ship. Well, I had a company commander. Actually, he had been a sergeant 1st class. His name was Clark Welch. And he was over the recon platoon. Well, they promoted Clark Welch straight from sergeant 1st class to 1st lieutenant. He was that sharp. He was a soldier's soldier.
A battlefield commission.
Battlefield commission.
Where you go from NCO to officer.
To officer. And they skipped second lieutenant, went straight to first lieutenant.
Wow.
He was going to be the company commander for Delta Company. Well, Alpha Company's company commander had just rotated out. So they give Clark Welch Alpha Company. They told him, you would not keep Alpha Company. You will be over Delta when Delta arrives. So he had to go to Cameron Bay and met when they got to the ship arrived in Cameron Bay with the Delta Company personnel. Well, him and First Sergeant Barrow met them. And there was a captain, Captain George, who's actually from Spartanburg, South Carolina, who I'll tell you a little bit more about him. But they got off the ship, and he thought he was going to have a Delta Company. Well, Clark Welch said, no, you will not have Delta. Delta is my company. You will be going to Alpha Company, which was the best thing to do anyway, because all these guys they were green, never been in Vietnam.
Green meaning brand new,
brand new.
to the service.
A lot of them brand new, never had any experience.
Yeah.
So what they decided to do is they told Clark Welch to pick so many sergeants from Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, basically 3 from each.
Right.
And I was one of them. He picked to go with him to Delta Company. We had to set these men up and get them ready for combat. It really worked out good. So we trained them for just a little over. They got there in July.
Right.
Late July. So we trained them for about 2 to 3 weeks, not quite a month. And then we started doing missions and things of that sort. So then on October the 8th, we went out to the field. And we were in an area never been called the Hobo Woods, Iron Triangle. Nobody had ever been in that area before. They knew it was heavily populated with the Viet Cong and some NVA regulars. So the 8th, we went to our area, set up our NDP night defensive positions. And the next morning, we were going on a search and destroy. Well, that evening...
And that means what you said, search
and destroy.
Yeah.
That evening, Clark Welch called me and Luther Smith to his area because we had a little first lieutenant he was green. And they tell the lieutenants when they get there, you listen to your sergeants. They're the ones that's going to know what the job is. They're going to be the ones to save your life.
Right.
But he talked with us and told us that next morning we were going on a search and destroy, that our platoon, first platoon, would be the lead platoon, and that I would be the point squad leader on the search and destroy. So I'd be out in front of everybody. So we were in this area, and we started out. They did something unique that day. They put 3 Chew Hoys signed onto my squad. Chew Hoys were ex-Viet Cong that had turned over to the south.
Right.
And to the Arvin side. And I had only one of them speak a little bit of English, so I kept him with me and my RTO.
Translators.
My RTO.
That knew the area.
Right. And my radio transmitter operator. So we're going to cut down some trails and stuff like that. And one of them stopped. There was a wire across the trail. They had booby-trapped a 500-pound bomb that had been dropped by our planes that didn't go off.
500.
But people think about 500-pound bomb. I know people can't see much, but it's not that huge. It's only about like this, but it's the weight of it. It's just so solid. But we marked it so the demolition people could come later and destroy that. But we come to a big opening in the jungle, about the size of a 3 football. And I called back to Clark Welch, told him what we had come to. And I said, I'll make a recommendation. I'm going to take my squad. We're going to cross this opening. We'll be the guinea pigs in case they've got a position there set up, observation post, set up looking to see if anybody's coming or what's going on. And I recommend you take, because it was Alpha and Bravo companies, Bravo was also with our Delta company. Delta was in the lead with Bravo following. I recommend you take Delta and Bravo companies. You go around the edge of the jungle. Stay in the edge of the jungle and come around. We'll meet you on the other side, because that way they don't see the size of our force, know what we got. So we crossed the opening and ran my men out. We found a place where they'd had an observation post where nobody was there, thank goodness. We'd gone in the jungle about 30 yards. All of a sudden, we saw 3 BC. They were getting ready to chop wood. If they'd have done it, we would have heard them. But they had not started. They started running. Well, I called back to Clark Welch to him and said, I've got contact. I'm going after them so they cannot set up an ambush. Well, what they did, they started setting up a hasty ambush. So we walked in. One of the Charlies stood up right in front of my point man.
And your point man is the person in
he's
front.
in the very front. First you had your point man, then they had my grenadier, then they had myself and my RTO. And they both froze. My point man, I opened up, killed the VC that was getting ready to shoot my point man. And next thing, everything just broke loose. We had the automatic weapons, claymores, grenades going off, and I was one of the first ones hit. Because it knocked me, it hit me, knocked me back, knocked me down to the ground. I'm laying there for a minute, spitting up
Getting
blood.
yourself back to, yeah.
I got back up and started. I won't go into detail. I've got a story here if you'd like to read it about what I did. That won't go into all that detail, but I had myself and 7 of my men wounded. No, I didn't lose a man that day. What's so bad about this? 8 days later, they're in the same area. And what I went into was a Viet Cong supply base camp. 8 days later, they're on a search and destroy, and 144 of our men walked into 1,400.
Welcome back to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. Today we are joined by Mike Stubbs, who is a board member for the Queen City Honor Flight. How often do you all get to do these honor flights?
At one time we were doing 2 a year. Now we're doing 1 flight a year, usually in the fall. This year's flight will be October the 10th.
How long have you been involved with this?
Oh gosh, I've been involved several years. I think this is like I can't even remember. See, the 8th or 9th flight coming up.
You said 2 things during our last segment that my ears perked up a little bit. You said when you all had gotten to a camp and everyone kind of just began to relax and you looked at the weapons and you were like, we need to clean these up. We need to clean these up and take care of what we need to before we start. That really hit me because here you are as a board member for the honor flight here in Charlotte. Did you see? Have you thought about that as far as the leadership that goes with that? As far as from back then to now, because you've got quite the resume.
Well, very, very much so, because the reason I love this, when I came home from Vietnam, I actually lost friends because of what I had done in Vietnam. It was just so different for the Vietnam veterans and the Korean veterans, the same way. Right. When we came home, you didn't talk about anything. You didn't tell anybody anything. You didn't even want people to know you'd been in Vietnam because some of the things that were going on, the things that they were saying about people. And it was just, people were almost cruel, just the way they were treating the veterans. You just kept it inside. Vietnam veterans at that time just did not join these organizations. You didn't feel accepted. And joined the military with the Purple Heart. Next thing I know, I'm starting to get involved, and I started doing. We had a commander. He moved to Louisiana. Well, somebody had to take the chapter over, and they said, "Mike, you're the one to do it." I said, "I don't want to do it." I took it over 15 years ago, and I started doing speeches and presentations, and that's when I started, telling my stories. And
what did that do to you, though?
Oh, it just released. It took 1,000 pounds off my shoulder. Because I tell veterans, when I do speeches at Memorial Day, I do speeches on Veterans Day, and I have special speeches because I want to talk to the veterans, even on the honor flight,
right
at the Vietnam veterans at the wall.
Yeah.
I do a speech, a presentation to all, which we're one of the only honor flights that do that. Basically, I didn't say this, but we're not supposed to be really doing that. The understanding we have, but we do it because it is so well accept it and appreciate it. Because these veterans need to know they're thanked. No matter what your job,
Yeah.
you were a truck driver, cook, fly, whatever.
So, and a lot of these veterans never had a homecoming, never were really properly welcomed home. Were now, did not have the pomp and circumstance of the celebration of, mission complete or whatever the case is.
Correct.
Let's jump ahead to they're selected. I know it's a selection process for them to get nominated or whatever else to get onto be picked on the honor flight. Talk about what they see and what they're like when they come back and get off that airplane.
Well, it's incredible because, as you say, the selection, we have a specific order: World War II, Korea, Vietnam, then Desert Storm, Iraq, Afghan veterans. And these gentlemen, we start out early, 6:30 in the morning. We usually around the time frame we leave the Charlotte Airport, flying to D.C. We fly into Reagan. When we get to Reagan, it's pretty quiet going up
right
on the flight. Because guys are still wondering what exactly is going to be transpiring here.
They don't know each other.
Right, they don't know each other, and each veteran has a guardian assigned to them. And we provide the wheelchairs, anything. If a guardian needs to be pushed in a wheelchair, that guardian pushes him everywhere he needs to go.
Right.
If he needs a
Him
follow,
and her.
right, him or her. A lot of these veterans, they'll have a son or a daughter go.
Right.
Normally we don't really like spouses because the spouses are usually a little older and so on. So we want someone that can really able-bodied to take care of them. That means if they need a bottle of water, they're supposed to get that and so on. But we give them a little snack in the morning at the airport before we leave. And we get to Reagan International Airport in D.C. And we get off the plane. We're coming into the area. There's a crowd. The West Point, there is actually, former officers that most of them look like they're in their 50s and 60s. They're chorus. Right. They're singing all the military branch songs as you're coming in. The crowd is there waiting, so it's a pretty good sized crowd. Welcoming these fellows as they come through. Then we have 4 buses. And normally the first location we go to is Arlington National Cemetery. And it's so unique because the fellows that get there, and that's when they start finding out that they are appreciated. Because when they come through the airport, that's the first time for a lot of these fellows that they have actually, somebody's really, really thanking them for what they've done. Because the Vietnam veterans just felt like, and the Korean veterans,
right,
that, what they did was it right?
Yeah.
But they find out, yes, you are truly appreciated. But we get to Arlington and we do the wreath laying ceremony there. And the last 2 years, what we did, what is wonderful is we have 2 wheelchairs. We have 2 of the veterans that are in wheelchairs, myself and an Afghan veteran. We push them to the monument, and we salute and so on. It's really beautiful.
What type of feedback do you get back from some of these veterans who have never had any type of official welcome home or any type of celebration for themselves by their families or units, whatever the case is? They go on an honor flight. They come back probably mentally drained. What's the feedback you get from them?
Oh, it's incredible. There's tears in their eyes. I mean, they're so appreciative of what has been done for them that day. I mean, it's such a busy day. And coming back on the flight to even show more appreciation, we have mail call. That is where every veteran on that flight receives mail from children, from anywhere from high school all the way down to elementary. They do make up cards, give to these veterans. Letters, appreciation, things of that sort is given to each veteran, and they don't know that's going to happen. That's so appreciative. But when we get back to Charlotte, what's so beautiful about Charlotte, and we unload in order: World War II, Korea, Vietnam, so on, so on.
Right.
That's how you leave the plane, and they walk into that concourse.
Right.
There's seriously, probably 2,000 people. This is, a lot of them are the families of they can sign up to be there welcoming these veterans when they come back.
And get past security to get
Right.
all the way to
Well,
the gate.
we don't worry about the security. Yeah, they have to go on to the website
Right.
and sign up to be at the airport when the flight returns, so they can get through security without going through all the hassle. But they do have to register to be there for the welcoming. But you'll see in the video, there's guys just crying. Some of them can't even hardly talk because, I mean, these people are cheering, bagpipes, flags everywhere, and people just welcoming these gentlemen and ladies too.
So you've got over 100 veterans that are part of the honor flight that are actually experiencing this. How many applications, how many submissions do you get from people?
We've got a waiting list. It's incredible, the list. And like I said, we do the specific order. At one time, we were trying to make sure it was people that were in country, in like Vietnam, Korea, so on and so on, World War II, and basically try to get the combat veterans. Now, if you were a veteran, please sign up for this. No matter where you were stationed, you deserve this. You did your part for your country. As I stated a little earlier, no matter what your job was, you were a truck driver, you were a supply, you were a clerk. It doesn't matter. You had a job assignment. You did that job. You did it well. You deserve to go on this flight.
You've got just over 100 people experiencing this. I mean, I'm speechless anyway because of the emotion that it draws from all of us. But truly, how many? I mean, it's got to be so many more, if not hundreds of other people who are trying to sign up. How great would that be to have a second flight throughout the year again?
Oh, it would be wonderful. And as you may not know, this is totally, it's paid for.
Yeah.
Everything for the veterans paid for.
Right.
The people taking care of the veterans, their part has to be paid for.
Right.
This flight cost over $100,000 per flight.
Wow.
So we're looking for donations from companies, from individuals, anyone. Please, if you're willing to just $10, $100, doesn't matter. Everything is so greatly appreciated to pay for this flight.
What's the website?
QueenCityHonorFlight.org.
Okay.
QueenCityHonorFlight.org.
And there you will find where to sign or how to sign up, where you can all about the trip and everything.
Yes.
What else should families of veterans be thinking about when they discover this and realize that their loved one could, be a veteran that will be honored on this flight?
Well, I'm hoping the younger ones talk to their family member that's a veteran, especially if they're Vietnam and Korea. World War II, as you know, the numbers, we're losing them
Every day.
Just for a good example, last year's honor flight, we did not have a single World War II veteran. We've got some we're wanting to go. I think we've going to have a few this year.
Right.
We've always had some on each flight, but the numbers are dwindling. And if you're a family person and you've got someone in your family that's a member of your family that is a veteran, please go to the Queen City Honor Flight and look at it. Talk to this person. They deserve this.
And if they're selected, this is free for them.
This is free for the veteran. No cost to the veteran whatsoever.
Mike, thanks so much for coming on again. Do you have any other anything else you'd like to share about the honor flight?
Well, I do have some quick talking points I'd like to go over about
Absolutely.
the Queen City Honor Flight. Basically, what we're doing is honoring our veterans, preserving their legacy, letting people know what they did. So many people, even family members, don't really know what their family member did in the military. They don't talk about it. And our mission is to provide an all expenses paid trip to Washington, D.C. for veterans to visit the memorials built in their honor. Many of these veterans, especially from Vietnam, Korea, and World War II, never received the recognition they deserved. This was formed in 2017 as a Rotary project along with the Honor Air Honor Flight Network. We're a local Charlotte hub of over 120 independent nonprofit hubs in America that make up the National Honor Flight Network. We charter with American Airlines for a one-day trip up to Washington, D.C., 189 seats on the plane, and normally over 120 veterans, like 50 guardians, and then volunteer staff there. We serve veterans across the Queen City Honor Flight serves veterans across 22 North Carolina counties, including Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, Gaston, Union, Iredell, Rowan, and surrounding communities. Veterans do not have to be combat veterans, but must have a DD-214 to prove that you were in the service, an honorable discharge from service. All veterans are encouraged to apply. However, priority is given to World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and terminally ill veterans. If you're a young veteran and cancer or anything, we will make sure you get on this next flight. Guardians accompany the veterans to ensure their safety throughout the day. They can be family members, but we prefer not spouses or significant others.
Right.
And there is a cost for the guardians, but the need right now, we know there are thousands of eligible veterans in our area that don't know about this flight. We want to get the word out to them. There's so many that are unaware of the opportunity that exists for them. The impact that this does to a veteran is a life-changing experience for veterans. The emotional healing and recognition they receive, strong community visibility, letting the community know. A lot of people don't realize North Carolina is one of the largest veteran states in the country.
Right.
It's powerful stories that resonate with employees and customers when they find out about these veterans. Some of the people who employ these people don't even know what they've done. So we want to get the word out. Please, if you're a veteran or if you're a family member, you have a veteran in your family, please talk to that veteran. Please go to queencityhonorflight.org, register.
Mike, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for continuing to serve in this capacity, to share something that's so important for veterans and for families and for those who never were really given that welcome home to have that opportunity today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've been watching Stars of Service. Thank you so much for watching.
It is 3 o'clock on a Friday. This is Queen City News Plus Live, coming to you live from the Blue Room. Wherever you're watching us, either on Facebook Live, the Queen City News Plus app, or on CW Charlotte. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Derek Dellinger, alongside anchor Morgan Francis, meteorologist Andrew Brightman, and producer and director Amy Thompson, also here today. Also McCollum helping produce get the show together today as well, because it has been a very, very busy day for news, and a lot of it is happening out of Iran, where we do have a lot of details coming out of the developments that are happening there. The Strait of Hormuz opening, it's having a positive impact on the stock market and also on gas prices too.
Yeah, I mean, everything seems to be responding well. I don't think that's a surprise, right?
Yeah.
I think, if the Strait of Hormuz was to open, that people would expect stocks to go up,
Yes.
the price of gas to go down. Trump and Iran leaders announced this, but the U.S. naval blockade on Iranian ships and ports, that remains in full force until Iran reaches, some sort of deal to end this war with the U.S. So Trump seems to kind of, in so many words, said, we're not going to be satisfied until everything is set in stone. Obviously, nuclear development and weapons is at the top of that list.
Yeah, another big thing that has been at the top of the list, at least for the Iranian people, or at least the Iranian government, has been the fighting that's been happening between Israel and Lebanon, because the Hezbollah is a militant group that is in Lebanon and does have backing of the Iranian government. There was a ceasefire that was announced there that effectively kind of made the ceasefire happen, as well as not only that ceasefire, but also the Strait of Hormuz opening, because that was one of the conditions basically for Iran to kind of stop doing what they were doing as far as having those blockades of the Strait of Hormuz.
Right, and I
themselves.
think I think it's more of a tactical de-escalation for Iran. I think they want to keep this ceasefire with the U.S. alive and basically preserve room for negotiations to continue. So I think that they wanted to negotiate from a stronger standpoint with the U.S. And so I think that's probably why part of the reason why they decided to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. They're also going to remove the mines that are underneath the waterway too. So it's great for the traffic that's been unable to move through that choke point for a long time now. And as you mentioned earlier, the stock market is responding, and oil and gas prices are doing well.
Yeah, gas prices or at least oil prices are back around $90 a barrel, and it'll still probably be a little bit before we actually see a big drop.
It always goes
in
up
prices.
and then comes back down slowly.
Yes. And part of it has to do with the speculation of what might be happening in the next coming days, but there's also the fact that the stock market is doing really well too. At last check, up 875 points. We do have a live look on that on our live events channel on the Queen City News Plus app in case you want to keep an eye on that.
Before getting to our next story, we first want to catch you up on everything that's happened. So take a look at this video and then we'll explain. Okay, so you may remember this video. This was in the Mecklenburg County Courthouse. The father of a 16-year-old who was shot and killed last year. He attacked the suspect. In court, the suspect who was accused of shooting this and killing this 16-year-old. Well, now the defendant, Marion McKnight, has had his charges dropped.
Yes, McKnight's Marion McKnight, name of the suspect, being accused of killing Jamari A. Dixon, also faced 2 other charges of attempted murder for wounding and paralyzing 2 other people. And some of the details we got on this actually came in the court filings. It was kind of a bit of a bombshell announcement considering what we had known about the case and what we had heard so far from the parents of the victim that was killed in this
And
circumstance.
sometimes when we get this information and we read through a summary of what happened, it's really not all too exciting, and it's pretty straightforward. This one went into a lot more detail. So here's what we found out according to court documents, that there was this entire group that I believe you see in these pictures that we're kind of cycling through. They were all alleged to have been in a gang together. The defendant, who was accused of shooting and killing the 16-year-old, McKnight, was trying to leave the gang. And he went to a rec center not far from his home, played some basketball, and when he left the rec center, that's when the other members of this alleged gang confronted him. They followed him home. He even crossed the street trying to get away from them. And this is all, police have taken this from surveillance video that they watched. And you can see in some of the pictures that we were showing that the defendant was trying to walk away from this group, and they kind of blocked him from getting home. And he said that he was in fear for his life and that he shot them in self-defense.
Yes, and we should mention Jamari A. Dixon was the name of the one that was shot and killed in this circumstance. His father was the one that was seen on that courthouse video beating up Marion McKnight, allegedly, because we do need to say, it's like he's not necessarily been convicted of this. But the state did say, and this is a direct quote here from the court documents, based on the available witnesses and evidence, the state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the satisfaction of a unanimous jury of 12 that the defendant was not acting in self-defense when he fatally shot Jamari Dixon, paralyzed Nazir Perry, and wounded Drew Avion Patterson. And based on the available evidence and witnesses, the state does not have a reasonable likelihood of success at a trial, proving that each and every element of the charged offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, and therefore the case, this will be dismissed.
Went on to say that it's going to be, it's a tough question for the jury, and the presiding judge even went as far to say that the group surrounding and blocking McKnight on multiple sides compared it to a military strategy. In the video, you can hear McKnight say, well, this is according to police because we don't have the video, McKnight is captured on video repeatedly screaming, "Leave me alone." So again, they're dropping all the charges. We'll have an interview with the 16-year-old who passed away. Andy Weber is interviewing his family and getting their reaction tonight. All around a sad situation, but a bunch of young adults and teenagers who had guns and used them.
The father, by the way, that was seen allegedly in that video, beating up Miriam McKnight there. He is still facing misdemeanor assault charges. We should mention that, at least in that circumstance, well. So that's going to be factoring all into this as well. But the fact that the charges have been dropped, big deal today, at least within that case, especially considering how much attention that video has gotten. There is another story today that's also out of Hollywood involving singer David. You might remember a couple of months ago, there was some details about this singer and his involvement with the alleged involvement with the death of a 14-year-old girl. The 14-year-old girl, her name is Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Her body was found dismembered in the back of a Tesla that was basically registered to him. Now he is facing charges related with that case. And yeah, I mean, this is, I think it may have been expected under the circumstances, but also on that same point, though, the fact that it's coming now, they think that authorities believe that there is enough to charge there.
Well, and her family reported her missing in 2024 when she was 13 years old, and they're stating that she was 14 possibly when she died, and that
she'd
they
been dead for
found
7
her
months.
just before she would have turned 15. So this has been a long time that this family has been looking for answers, and it's gruesome. I mean, she was dismembered in the back of his vehicle. And her body was decomposing. I will not go into details of some of the statements that police investigators made about the condition of the body, but you know, they found it in a tow yard where this Tesla had been essentially abandoned.
Yes, the attorneys for David basically say that there's no actual evidence linking him to her death. But a lot of people have been reading into some of the lyrics in some of his songs as far as
romantic homicide.
Yes, and various other things as well. And there's been a lot of speculation there, at least over the past several months, especially since all this news came out in regards to the involvement, and also basically what the relationship was between David, who was 21 at the time, or was still 21, and who was accused of killing that 14-year-old girl. And there's still a lot of details that are still there, that are still unanswered, but also, quite frankly, some of it's graphic and too graphic to tell you at least about right now.
Right.
Yeah.
There's an investigation that's happening over this incident that we just got the video yesterday. It shows, you see the American Airlines plane right in the middle of your screen, and then these two vehicles driving right in front of it. The pilot hopped on with air traffic control and was, you know, quite upset over what happened, because any time that a taxiing plane is going through an area, you know, those vehicles are supposed to yield to the aircraft, and these two clearly didn't. They figured out, you know, over air traffic control who it was and everything, and I'm sure they're going to investigate all of that, but the pilot was not pleased.
Yes, we do have that sound, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we do.
I think we scrapped that sound because we got Gabe coming up in a little bit.
No worries about that. But we should say here that the plane, you can see in the video there, that the plane was literally just taking off, literally just starting to taxi when all this happened.
Right. They kind of went back and forth when they stepped on the brakes too.
And there's a clear indication here, at least from American Airlines and Charlotte Douglas International Airport, that this should not have happened. In fact, the statement that we got from American Airlines, it was we appreciate Charlotte Airport reviewing this, and it was basically it did not yield to our aircraft taxiing from the alleyway. The airport says that safety and security remain top priorities at Charlotte Douglas International, and this incident is being reviewed in accordance with established safety standards. Now,
the reason we have Gabe is because there's kind of a big game happening tonight. The Hornets of their final play-in game against the Orlando Magic, and if they win this one, they are in the playoffs. Gabe McDonald is reporting for us, and let's hear what he has to say about this huge matchup.
Gabe McDonald for Queen City News Plus down here in Orlando, Florida, ahead of another must-win game for the Charlotte Hornets. They got it done against the Miami Heat in overtime on Tuesday at home. Now they have to come down here and take down the Magic in order to be the 8th seed in the NBA playoffs. And of course, this is the Hornets team that is coming off that emotional win, but heading into tonight, they've already had a lot of success against the Magic so far this season. 3-1 in their 4 regular season meetings, beating them by an average of 20 points. So we'll see if they have that same fate coming up tonight, but it's going to be another intense battle as the Hornets look to come out and get on fire from the three-point line and also create some shots on the inside as well. A big thing to watch for, Moussa Diabate's availability came up as questionable on the injury report, so we'll see if he's going to be able to go and be that starting center tonight for the Hornets. But going to be a big-time battle, and we'll see if they can get it done and get into the playoffs for the first time in a decade. Tip-off coming up at 7:30 from down here in Orlando. But for now, Morgan and Derek, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Gabe. Hey, at least LaMelo is playing. That's the big thing,
Yeah, and
right?
odds
Even though he
makers
got
are
fined $60,000.
Odds makers are saying that it is Charlotte's game, so just a
Mhm.
heads up. Let's get a check on your weather on this Friday, and I think a lot of you probably want to know how it's going to be this weekend.
We
have a
are
live look at
sending good
Spectrum Center.
vibes.
Yes, we are. But as you can see, Spectrum Center down there right now, and it's been awfully wonderful out there today, looking absolutely
Lovely.
fantastic and awfully warm too. Andrew,
Toasted.
what exactly is it going to look like?
Well, it's going to be a wonderful evening here across the Carolinas. The best part about what we've been seeing with this heat streak, even though we've seen zero drought relief and concerned about the fire weather conditions, is that it hasn't been overly unpleasant outside, even with temperatures day after day 15 to 20 degrees above average here across the Carolinas. Today is another example of that. 84 degrees right now, light winds out of the west. Dew point still hovering right around the 50-degree mark, so it feels, really, really comfortable out there. Boone camera right now looking good as well. We've got the tranquil conditions here across the Carolinas. Pinpoint radar continues to remain quiet as we zoom out. That frontal boundary that's going to move through on Sunday still well off to our west now, making its way through the plains. Temperatures across the southeast got a lot of mid to upper 80s right now, including some places like Savannah at the 90-degree mark. Tomorrow, maybe not quite getting a record, but still kind of in that territory again here. We're forecasting a high of 90 degrees. The record set back in 1896. A little back of the napkin math there, 130 years ago of 93. So we're going to be reaching towards some more history. But along with the heat, we still continue to deal with the drought conditions. It's exceedingly dry out there across the region, and that's not really going to be changing. Futurecast in motion here as we go through the rest of your Friday, heading into your Saturday morning. Got mostly clear skies, and Saturday going to be a toasty one again across the Carolinas, already up into the upper 80s by lunchtime, 90s during the afternoon here across the Carolinas. And then Saturday night, really Sunday, is when we're tracking that cold front moving in. A lot of cloud cover pushing in early Sunday morning. A couple of scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder. Still not going to be a whole lot of wet weather. And then it does clear out fairly quickly. And then much cooler conditions on the way here across the region. But still, not seeing much in the way of anything changing those drought conditions here for the foreseeable future across the Carolinas, with the exceedingly dry pattern that we have continuing across the Carolinas. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, watching a couple of showers on your Sunday. Other than that, the dry and toasty weather returns as we go into next week, but Monday and Tuesday really should be wonderful.
Yeah, it'll be a nice break from the hot temps that we've been experiencing lately.
True. Yep.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Operation Bear Claw. Not exactly what it sounds like. It's not any sort of a sweet treat, but that operation had some teeth in it. Why authorities say
And some
that
claws in it, too.
it
Just
involves
saying.
a bear costume and insurance fraud. The connection between the two, we'll explain it in just a little bit.
And how literal that name is, too. I'm just going to say it. Yeah.
More Queen City News Plus Live after this.
This is Queen City News Plus live on, what is it? Wonderful
Friday.
Yes. As you can see, this is a live look from Independence Boulevard. As we mentioned, it's going to be a good weekend, but also cool down expecting in the next little bit too. We have your forecast on the Queen City News Plus app, also QCnews.com. If you want to scroll down to the weather section though on the Queen City News Plus app, you can do that. And also, again, special welcome to those of you, especially those of you joining us on CW Charlotte. It's been doing this for the past few weeks here, and
I think it's going well.
Yes, it is. It is. It's good. It's going really well. It's going really well. We teased this before the break, and this story is just everything in a bag of chips.
Operation Bear Claw.
Yes, it involves
This video.
apparently 4 people. 3 of which pled no contest recently to a case of insurance fraud where they used a bear costume to fake some attacks on some really, really, really high-priced vehicles.
I mean, there were Rolls Royce was one of them.
And 2 Mercedes.
2 Mercedes.
Yes.
So they threw on this bear costume and they had surveillance footage, which I don't know why this surveillance footage is shaking, if this is handheld or what the deal is.
I think it was. I think it was kind of changing from morning to light, but also I think they probably wanted to get it with intention.
Yeah,
Because
anyway,
that was actually submitted.
so they
That video was actually submitted as part of the insurance claim.
Right. So they would. That's why I think it may have been handheld. Anyway, but they go into the car, they scratch up the car, and then they file the insurance claim. I mean, the total loss to insurance companies was $142,000. So I mean, this was a serious thing here. The ones who pleaded no contest, they got 180 days in jail and 2 years of supervised probation, and they've been ordered to pay restitution as well. I always find it funny, though, when agencies come up with the name of an operation.
Yeah.
I wonder how long it takes, right? How much time are they spending coming up with the name? But I will say, Operation Bear Claw is pretty clever.
You know, someone with a quick wit in that law enforcement department is making up that name.
Yeah. My favorite part of this article, though.
Oh, yes.
A biologist
mine
from California
too,
Department of
mine
Fish and
too.
Wildlife reviewed the video and said it was clearly a human in a bear suit,
That's a direct
according to
quote.
authorities. So
That's a direct quote from the biologist, though.
So they sought out the expert and they're like, "What do you think of this?" And they're like, yeah, that's not a bear."
Yeah, and just to kind of roundabout this just a little bit more, the bear suit, at least according to authorities, it was actually found in one of the suspects' homes. So that should at least tell you something as far as this. And but yeah, but yeah, there were all those other two claims of the cars.
Reapply
and-
that creativity to
like,
something that you can actually make money doing.
Yeah, the 4th
Just
person
don't
that's charged in
understand
this, by the way, has a court hearing coming up in September, and we might be getting some more details. Might be seeing that video yet again
knows,
after
yeah.
that too.
Some kind of crazy video out of Atlanta airport. There was a bus that was driving through. It happens quick.
See right here.
And it got impaled by one of those height barrier poles.
Yes.
And I couldn't find the details on whether or not the bus was in the wrong area or if the pole was just, I'm assuming that it wasn't supposed to be in that space driving through.
I think there's an investigation into some of that specific going on right now. But one of the driver apparently was wearing sunglasses at the time, at least according to the Fox station that's down there. It was wearing sunglasses, couldn't see the barrier going from a bright to a dark section of the terminal. You can see it was coming to a shaded area,
right,
and could not necessarily make that out. And granted, there are those lanes that are specific for buses, and if you over a certain height, you're not supposed to go there. And this one caught the edge of one of them, of one of the things that was holding it up, and then that's kind of how that happened.
Usually, you know, if someone does hit those, it's supposed to be more of like an abrupt warning of, hey, don't go any farther because something serious could happen. In this situation, the bus just hit it in the right spot and it turned and it went straight through the window. It impaled the bus. Thankfully, no one was hurt. I don't know if anyone was sitting in those front rows, but that would be pretty scary if they were.
Yeah.
Thankfully, no one was hurt though.
Yeah, they did make a point of saying no one was injured, but it's also on that same point though. It's like, is it a very good idea to sit in the front row of a bus anyway?
I mean, who knows?
Yeah,
I mean,
especially that
anything could
circumstance.
happen in
Especially,
any,
well,
any row in the bus.
because you're going to be seeing a lot of traffic actually coming through there. So it's usually the middle and the back is
Yeah.
probably the best place for a lot of
Yeah,
people.
most of the
especially if
people
you know
are
it's gonna be busy.
standing on those transport buses, and when
Oh,
you're
yeah.
going from the parking
True,
lot
got
to
a
the
point.
terminal.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, good thing no one was hurt on that one. This is, I think, even crazier video.
Yes. Let's go ahead.
So we know that New York City has the police officers
Yeah.
that are, on horses. I've never actually have seen them apprehend someone. I lived near New York City. I went to Hofstra, and I had never seen them actually go after a suspect like this.
Yeah, that's actually what happened in this circumstance. They were actually after a purse snatching suspect. As you can see, someone was actually able to grab a hold of that person and then arresting the suspect, at least in this circumstance. Now, the officer, his horse is named Kelly. And with the help of that witness, they were able to get the person that got the purse. According to NYPD, they released this video from earlier this week,
This is on West 72nd Street.
Yes,
so
yes. And as you
Upper
can,
West Side.
my thing about it is you're going through all the scaffolding. You have that horse going through all the scaffolding. You have the people really on their sides there too, just like, oh, come on through. And that's basically what was happening.
You
here.
can hear in the video
Yeah.
too when he gets to the area that a
Yeah.
woman says, he stole my purse, and then he takes off after him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't. I mean, they ride through the streets all the time, and
Yeah.
so they know New York City like the back of their hands.
And you
But
get-
I would be concerned about the scaffolding as well.
A, but also B. It's like running away from a horse. Is that really a good idea?
I
That's
don't
also
know.
another thing too.
I don't know.
It's called horsepower for a reason.
Yeah,
Just saying.
exactly.
Just saying.
Exactly. From horses to boars and robots.
Oh, this one is wonderful, and this one is also some really good video too. We're going to be talking about this for a little bit. That's coming
Kind
up
of
next.
a fun show when
Yes.
it comes to video.
There's just a bunch of stuff to show, especially when it involves kind of halfway. Well, we got bears
We promised this next video because we
Horses
didn't get a chance to do
and
it
pigs.
yesterday. Yeah.
Pigs, or boars in this case. That is on the way next. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
This next video is just weird, funny, all around
Yeah.
crazy. So it's
Good Friday video.
It's gone viral, and it shows a humanoid robot chasing wild boars.
Yes.
So
This robot's name, by the way, is Edward. And he's just going after those boars, trying to get them out of the way. And you know what? It's kind of working. They're just saying it's just like, okay, what the heck
And
is
this was
And kinda go-
intentional.
Yes, it was intentional.
This was intentional. The boars were, causing an issue, I guess. This
Mhm.
was in Poland.
Yes.
Um,
The robot, by the way, produced out of China, but was patrolling the streets of Warsaw there. And Edward, apparently, and again, that's his name. He has led to the robot becoming a bit of a celebrity. He apparently has been seen about in various other ways and has become an influencer. Just imagine
oh
that.
yeah,
Yes.
influencer. I wonder what kind of
influences.
royalties he gets.
But apparently he's owned by real estate, well, not a real estate person, but a business guy and his business partner. They apparently have gotten that thing, and then they just
What
they
a
decide to
genius
see what it can
marketing
do. Yeah.
campaign for a robot. You're like, let's have it chase some boars. The video's going to go viral.
And you
And
know they go.
everyone's going to be asking questions about this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's impressive. I wonder what it's slow. It
Mhm.
looks slow. I would argue I could run faster, but I don't want to embarrass myself.
But it kind of makes me wonder, is like, why did the wild boars not come back? And just, they could have probably knocked the thing over.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I mean, they can be vicious too.
Maybe they didn't know.
Director Amy, yeah, maybe they didn't know. Maybe they didn't know. That is a very good very good question.
We
It's
need
like,
more. We need more. Maybe we'll have like a follow up because
Yeah.
we definitely need more information about this.
By the way, it's going to be a heck of a weekend, and a lot of it kicks off tonight. By the way, because of the Hornets Magic,
Right.
they're going to be tonight, 7:30 Amazon. That's where you need to be
Watch
watching
parties
that.
at Slate tonight.
Yes. And again, odds makers are saying this is Charlotte's game, their first playoff opportunity or they're seeking their first playoff opportunity in a decade.
Yeah, 7:30
So-
Amazon Prime. Fingers crossed, no technical difficulties this time with less than a
Yeah.
minute left in the game.
Yes.
Okay,
And
but
when
it's
that
bound to
happened.
be a good one. All right, let's go Hornets. Win this one. Thanks so much for watching Queen City News Plus Live. Have a nice weekend, everyone.
We'll see you back here Monday.
Yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports, and they'll be gone. Welcome in for another episode of Tired Parents Club. I am your host, Kevin Pinto. We have...
And I'm Sierra Langford.
Perfect. This is a place we can share, laugh, vent, talk about the ups and downs of raising the littlest versions of ourselves. Today, what are we talking about, Sierra?
Well, it's springtime, and many parents are getting their children, whether you have elementary, middle school, high school, even college, they're getting them into spring sports.
Woo, sports.
Yes, and we're specifically talking about the dark side of sports.
Bum, bum, bum.
Injuries.
It's injuries. So we grew up playing sports. I grew up probably playing sports longer than you. What sports did you end up playing when you were growing up?
So growing up, I actually played softball. I did it in elementary school and I did it in middle school, and I kind of had to stop around 8th grade because the ball got too fast for me, Kevin.
And I think that happens to us eventually. I played baseball, right? So I was able to keep up until about college. I played like maybe a little bit of a year.
Okay, much farther than I got.
But it hits us eventually, I think, unless you're as dedicated as some of those other guys were. I don't. People probably weren't as dedicated. I think that's the biggest problem.
No, I think there's like a wall, like especially. I don't know. I feel like you either have it or you don't in baseball or softball. And I definitely got to a point where I'm like, the ball just right by me, could barely see it. It was already in the catcher's mitt. I didn't even realize it was passing me. I was like, it's time for me to step away.
That's it. Yeah, no, I mean, I followed it pretty well. It definitely just slowed down. And it's time to retire.
Mhm.
And mine was college.
What kind of injuries did you see?
The injuries
When
that
you
I see,
played?
man. So
Yeah.
mine were usually ankles. We had ankles getting twisted up or whatever, and then I played basketball a lot too.
Oh,
Terrible
okay.
basketball
That's-
player. Obviously, I was center. No, I'm 5'8", guys, and back then I was not 5'8". I was like 1'2" or something. Anyway, so but trying to go for rebounds, I would jam my middle finger all the time. And there was one time where I got shoved underneath, and the ball hit my mouth, and my teeth came out. Yeah, so I lost a couple of teeth.
How many teeth we talking?
I don't know. There was on the ground. I was on the ground. Teeth were everywhere. I don't remember.
goodness.
Yeah, I don't think it hurt that much.
Was this your baby teeth?
Yeah,
or...
baby teeth.
Oh, thank goodness. That
Yeah.
okay.
No, all of my other teeth came back. That's fine. So yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports,
gosh.
and they'll be gone.
Oh gosh, stop. I'm just picturing it. It's like, ooh.
So most of my injuries weren't bad. I never had broken bones. Just like small, like little tendon stuff or whatever. I guess. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what it all means, but we have a doctor on in a little bit to talk about it.
Yes.
Is there a sport that you really don't? Because we don't have. We have what 3-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Yes.
What sport don't you want your kid to play because you're so concerned about it?
Well, don't come for me, guys. Football. I'm very worried about football. Now, if he comes to me and he's like, "Mom, please, I really want to play football," it's going to be such a difficult conversation because I'm going to be that mom that's so worried. I'm going to be so worried about him.
But you learn so many good lessons from. There's family.
Because it's
and
such a
there's
contact
building
sport.
things.
It's such a contact sport. So that's probably the number one. The number one as a mom of a boy,
Mhm.
that's probably the number one sport that if he really wanted to do, I would be worried about. I'm worried about him.
What do you want him to play then?
What do I want to play? Well, my husband grew up playing soccer. So we're not going to force him into soccer. I definitely don't want to force him into anything he doesn't want to do. But we're hoping he expressed interest in soccer and likes it. Because that's my husband was a soccer player growing up. So we're gonna try that and see where it goes. But baseball maybe, basketball. There's various sports out there.
Yes. Well, I have a little girl, so
Yeah.
if she wants to play football, I guess she can play football. She can do whatever she
be the
wants.
kicker.
That's right. Lila, I support. No, I want her to be the quarterback, or a lineman or something. No, I think softball would be great. I would love for her to play softball. I also want to be entertained. I want her to be in a sport that I'm gonna be able to
Oh,
get
it's about
into.
you, huh?
It is a little bit about me for sure. This is mainly about me, Lila. And we're gonna train you to be a star. I wanted to name her Shaq actually, because every Shaq has become famous and a great sports player of some sort.
Oh, okay.
You haven't. There's no Shaq that I've met that does like that works at a library or something. No, Shaq is a name that plays sports. But anyways, no. Softball would be great. Gymnastics is cool. I've covered gymnastics.
Okay.
The vibe is fun. Everyone's clapping and cheering.
Yes.
There's probably a lot of injuries that come with gymnastics.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, because there's
It
this
looks
spinning stuff.
very difficult. You have to be very strong.
Yeah, but that's her problem.
Good
So I want to make sure
coordination,
she
good
doesn't hurt.
balance.
Exactly. All the things that my wife did not give in the traits, in the genes, if you will. But I was more balanced. Yes, I'm gonna talk about Jenna. She also knows that she is.
Jenna, she's not here to defend herself.
That's what this show is about. To pick on our spouses as well. Tired husband. No, my wife is amazing. Shout out to her. I
Do
think-
you know if she experienced any injuries
What
growing
did
up?
she do? I think she did a little bit of softball and some basketball. I imagine she got hurt a lot. Again, this whole lack of balance thing. She's definitely probably got hurt.
Killing me.
No. Well, all right. So softball, gymnastics, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm not really concerned about injuries. She already falls a lot, so we're just toughening her up.
Yeah, we definitely got lucky in the injury department in the sports we played growing up. The teeth though, I think you win with that one, Kevin.
Losing teeth, big deal. Whatever. They grow back. They grow back. All right. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna have Dr. Tellerico tell us about sports injuries, how to prevent them, why they hurt so bad, I don't know, stuff like that. So we'll be right back.
everyone. Welcome back to the Tired Parents Club. And today we have with us a very special guest, Dr. Brian Tallarico from Orthopedic Specialist of Piedmont with Piedmont Medical Center. Hopefully I got all that correct. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Very well. You did. Yeah, good job. That's perfect.
Nice. So today we're talking all about injuries in sports, and with it being, we're full into spring at this point, right? There's so many kiddos out there, elementary, middle school, high school kids, even college kids, right? They're all getting into sports. Out of all the sports, what sports do you see? I'm so curious to get your take on this. What sports do you see kind of bringing the most injuries right now?
Most injuries, and I know it's not the right season for it, but football would probably be far and away the highest. But we do have spring practices thing. And, the thing that can lead with is that with children now, they tend to be doing sports longer and almost year round. They go from one sports to another. When I was younger, I won't say what decade that was, you played one or two sports and that was it. And there weren't really any travel teams or the camps and things, very, very minimal. And now it seems like every kid's involved in those. So they're actually training and playing almost 12 months a year sometimes. So the injuries never really go away, but they do peak a lot with the football practices when they begin. And the older kids, obviously, especially high school and college, they do start earlier and earlier. But overall, for the spring, since that's where we are, soccer injuries are very prevalent. The baseball and softball injuries, especially with throwing sports, since those are also spring and summer sports, we see a lot of those. But there you go. Yeah, soccer is very common.
There we go. Illustration.
Excellent point. There really is no break nowadays, huh?
That's correct.
Kids just have a full calendar.
That leads us to a lot of the other questions you have for me about, how do these injuries present and things.
Yeah. Could you get into that? What are like the biggest injuries you're seeing right now?
Sure. So it's a lot of the overuse. Again, back to the kids not really getting a break, and they've been cooped up maybe all winter, and the weather's nice, so they get out playing with their friends and at the team sports, and so they go from maybe a little relaxed to a high level of practice and competition quickly. So we can see a lot of soft tissue overuse injuries, sprains and strains, and also the stress fractures, especially with the amount of running that some of the kids are doing in the sports for conditioning, track and things like that. If they weren't running all year round, they go suddenly to intensity of the running or duration of the running, and we worry about foot and other types of stress fractures. So, but a lot of musculoskeletal stuff is the soft tissue injuries from a sudden increase in the amount of exposure or practice.
So yeah, no, when I was younger, I played a lot of baseball. I played basketball around this time because basketball you could play on both seasons, which was nice. So yeah, I used to like twist my ankle all the time. It's just common
All the
injuries like
time.
that.
Wow.
All the time. Because I used to like to steal, and I would do a slide actually the worst one was I slid my foot under a bag. I got caught into the bag and I kept rolling over it. And then I was a catcher too, so I still had to catch.
Right. Yeah, those base running, base sliding injuries are some of the more common ones with baseball and softball for sure.
Yeah, I started to slide in head first after a while. And I liked getting dirty, so as a catcher, that was just kind of the thing.
Yeah. Start using your head. That's smart.
Exactly. See, there you go.
Do you guys see when families come in with their children with these injuries, do you find that parents are taking their kids in right away, or sometimes maybe they're waiting a bit to see like, is this serious? And then they're coming in maybe a few days later and realizing, oh gosh, this is worse than we thought.
I think that in the last few years, there's been an uptick in amount of urgent evaluations by orthopedic surgeons in general with athletes. Just because I think of the social media, the exposure. Let's be honest, WebMD, everybody has a doctor in their pocket with their phone. So if a kid is limping or he has a swollen knee, they automatically get in. So there's a little bit of a panic. I'm a parent too. I have 3 kids, all of them played sports. So I get it. I was more of the just put some ice on, rub some dirt in, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Or it's just because of how I was raised and being an orthopedic surgeon. But there was a little bit of anxiety sometimes when your kid's hurt. And so they just want to get looked at. So we do see a lot of injuries. I saw probably 3 or 4 young kids this morning already, under 12 for injuries, some of which due to sports. So they do get in pretty quick because they're worried about whether they'll be able to practice, whether they want to play, or everybody's the next Nolan Ryan or the next Kobe Bryant. So they're worried about their competition level. So they want to make sure nothing's wrong, which is totally fine. I get it. So we're more than happy to see them.
That's good to hear. That's a relief.
Gotcha. I guess is there so if kids are getting hurt right at this young age or whatever, are they more susceptible to long-term effects, I guess, because they're still continuing to grow, right? So obviously like in football, concussions could probably hurt development, or what are some other injuries that could be
Absolutely.
worse?
It's an excellent question. And, I try to convey my advice, my thoughts to parents that come in about the overwhelming amount of sports that some of these kids are playing. And the frequent flyers I see, the ones that come in with injuries almost every year, I really do worry about that because there is a downstream effect of chronic injury, even if it's sprain, strain, soft tissue stuff. And then, of course, you're a baseball player, talk about the little leaguers' elbow and the pitcher's shoulder and things like that. Those can be very bad actors. The ligamentous injury, the elbow for these kids that are pitching. I don't know what the pitch counts are up to now for a game, but they're trying to do a better job now than even 10 or 15 years ago, eliminating these kids, especially with the throwing. But you're right, multiple concussions at a young age, those kids, obviously, you need to really look long and hard at keeping them out of contact sports. It's a very unfortunate thing, but it is very scary, especially with CTE development later on in life, things like that.
And that's something that kids aren't thinking about. I didn't think about that. Obviously, my pitch count. I just wanted to throw if I could. Hey, I guess I never really thought about that. When we were younger, they probably didn't care about pitch counts.
I was just such thing. No, it wasn't. That wasn't a thing probably till the 2000s, maybe even later. It's just you threw, and if your elbow is sore, you got a bad ice on it. So, but the good news is that they are looking at that more closely than ever before. So it does. I would say the amount of those types of throwing injuries that I see are actually going down compared to even 10, 15 years ago.
Crazy, yeah. Because we were talking about also like, what would we have young kids? So where I have a 1-year-old.
Three-year-old.
3-year-old. So they're not very involved yet. But I'm like, what sport do I want them to play in? I don't know. Is that them? They're gonna choose what sport they want to play. I'm hoping
I've
it's
been
not.
asked that before, and I like all sports, and I've played a lot of them. And but boy, baseball's tough to beat as far as it's just a great sport all around. Basketball too. Basketball you can play with one person or 10 people. That's what I've told my son all along. So those sports are great. You do have physicality, but it's not as contact. Now, if the kid loves football, it's really hard to keep him out of it. But there are certain inherent risks you take with hockey and football, especially with the contact and the head injuries and higher energy stuff, the knee ligament injuries and ankle, and there's some bad things that can happen. We all know that. You just hope that there's a little bit of luck involved too. I think to make it through a whole adolescent career without an injury playing the contact sports.
Yeah, and I have a little girl, so I don't know what we're gonna get into. Hopefully, it's softball or some gymnastics or something. I really don't want to do dancing or anything like that.
Hey.
Gymnastics. I had a gymnast in gymnastics. That's underrated for a contact sport. That's a serious sport, and what those kids go through with the training and the overuse injuries, that is a real sport. Don't kid yourself about that.
No, for sure. But at least as an adult having to watch it, I'd be entertained a little bit more. And plus, the vibe is actually really cool. I've covered gymnastics before. Everyone's so supportive and lots of cheering and stuff, and it's great.
No, it is. It's in a great environment. It really is. I didn't know much about it until my one daughter started doing it.
Surprising.
We always joke around in my family because we have a little boy, and I've always said if he comes home and wants to play football, he's gonna hate me because I'm going to be like, no, please don't play football, for just like the concerns that come with it. But yeah, we'll tackle that when the time comes. Yeah, when we get there, right?
Unintended.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. I totally meant to do that. I totally meant to do that. When it comes to recovery from injuries, I'm sure depending on the extent of the injury and where the injury is located, it may take longer to recover than others. In your profession, what do you see? What are some of the most difficult injuries that, take a really long time to recover from?
A lot of the fractures, we do fractures from the actual sports, but we also see them outside of sports, and then they'll come in and ask how long we have to wait to send my kid back to practice. And it's a really tough sell. You can see it in their eyes. You tell them this is probably 6 to 8 weeks, and they blink. Well, he's a really fast healer. What if 3, 4 weeks he doesn't have any pain? So it's a bit of a struggle sometimes with the family trying to convince them that these bodies need to heal, and they do heal faster than us old people, but they still need appropriate amount of time to. Mother Nature's Mother Nature, physiology's physiology. So to heal fractures or with torn ligaments or pulled muscles, it does take some time. And it's common sense. If you go back before you're healed, you're probably going to have a recurrence of the same injury or start from square one, because that's how I try to sell it. That you can go back. I can't force you to do anything. You're asking my opinion as an orthopedic surgeon. If you go back too soon, you're probably going to be back again. And now you're starting from day one, basically.
Yeah, because I was the kind of person that I would still play. I wanted to play, and so if I was injured, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't. I didn't want to show it because I wanted to play catcher. I really wanted to play. I didn't want to prove that I was hurt. I
You would
imagine
re-injure yourself, Kevin, huh?
I would, yeah, and I didn't mind it. But I just,
Terrible.
and I think that's how a lot of kids are. And a lot of parents kind of are like that, right? They just kind of want to push their kid until, yeah, it becomes a worse injury, I guess.
Importance of listening to your doctor and being patient.
I guess. All right, thanks for joining us. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Tired Parents Club. We were talking about sports injuries. So one thing we haven't talked about is how can you prevent these injuries?
Well, there's two types of injuries in sports, orthopedically speaking. You have the traumatic ones that are just really hard to prevent. They're usually bad luck, a misstep or a tackle or a deceleration. You're with the soccer clip there, the deceleration injury, changing directions, rupturing ACL, things like that. It's just, like I said, sometimes some bad luck. So, but overall, to prevent injuries, it's preparation, and that's why the training is so important, and the warm up is so important, and the conditioning is. The healthier the soft tissues are, the better the bones are. Obviously, the more resistant they are to injury. So you just sometimes can't predict a freak injury or a bad accident. The accidents happen. That's what keeps orthopedic surgeons in business. So, but a lot of kids now are way more in tune with the nutrition, and that's not just them; it's their parents too, and coaches and staff. So there was no such thing when I was a kid, when I was a young athlete. It's just basically maybe Gatorade was out back then, so we would drink Gatorade. But I think the dietary, just the whole thing about sports nutrition is a relatively new thing over the last 10, 20 years has really helped. I believe that I'm a real proponent of proper nutrition for these athletes. You figure how many calories these kids are burning when they're practicing 2-3 hours a day, especially like the wrestlers and the runners and the football players, the ones that are out in the heat during practice for 3 hours. It's ridiculous how much they burn, and also the fluids. I think that the coaching staff and the athletic staff, they're much better now than back when we were younger. So I think that that's a good thing, and it does help prevent a lot of injuries. But the other thing is just the signs we're seeing these kids, if they're starting to limp or if they're favoring a shoulder. I think the parents really have to keep an eye on them, because as you said, the kids will just keep their mouth shut because they want to keep playing. They don't want to let their team down. They want their coaches down. But if there's something wrong with your kid, you gotta pick up on it. You gotta pay attention. If he's limping, if he's asking for Motrin, or kids don't take Motrin or Advil or Aleve or Tylenol like adults do. They just don't. They never ask for it. They're asking for it because their knee hurts or the foot hurts or the shoulder hurts or the back hurts. You really gotta have an open eye for that. You have to get them evaluated, because that's not normal. Sprains and strains are one thing. Just being sore from lifting weights or working out with the team is different. But when they're actually hurting, you can see it in their eyes or in the way they carry their body. You really need to intervene and see what's going on.
We were told to do lots of stretching beforehand. Is that something we should really do? But as a kid, I was like, I'm not going to stretch. I don't need to do that. I don't know.
What's interesting about that, I don't think there's ever been any scientific data to show that stretching for 5 minutes or 10 or 20 minutes actually does anything. And again, hard science and data, but I think it does help to warm up for sure. I think if
it doesn't hurt.
And it's part of the stretching is part of warming up, but warming up I think is vital to avoid the pulled muscles and tendons and things like that. And it's just to get your joints moving and get ready for the arduous practice.
Yeah, that makes me think of like the swimmers or whatever, like Phelps, when he did the arm thing. It's like slap his back, and the lactic acid going or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, I did that only seeing him do that, and I would play baseball, and I'm like, does that really do anything for me as a baseball player? Whatever, I'll still do it. It made me feel loose. That's all that mattered.
I think as a pitcher for sure, obviously throwing that hard, I think warming up slowly and warming up the joints and ligaments and muscles for sure.
Okay. I have a random question. When a hyperextension happens, what can you explain what exactly that is and how that can occur when kids are playing sports? Because growing up, I had several classmates and friends that
Hyperextension, yeah.
hyperextended their foot or their leg. And can you just explain to our viewers what exactly that is and
Sure.
how it could
Typically, the two joints that would be prone to hyperextension injury the most would be the knee and the elbow. Because the elbow is more of a true hinge joint than the knee. The knee is not a true hinge joint, but as we know, it goes straight and it flexes. Flexion is when you bend your knee. So straightening your knee out to 0 degrees, a hyperextension would be going plus, 5, 10, 20 degrees. That's hyperextension. Where the knee actually goes further than 0 degrees. We usually flex between, let's say, 125 and 145, 125 to 145 degrees, depending on your age and flexibility. So, but you can injure the knee and the elbow in both directions, hyperflexion and hyperextension. The knee hyperflexion injury, you can tear ligaments and tendons. But the hyperextension injuries are pretty common. Those will also in the knee tear your important ligaments and maybe meniscus cartilage and things like that. And actually fractures can occur and cartilage injuries. And in the elbow, that would be more of a fracture, especially in the pediatric population. Hyperextension injury to the elbow, fall from height, things like that. You can get injuries about the elbow. Supracondylar is one that's the most common, right above the elbow joint. So those are pretty nasty sometimes and need surgery. But in sports, the knee being hyperextended, most of the time, especially in the younger, if it's a lower energy, the younger population will just have swelling and sprain strain, as we call it. But obviously, the more it extends or hyperextends and the higher the energy, you can certainly tear your ligaments.
Oh, so we have maybe a minute left or so. What's a 30-second takeaway for parents for this episode?
I would say that with the kids participating in sports this spring, it's important to have them go back into a slowly, properly warm-ups, conditioning before going full bore into competition and high-level play. That'd be number one. Number two would be proper nutrition, hydration, as always, very paramount. And number three would be watching for signs and symptoms in your kid about injuries that are starting, whether like hyper or overuse injuries and things like that. So we want to just keep an eye on those. And if something looks out of place with your kid after a couple of weeks, then you really should get it evaluated.
Wait, thank you so much for your time. That was super educational.
Yes.
I'm going to replay this episode back for me in about 4 or 5 years. So I appreciate it. Thank you again for your time. And thank you, everybody, for watching Tired Parents Club. We'll be back next time with another episode.
Welcome to our Queen City News Faces of the Carolinas special, a collection of the stories that give a look into the people that make our communities so special. Rock climbing builds strength and friendships. Both are essential for people with a disease that has no cure. Every week in Charlotte, folks take on an obstacle experts say is helpful in the fight against Parkinson's.
This is the one we'll be doing.
It's hard, trust me. This took me a really long time to get.
Life can be a series of steep challenges, but up these stairs in South End, Charlotte, maybe things are looking up.
Absolutely, girlfriend. I know you're gonna make it. We can get started. He's ready. So watch John here. John's like our super fast climber. It's so fun to watch him climb.
Every Tuesday at Inner Peaks,
All right, you ready? All right, let's do it.
men and women with Parkinson's disease climb and connect.
The high you get from getting up there is worth it.
Nice, John. It's not Parkinson's that limits you, it's rock climbing. Rock climbing's hard to do. Nice, John. Awesome.
Physical therapist Sophia Dalabakis is an ambassador for Upending Parkinson's. It's a nonprofit that provides guided rock climbing to help people with the disorder across the country.
Exercise can really delay the progression of their symptoms. The arms guide you up the wall, but your legs lift. See how he did that really big step there?
A few months after I got diagnosed, friends of mine sent me a video where they talked about upending Parkinson's, climbing therapy for Parkinson's patients. Both my friends said, "This is you."
Fellow ambassador Kevin Collins was diagnosed with Parkinson's last year.
When I'm climbing, I don't have the tremors. For me, the biggest thing was the cognitive ability. So I have to figure out the route I'm going to go, where to put my hands, my feet.
It helps with balance because, you're balancing on your toes, you're shifting your weight up on the rocks, so that's huge. Coordination. A lot of people with Parkinson's have issues walking.
Today's actually my first day ever trying this.
There's a good left foot right here you can use.
For John Cross, this seems like an uphill battle.
So you can put both your hands on that one hold above you. Yeah, perfect.
I'm scared to death of heights, so I wasn't quite sure whether I'd be able to do it or not.
Nicely done.
Minor triumphs feel like major breakthroughs.
You start focusing on the task involved and you forget about the height. My arms are so pumped up right now. I feel like Popeye the Sailor Man from the cartoons.
So many with Parkinson's don't know their own strength.
I gotcha. They're just the most motivating, most resilient group of people to work with. They know that exercise helps them. They are open-minded. 1, 2, 3. Up, up, up. Very nice. Now pull yourself up with that right leg. There you go. There you go. Perfect.
But with every grip, they scale the wall of self-doubt.
Awesome.
All right, Bob.
That's okay. You did great. Hey, you know what? You got off the ground. I'm proud of you. Great. Awesome job. Nice, Hugh. That was awesome.
A Charlotte nonprofit called E2D's mission is to bridge the digital divide. They refurbish laptops that come mainly from corporate donors. Then the group gives them to school kids in underprivileged communities. Let's take a look at what pushed the group to come together to act. We take for granted the fact that everyone has a computer.
The cost of computers, quite honestly, is very expensive.
Those of us who have one, it's just convenient, may not feel like we're living in the laptop of luxury.
I feel like it.
But Pat Millen, one of the co-founders of E2D, says too many can't afford one.
The things that you can't do if you don't have a computer are pretty important.
The nonprofit's goal is to bridge the digital divide between the haves and the have-nots in Charlotte area schools.
Any company that wants to donate us computers, we will take them and refurbish them.
They'll be distributed to students in underprivileged communities.
Hey, Laura, can you second clean these for me, please?
Supervisor Anthony Calloway leads the staff in the lab, where the donated units are processed.
Quality control them to make sure that everything on the OS is working properly, the camera works, the headphone works.
Making a list and checking it twice.
All right, those are getting final clean right now. These computers go to underprivileged communities to help end the digital divide.
Now, the impetus for all this was 13 years ago, when a then 12-year-old posed the question that floored her family.
So I went home to my parents and I asked them the question of how my classmates get their homework done if they don't have a computer in the home. And they said they probably go to the library or sometimes they can't get it done. And I said, that's not fair, so what are we gonna do about it?
And if you're a parent, you know that sometimes these things come at you and you hear them, and sometimes they fly right past you. Well, that one hit us squarely in the head.
Pat eventually gave up his sports marketing career and now works side by side with Franny.
I think that one is 2019.
And they were donated today?
Yes.
In the first year, E2D gave out about 150 laptops. The tally in 2024 alone was more than 11,000.
It's theirs to have. It's amazing that we get so many thank yous, so many happy smiling faces.
They've delivered more than 55,000 computers statewide, recently helping Helene victims in Western North Carolina.
We were ready to step in when they needed us.
An extra benefit of what they do is workforce development, giving high school and college students interested in tech careers jobs in the lab.
We hire them, we train them, and they become superstars.
To this day, Franny's question, what are we going to do about it, is the core of E2D's operating system.
It blows my mind that this is how far we've come and we're not ready to stop.
Some businesses sell more than just a product or a service. The ones that last also convey a feeling. Tony's Ice Cream in Gastonia started scooping 110 years ago. It's become a perennial hotspot for happy times. I found out the story behind their success.
Hi, Miss Jada. How are you?
If you think the good old days are ancient history,
Has it been a long day? Yeah.
it might warm your heart to know that Tony's Ice Cream in Gastonia is frozen in time.
Oh yeah, it hasn't changed almost none.
This sweet spot on Franklin Boulevard goes back to 1947. Memories of a bygone era are far from gone. You can still taste them.
This is black cherry. This is lemon.
This is a hot fudge cake. Yeah, you can have a big bite.
Joe Metz has been a customer for 60 years.
Well, does it take you right back to your childhood, though?
Oh yeah, sure.
His wife Judith is a long-timer too.
People just flock in here, and it's a happy place.
And no one is more invested in their happiness than Tony's owner, Louis Coletta, who's 86.
Flavor, quality, and customer service. That's what my granddad taught my dad. That's what my dad taught me.
The story of the family business that now includes 5 generations is at the Gaston County Museum. An old photo of Louis is front and center on the banner for the exhibit called Old Fashioned Way, the Tony's Ice Cream Story.
We were super excited because who doesn't want to tell a story about ice cream?
It's the all-American success story of a family that immigrated from Italy and Scotland. This picture shows founder and grandfather Carmine Coletta holding Louis as a baby. In 1915, Carmine started Coletta's Ice Cream with a pushcart and horse-drawn wagon, selling to folks on the street. From the jump, he refused to cut corners.
We don't compromise on flavor at all.
Carmine went on to open a store on Willow Street. Later, son-in-law Tony Janetta opened 2 city ice cream locations with the same family recipes, including the one on Franklin, which is now the only store still open. The torch was passed to Anthony Coletta, who turned the reins over to son Louis the keeper of the ice cream flame.
I'm still here every day. Everybody tells me where I ought to be. I can't think of a better place for me to be than right here looking after the store.
The display at the museum includes a barrel that Carmine sold ice cream out of more than a century ago, along with his ice cream scoop and a brass bell used to let customers know he was ready for business. And this vintage 1940s TV radio combo was inside one of the stores. The most popular flavor of ice cream here at Tony's by a long shot is the chocolate. The recipe unchanged over the years. I mean, why would you? Here's the scoop. It's good. This is the Tony's production facility across the way.
We'll make a cart of threes and transition into the house.
On this day, the crew made a batch of butter pecans. Lewis's grandson, AP, is the point man in a frantic juggling act.
For an hour and a half, ice cream is coming out of there. There is no pause button.
AP has worked at Tony's for 25 years.
This is my first day of work. I was 12 years old. My favorite part about making ice cream is the smile that it puts on people's face.
That pride is in his blood, along with the recipes.
Yeah, we're good.
The immigrant work ethic that jump-started the business is still the heartbeat of the operation.
That's right here. That's us right here.
It takes all of us to make a community. And I think the Coletta family and the Janetta family are really great examples.
Hi, how are you? Good, what can I get you?
And customers say it's nice to know that some things never change.
Yeah.
Never, ever change.
This is special. That's right.
Y'all have a wonderful day. Thank y'all.
A defiant songwriter carries on playing even after a life-changing diagnosis. How the Mount Holly man is finding strength in song. A Mount Holly treasure paints a picture with his song lyrics. Music has given David Childers peace since the day doctors told him he was diagnosed with cancer. He holds on to faith and clings to what he loves.
Seems to be in tune.
It's poetry in musical motion.
Name's Greasy Dollar.
David Childers of Mount Holly has made his mark as a soulful storyteller.
Hot day rising from the mist upon the river. Tar paper shacks are sweating in the shade. My freshman year in college, my girlfriend broke up with me, and so I started playing the guitar, to kind of ease the pain, and found a new friend. Some say the world was made for fun and frolic, and so say I, indeed, oh so say I. But I've got to go and earn my greasy dollar.
His career reaches a crescendo this fall when David is inducted into the North Carolina Music Hall of Fame.
I feel like there's people more deserving, but hell, I'll take it. I'm very honored.
It means even more at a time when the storyteller is in the throes of a new chapter.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Okay?
David gets chemo twice a month at Caramont Cancer Center. Last August, he was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer that spread to his liver and lungs.
So I had this one lady tell me when I first came in, this will be your demise. You're going to die within 2 to 4 years. I'm like, oh, really? Let's see about that.
There's so much in our life that has changed with that.
Linda is his wife of nearly 52 years.
At first, I thought he was going to die.
I mean, dying, everybody's got to die. I'm 73 years old. I've had an amazing life.
David's cancer battle has forced him to face his own mortality. But with that, he hopes it's new life for a powerful perspective.
It's been a great life. Sorry. But if I go now, I can't complain.
Doctors tell him the colon cancer was removed, but the disease still affects his other organs. He's found peace by staying active physically and creatively. David sometimes struggles with his balance and leans on Linda.
I can't stop painting.
In his studio, he takes a Bob Ross approach.
And I never quite know what it's going to be when I start. The paintings just dictate what they're going to be.
He recently sent art to some of the folks who contributed to a GoFundMe page. It got a lot of music community support and raised $31,000 for the Childers.
And I'll come back and add different layers.
He paints to express his appreciation.
They didn't ask for it, but I've never been somebody that lived on hands out. I always earned my way.
These days, time with their granddaughter feels even more valuable.
There you go.
You just are thankful for everything that you have. You think the smallest things become very, very special.
Run, skeleton, run. Get down from the mountain.
Everything matters a little bit more, including the gift of song that keeps him strong.
From the get-go, it's like, I ain't gonna let this beat me. Run, skeleton, run.
Woo! The average pickleball player is about 35 years old, but that number keeps going down thanks to kids who pick up the paddles. A Charlotte girl wants to be the face of junior pickleball.
All right, we're gonna play.
The #1 growing sport in America isn't just played by seniors.
The old guys are always ready.
At the Tipsy Pickle at Camp North End, kidders of all ages are welcome.
This gentleman here is pretty old, but there's some of us young guns here who like to play.
I've seen the kids spike in the last year. Come on, that's your opportunity.
Just when you thought that pickleball couldn't get bigger, this little gherkin plays with intensity. Pardon the pickle pun. Ella Evans is 10 and her own hype girl.
Once I get pretty hype, I just get so powerful. And then once I get powerful, I'm like winning, 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 winning.
She can't say winning enough. Ella is one of the top-ranked 12 and under players in the Junior Professional Pickleball Association.
They probably just started at the NC tournament. Like at NC, I just was playing like a baller.
Her mom, Monica, says Ella started balling when she was 7.
When she steps on the court and she's so fierce, they're just like, oh my goodness, who is this little girl? Like, where did she come from?
There's the good, come on. That's the ball.
But Coach Wynn Johnson says there are some things he can't coach.
Who's gonna look better when they're tired? Better be. She is an absolute dog out there. She doesn't lose her focus. She really wants to win.
She plays just about every day, and sometimes she plays through pain.
Good shot.
Ella is known for her will to win, even in the face of an insurmountable loss, the death of her daddy in February.
He was just the greatest father I could ask for.
Jake Evans died 3 months ago after a long illness. He was 57.
Even though that his loss hurt me, it's like that just encouraged me to get better and better and tell myself that he's cheering for me every single tournament.
What's been on your mind?
It helps to focus on the next opponent.
Just singles.
A lot of players, a lot of people, that would break them. I mean, that's her dad. And she has almost used it as an instrument, a tool to motivate her even more to play for something.
I am proud to be the co-founder of this movement.
Ella and her mom launched a magazine for young pickleball enthusiasts called The Junior Spin, spotlighting the sport that's given her so much.
I would love just to inspire the other juniors in pickleball.
Transition. 4 balls at the net.
The court is her safe space, and even when life gets heavy, the game she loves always delivers.
Every single time you play pickleball, it makes you feel good.
Finish. Yeah.
Coming up, it's a tiny town with a rich history. How important memories from Spencer, North Carolina are being preserved through painting. A new mural in Rowan County gives visitors a snapshot in time. It draws attention to a part of Spencer history that not even the locals know about. Spencer has a rich history as a railroad hub, going back nearly 129 years. But there's more to the town than just its transportation routes. Just feet from the flagpole at the Spencer Post Office, artist Gina Franco tunes out the noise as she paints a mural called Time Has History. The Historic Preservation Commission gave her a blank canvas to turn back the clock and shed light on the old Spencer Watchmaking School.
Murals like this are important.
The school was founded in 1929 by L.T. Holzhauser and C.E. Niesberg. For almost 40 years, the school provided training in a lucrative and less crowded field, its brochure said.
Spencer has a lot of firsts, but this is a very important first.
Many disabled students were trained there, including World War II veterans. That helped fill a critical need for heroes of the greatest generation.
Significant is that prior to that, there was no training available for the disabled and wounded war veterans.
I lost count of how many people have come by and said, oh, I didn't even know about the school. You know, people who have lived here their whole lives.
The school also gave women a springboard into the male-dominated business. Once students completed their training at the Spencer Watchmaking School, many took their skills beyond town limits.
They taught jewelry as well as watchkeeping, and many of the graduates went on to open jewelry stores / watch repair shops in their hometowns.
The Spencer Library has a collection of photos and articles, even a watchmaking cabinet, which, as you can see, has stood the test of time.
Kind of giving it a vintage feel, you know, so with the color palette.
5 years ago, Gina walked away from a teaching career to become a full-time artist. But in a sense, she still teaches by painting a picture of the past.
Visual storytelling, which I think can be very effective, you know, in educating people and about history.
We think of history lessons in the confines of a classroom, but murals can also convey the importance of a chapter in time.
And the fact that she incorporated the whole history into this one piece is amazing.
A Cherryville woman got to do something on her bucket list that brought her family to tears. Coming up, the encounter that started with a social worker and a dream. The word hospice usually evokes thoughts of death and sadness, but ideally it also helps improve the quality of life for someone at the end of life. A Cherryville woman got a rare chance to make special memories with her family, and they'll talk about it for years to come. Once upon a time, there was a girl who really loved giraffes.
I fell in love with that animal.
They're Debbie Zurbriggen's spirit animals. No matter what the occasion, daughter Beth knows exactly what to buy for her mother.
Giraffes have always been her thing.
She's adored them since middle school. I mean, there's even a giraffe on her phone.
You got boys texting you or something?
That don't even deserve a comment.
She's a very strong woman, very sassy, feisty.
I heard that.
While she's got spunk to spare, Debbie and her loved ones are coming to terms with the beginning of the end.
She came home from the hospital July 4th with end-stage heart failure.
One doctor feared Debbie was unlikely to even live past September. She receives hospice care at home, surrounded by images of her favorite gentle giants.
You're a special woman. How have you been feeling?
Rough.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Mostly your stomach.
Carly Phelps is a social worker for Carolina Caring.
She said that her final wish would be to feed a giraffe in person, and when I heard that, it just stuck out to me.
Carly reached out to the Carolina Caring Foundation, and that paved the way for a dream encounter at the North Carolina Zoo in Asheboro.
This has been on my bucket list since 7th grade.
The foundation arranged for her to feed a giraffe, also inviting family and nursing staff to experience it with her. Look at that big smile right before the long-awaited moment.
We went up onto the giraffe deck. Her face was just pure joy, really, and all of us just knew how much that meant to her.
I'm actually getting to do this. And then when I turned, and there he was, I just bursted out in tears.
She was in awe, face to face with Jack.
And then I feed him. You're not supposed to touch him. I touched it.
And she loved every second.
What did it feel like?
I felt the side of its tongue sticky, and then I felt the side of its face. It's like a dog fur.
There wasn't a dry eye in that part of the zoo. It was an emotional day for everyone.
Everybody was crying. Not sad tears, it was happy tears.
I'll carry this day in my heart forever.
Experts now say Debbie's life expectancy is a matter of months. We can only hope they're wrong again.
Well, my family, now you'll get me crying.
She's so thankful for the herd that's been by her side.
I don't know how people do this without having family. I don't know how they do it.
That was like our last big family outing.
They're beautiful.
Even at the end of life, she finds the joy in life. Pictures remind Debbie of one of the greatest days ever.
Oh, and they got me a giraffe cake.
Many who survived Hurricane Helene lost everything. along with the anguish of losing loved ones and homes, some lost possessions that provide healing and hope. A musical instrument drive gathered musical equipment to be distributed in Western North Carolina. We take a look at how that small gesture helped some recapture their passion. Especially for musicians, the sound of silence is deafening. Joey Riccio affectionately calls his guitar Old Blue. It's like a best friend he picks on daily.
Oh man, they're like part of the family almost, you know.
As an instructor and tech, Joey feels the pain of Western North Carolina musicians who lost prized instruments when Helene made landfall.
I mean, more than, they're just irreplaceable, and now they have to be replaced.
The music community has always come together.
The B-String Guitar Shop in Winston-Salem is part of a nationwide effort to collect instruments of hope.
I was surprised to see this one get donated.
Owner Mike Bennett plays one of the guitars given to the cause.
You know, that's their tools for working. So it's like a, carpenter losing a saw. All these are going for the help, along with all the ones in the cases.
Usually all they ask of customers is no stairway to heaven. But lately, the B-String has rallied support. This shop alone has collected and in some cases refurbished about 100 guitars, amps, and other equipment for a mountain relief effort.
Here's a 5-string Ibanez bass that's brand new. Guy didn't learn to play bass. Here's a Fender acoustic guitar.
Wood Songs will distribute them for free to musicians affected by Helene.
Naturally, the first thing they needed was shelter, water, that kind of things, but there was people that actually did use instruments to make a living.
More than 1,000 instruments will be distributed in Buncombe County for players of all ages. For the folks who contributed, the idea of someone losing their source of joy tugs at the heartstrings.
And I think they deserve their instruments back.
Folk singer Michael Jonathan says Wood Songs has gathered items from around the country for players in Western North Carolina.
Even still, it's really difficult for those folks out there. So this music is the soundtrack of America's front porch.
That soundtrack was interrupted by the painful losses caused by Helene. Musicians elsewhere can't sit by quietly.
They're not cleaning out their closet. They're taking good stuff, and they're saying, this would probably make somebody's day.
We have full amplifiers, we have PA systems.
And unexpected gems like this violin from the 1800s. Maybe a band student can enjoy it next.
Anybody that's playing one in school just got a big upgrade with a vintage violin.
After losing so much, the hope is that Helene survivors find solace in music again.
Oh, just play on. I mean, that's the one release that they can get that doesn't really cost them anything. Just go play and enjoy it and take your mind off the troubles.
And maybe breaking the silence can help mend broken hearts after all that's lost. An Asheville artist has documented her daily journey of shock and recovery. For 13 years, she's painted a daily self-portrait that's almost like a visual journal entry. That ritual gives her a paper trail to look back on. The portrait of recovery is far from complete in Western North Carolina. In some ways, 1 year after Helene feels like a day to Ursula Golo of Asheville.
Every time it rains, everyone is nervous who has experienced this. There's a lot of anxiety still. 11:40 a.m.
We don't know what tomorrow will bring. Ursula counts on a daily ritual.
It's just now become a habit. It's just become a thing I do without even thinking about. I'm gonna try to get you in here.
Okay.
A little bit, so.
She has either painted or drawn herself almost every day for 13 years. The self-portraits are like a visual journal.
It's a documentation of some sort of time, of events, of my creative process.
More recently, they chronicled her hurricane experience.
These are the portraits before Helene, this was September 23rd.
Helene's on the way.
September 24th, September 25th.
2 days before landfall, she sketched her face.
It is on the stationery of a hotel where I had to stay because it was raining so bad. That is why Helene was so bad, was that storm saturated the ground.
September 27th, the day disaster struck.
This describes sort of this like shocked, kind of like, I don't know what happened. I don't know how everyone else is doing. Maybe I was sort of working out some anxiety.
On the day after,
we walked around the neighborhood and just couldn't believe, like, all the trees were down. Exhausted and sort of concerned.
All of it is her expression of the storm of anxiety.
It seemed like everyone was shell-shocked and just didn't even know how to proceed.
What many lost is unthinkable.
This was this way of this child processing that.
A little girl watched her mother get taken by the river, and she said that her mother had turned into a mermaid. And so I made these mermaids.
That was this.
Since Helene, there's been a rainbow of emotions.
I was lucky, but it's not really a consolation to know that all these other people went through so much.
Of course, not everyone here has a brush in their hand, but as folks here pick up the pieces, they have a renewed portrait of the community and its unity.
Something like this happens, we're all in it together. I wanted to show the moment.
And this selfie documents the ongoing self-reflection that's very much a work in progress in the mountains.
Okay, I'm done.
Sometimes the best healing can come through a good recipe. Coming up in Faces of the Carolina, hear how one man's legacy lives on through a Lincoln County restaurant. Sometimes the best healing can come through a good recipe. How one man's legacy lives on through a Lincoln County restaurant.
Every entrepreneur has a unique recipe for what they hope is long-term success.
I made this ahead of time so that I couldn't give away any of my secret. I'm combining my crab meat into my glue.
But the real glue that holds this place together is the love of family. Rebecca Tapper happily tells anyone who asks about the inspiration for her takeout seafood venture with specialties like crab cakes.
The love for cooking definitely came from my father. He would make crab cakes, but they were never as good as these.
Rebecca's dad, Jeffrey Tapper, died more than a year ago in August of 2024.
This is my sister Shayna.
As grandkids Shayna and Caden explain,
We called him Poppy, and he meant a lot to us. Poppy loved his crabs.
There's an 8-ouncer.
4 months ago, Rebecca opened Poppy's, a taste of Maryland, in Denver.
I had never had a restaurant before. I was always a good cook and always enjoyed cooking, but it was never something that was something I ever thought I would do. There's no filler, there's no veggies. This is just Maryland-style crab cakes.
What's that until I pick that up?
It fills a void in the market and the Tapper family's heart. Jeffrey was a longtime attorney in Maryland before moving to Denver to retire with his wife, Barbara.
This was our first dance.
They were married nearly 46 years. His heart disease cut their golden years together painfully short. Barbara says although he'd love the name Poppy's,
He would probably be embarrassed as hell. He would. But like Rebecca said, he would be in that kitchen.
imagine him cutting up while making crab dip with his grandchildren.
He was so funny. Like dad jokes all the time.
He could be either seriously funny or just serious at any given moment.
He was the hardest working man I've ever known. He did everything and anything to take care of our family.
I'm chowing down with photojournalist Ben here. If I was Guy Fieri Lee, I'd say something like, these are all Thrilla, no filla. And they are delicious. Poppy would be proud, but don't get it twisted. Poppy would have some notes for his daughter.
He'd be in the kitchen telling me what to do.
That was part of his charm.
This is your hot, bubbly crab dip.
He was a good guy. Always took care of the family. Was always there for us. He would be so proud of my mom. He would be so proud of her.
They know that Poppy is looking down from above and smiling.
Even when I drive by when I'm not coming in, I'd say, hi, Poppy, and I just know he's here. I know he's proud.
And opening a business seems like a fitting way to salute the man who was often all business.
A South Carolina artist appears at comic conventions across the country. But while fans see the upstate man's eye-popping work, they usually have no idea about the backstory that makes his art stand out even more.
He's not superhuman, but he does have super skills.
You see what I've done in just this little amount of time, right?
Lance Footer often gets lost in his work.
It's kind of like an escape.
This is Red Sonja, in my style.
His pieces come in all sizes, from comic book covers for independent publishers to his original art. He also creates collectible trading cards.
I did these for Marvel. They all get signed on the back. This is the top secret dynamite project.
Lance relies on a trusty tool as he draws.
All my artwork comes through this magnifying glass. I've tried everything else. Looking through this little thing all day, every day, it gets on you.
He's legally blind. At home, his service dog Pluto is by his side. But while the name of his business, Low Vision Studio, caught my eye,
nobody ever picks up on the whole eye problem thing.
Lance was born with optic atrophy. As a boy, he swallowed brass polish, which made things worse.
That poison came out and burnt everything on its way out because I can't smell or taste anymore either.
He started drawing at just 3 years old.
3 French hens.
The 12 Days of Christmas.
Turtle doves. I'll always draw. Every time I stop, something pulls me back.
But there was a time when art wasn't enough to help him cope with depression. He once ballooned to more than 325 pounds.
Feeling sorry for yourself because you're disabled. There's no need. And that's when I was drinking and alcoholic and everything else. And, it was just that going down that hill. This is a scrapbook that my wife started.
Then an unexpected turn 12 years ago turned his life around. He started training to become a para-athlete.
You're like, I thought I was in a dark place, but I'm really out of shape. So.
He lost 160 pounds and became a 3-time national champion in tandem cycling. Lance was a contender for the 2016 Rio Paralympics, pedaling on a bike behind a sighted rider in competition.
Everything that I've done has been a heck of an accomplishment. These two right here are going to be my banners for Cincinnati Comic-Con.
His cycling days are now long behind him, and so is his depression, he says. Lance still dreams of creating comic book covers for Marvel or DC. His blindness still catches people off guard at conventions.
And when they find out it's from a blind artist?
Well, it's even more like, oh, I gotta have it now. Let me look through this book again, you know.
We don't know our own strength until we're forced to. The closest Lance has to a superpower is his super perseverance.
It is not a disability, it's an inconvenience. I've said that since day one.
And his Wonder Wiener Dog is his ride or die.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being my eyes.
One young man is doing his part to keep lawns looking sharp in his neighborhood. How he got his business off the ground and is giving back. A Charlotte entrepreneur has loved mowing the yard since he was knee-high. He also uses his lawn equipment to help neighbors who are most in need.
It brings me joy.
At 12 years old, he's not old enough to drive, and he's years away from voting. But Quentin Hines Jr. elects not to dwell on what he can't do.
The society that we live in today, there's not a lot of people who will go around trying to help others. So that's another reason why I try my very best.
Somewhere along the line, a light bulb went on, and Quentin realized kids can make a difference.
I feel like I'm helping out the community.
QJ's professional lawn care is both his business and his escape.
I seen it. I'm expecting you to be a millionaire by 18.
Cutting grass is really a way for me to just release all my stress.
His list of paying clients has doubled in the last year, and for seniors and others who are physically unable to mow their yards, Quentin does it for free.
I watched him grow up into this.
Next door neighbor Pat Perry has watched him grow like a weed since she's known him. Pat was hospitalized for months after a near-fatal accident. The boy has taken care of her turf for the past year.
Give me a hug. I'm so proud of you, man. You're doing excellent. My yard looks excellent. I thank you for all the times that you did it when I couldn't. You know how special you are to me, right?
One thing that I always kept in mind is what goes into the world always has a way of coming back to you.
those acts of kindness sometimes leave his mom, Shirley,
Speechless. He's always looking for a way to help someone else, especially when the grass is out of order. He's like the grass police of the neighborhood.
He's been fascinated by yard work since he was a toddler, when the sound of his late grandfather's mower piqued his interest.
I would get super happy. I would ask if I could cut the grass with him.
My husband will often say, well, I hope when he becomes a teenager that he still likes to cut grass, because he's going to be the grass cutter around here. So
He still loves the smell of fresh cut grass. And Quentin's always willing to go the extra yard for someone in need.
there's so much going on in the world today, and we overlook some of the people who really need help.
Of course, Quentin is far too young to serve our country in the military, but he sure has found a way to serve his community.
You got this.
Thank you.
And then make sure you get me a new car.
We'll be right back with more from our Faces of the Carolinas special. Thank you for joining us for our Queen City News Faces of the Carolinas special. To check out any of the stories again, head to our website, qcnews.com. Until next time, I'm John Lee for Queen City News. Thanks for watching.
After another day of record warmth or near record warmth across the Carolinas, how long is it sticking around? I'll show you with my pinpoint forecast at 5.
And it is win or go home for the Charlotte Hornets tonight. We are getting you ready for the team's biggest game of the season. And a major change in the case at the center of this viral fight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse. Why prosecutors are dropping the murder charge against the man who was beaten. Good afternoon to you. I'm Morgan Francis. Queen City News at 5 starts right now. All right, it all comes down to tonight for the Charlotte Hornets. They had a thrilling Tuesday night win over the Heat in the first play-in game. Now just the Orlando Magic are in the Hornets' way of reaching the playoffs for the first time in a decade. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks joins us live from South End tonight. Shakira, we're about 2.5 hours away from tip-off. We are getting excited and hoping that there's going to be a big turnout for fans getting ready for the game.
Yeah, Morgan, right now it's just me and like 2 other people right now that are having all of the energy here. Bar managers tell me that they do expect a lot of people to come out today. They expect to be spilling out onto the light rail. We're at a very large sports building on East Bland Street. We're at All-American right now. If people know what that is, that's Slate, Rose, All-American, all in one sports building. They expect a lot of people to be here today for their Hornets watch party. They said they've been having a lot of people come out for the Hornets watch parties all season, especially the end of the season. Now, there's not a lot of people right now. The party doesn't start until 6, but this is what it looks like right now. Not a lot of people. The bartenders are in the back getting ready to be making a lot of drinks today. The bar, like I said, the watch party starts at 6. Hornets fans are going to slowly start trickling in soon. We've got one over here right now playing pool. Managers tell me that they've been working on the watch party since the big win on Tuesday night against the Heat, and one general manager says they've gotten a slight head start in February.
Once the playoffs were in the picture, then I think everybody realized, oh, hey, we have something to gravitate towards. We have something to pull for, something to be proud of, our city, because they represent us, Charlotte as a whole. And so, I mean, really at that point, coming off the All-Star break is when I really saw it, because I think everybody was just excited for the postseason. So, and I mean, I know I was. And so we've kind of, as a sports bar, that's what we've, geared our attention towards.
We're hoping that a lot of fans start trickling in. It's only 5:02 right now. We see some people walking on the light rail, and the bar managers tell me they have a lot of specials, a lot of deals going on just to get people nice and energetic for hopefully a win tonight. We'll check in later with you guys. Morgan.
Yeah, Shakira, it's 5 o'clock, and I'm sure everyone's going to start to file in shortly here. Thanks so much. Let's bring in our Gabe McDonald, who is joining us live from Orlando now. Gabe, tonight's game is, again, the biggest one of the season for the Hornets. It's win or go home.
Yeah, absolutely, Morgan. Once again, another do-or-die matchup, and it once again comes against a very familiar opponent. Even though the Hornets are down here in hostile territory in Orlando, it's a place where they've had a lot of recent success, which gives them plenty of confidence heading into tonight's game after a very emotional win against the Heat over on Tuesday at the Spectrum Center. And while Charlotte did struggle against Miami in the regular season, the same can't be said about their season series against the Orlando Magic. The Hornets posted a 3-1 mark against the Magic, with the most recent victory coming on the night of Dale Curry's jersey retirement last month. And those wins where Charlotte was dominant, beating Orlando by an average of 20 points in those games. But that's all history heading into tonight. The focus is on what's going to happen in about 2.5 hours, and it's a high-stakes opportunity that head coach Charles Lee feels his squad is ready to take advantage of.
We are built for this moment. We have earned this moment, but on every possession, this is all we're guaranteed is this one game. I think that we learned some stuff, and you got to hold on to some of that. And when you're down late in the game and you find a way to come back and execute and win and compete and rebound and finish, all that good stuff, you got to take that with you. And so I hope we bring some of that into this game, because I think that no matter where the score is, no matter what the flow of the game is, we have the tools and the capability to succeed.
Plenty of confidence for Charles Lee and company heading into this one. Now, one thing to monitor is the health of starting center Moussa Diabate. He did pop up on yesterday's injury report with left hip soreness and is questionable for tonight's game. He did participate in the shoot-around earlier today, so we'll see if he's going to be able to give it a go. If he's not, count on rookie Ryan Kalkbrenner to get the start at the 5 spot in his place. But we'll see that when tip-off comes up at about 7:30. But for now, live at the Kia Center, Gabe McDonald for Queen City News.
Hopefully this game will be less dramatic than the last one, and the Hornets just get the easy win. Thanks, Gabe. Gabe. Our CSL team has a special Hornets pregame show this evening as well. Gabe's going to be a part of that. We'll tell you everything you need to know ahead of tip-off and have some special guests joining in as well. That starts at 6:30 right here on Queen City News. Getting to our Friday forecast with a live look at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Temperatures remain warm and our dry stretch continues as we head into the weekend. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is here. Andrew, Shakir mentioned it, that people are starting to walk on the rail trail. They're just getting done with work. So what can Hornets fans expect heading out to watch parties this evening?
You know, I think of some of those favorite watering holes in South End that maybe have a rooftop bar, some exterior seating. It is going to be just a wonderful evening. Now, we've been talking so much about the near record warmth. The one saving grace here is that the humidities continue to stay very low. Not good for the drought conditions and the fire weather conditions, but it's felt very, very comfortable once we've gotten into the evening hours. Going to be staying mostly dry, even with a couple of showers on the way for your Sunday. The wildfire danger, though, is going to continue. We're not seeing anything remotely close resembling drought relief here across the Carolinas. 86 degrees currently, light and variable winds around 5 miles an hour. That's keeping the fire weather conditions at least a little bit on the lower side. Unofficial high today was 86. 61 was the low this morning, about 8 degrees off the record of 94 set back 30 years ago, though we could potentially see a record tomorrow. Might be talking more about that coming up in just a few minutes. So well above our average high of about 74 degrees. We're going to get much closer to that, though, starting on your Sunday. Pinpoint satellite, just another beautiful day. It's been sunshine, beautiful weather. The humidity, thankfully, has stayed relatively low. Pinpoint radar here, quiet across the Carolinas. We zoom out a little bit farther here. High pressure still squarely in control for another day or two. I'm talking more about what's on the way this weekend with my full forecast, Morgan, in just a few minutes.
We're following breaking news out of Iredell County, where crews from several agencies are at the scene of a drowning on Lake Norman. The scene is near Shortleaf Drive. Details are still limited at this time, but we know rescue crews responded to the area around 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then within the last hour, officials say the body of a missing swimmer has been recovered. Still a developing story. We'll, of course, update you once we learn more. This is video of a Mecklenburg County courthouse brawl that got viral national attention. We first showed it to you in February. The father of a teen killed in a shooting attacked the man accused of pulling the trigger. Now, prosecutors are dropping the charges against the defendant, saying he was defending himself in the 2025 shooting after cutting ties with a gang. Queen City News reporter Andy Weber has the latest shakeup in this case.
This clip went viral after this man, Shaheem Snipe, attacked Marion McKnight, who up until yesterday was facing murder charges in the death of Snipe's son, Jamarie Dixon.
Still to this day, I cry every morning. Ain't a day don't go past I don't think about my son.
But after a detailed review of surveillance footage as well as witness statements, prosecutors say they are dropping their charges against that murder suspect, Marion McKnight, saying they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't acting in self-defense. In documents filed Thursday, prosecutors with the Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office says while walking home from a rec center basketball game on May 23rd of last year, McKnight was followed home by 4 known gang members, which included Jamarie Dixon. The filing says McKnight had recently cut ties with the gang. Images from surveillance video show that after 3 people surrounded and blocked McKnight's path, he pulled out a gun and shot at the group, injuring 2 of them and killing Jamarie Dixon. Dixon's mother, Lynette Dixon, rejects the DA's narrative.
He was not followed based on the minimal evidence that y'all provided me. I can only get information by email. Nobody will speak to me.
A spokesperson for DA Spencer Merriweather declined to comment on the case, but in their filing, prosecutors say based off available evidence and witnesses, the state does not have a reasonable likelihood of success at trial in proving each and every element of McKnight's murder charges. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
We're working to learn more about a shooting that left a man dead this morning in Rock Hill. Police responded to a home on Flint Hill Street around 11 a.m. They found a 33-year-old victim shot outside several times. He later died from his injuries. Details are still limited. We'll update you once we learn more. A Huntersville man is facing several sexual exploitation of a minor charges after a raid at his home. Nathan Harlan is facing 10 counts in total. Investigators received a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about the upload of child sexual abusive images to a website. Huntersville police say they tied that account to Harlan over a month-long investigation. He's in the Mecklenburg County Jail on a $50,000 bond. President Trump and Iranian leaders say the Strait of Hormuz is completely open, tied to a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. But the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports is still in effect. An Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson is threatening their country's military will take, quote, reciprocal measures if the U.S. violates its part of the agreement to reopen the strait. President Trump says meetings with Iranian leaders will happen this weekend to potentially end the fighting. We'll have more details coming up in the next half hour. Following the news of the reopening of the stock market, following this news of the reopening, the stock market skyrocketed today. The Dow finished up 868 points. At one point during this afternoon, it was up 1,100 points. S&P 500 also finished in the positive, rising by 84 points. So did the NASDAQ, adding 365 points to the index today. North Carolina health officials are getting community feedback on a proposed emergency department in NODA. They held a community hearing in NODA this morning. Atrium health officials want to build a standalone facility costing more than $37 million. It would open in August of 2028 if state health regulators give their approval. Atrium representatives say the facility would ease the burden on Queen City hospitals.
The development of Atrium Health NODA will help alleviate this capacity pressure while creating the first accessible freestanding point of emergency care in Central Charlotte.
The facility would have 8 treatment rooms, a CT scanner, X-ray, and ultrasound equipment, a pharmacy, and lab testing space. A developer is delaying a proposed East Charlotte data center. We first told you about the site earlier this month. It would be built along Hood Road. Charlotte City Council members plan to hold a public hearing Monday on the rezoning request, but the developer is now postponing the application until May. A petition opposing the data center plan has nearly 4,000 signatures. Work will begin Sunday on the new Blue Line station in South End. CATS officials say the light rail will operate on a single track between New Bern and Bland Streets through next Friday. Riders should expect delays because of the project. Part of the rail trail in that area will also close for construction. Next weekend, there will be a full rail shutdown for maintenance. Buses will operate in place of the Blue and Gold Line trains. This new station and rail crossing will be between Remount Road and Tremont Avenue near the Publix. Catawba County Commissioners will hold a public hearing Monday before voting on the merger of 3 school districts. If approved, Catawba County Schools, Hickory City Schools, and Newton Conover City Schools would become one county-wide district. Officials say this will prevent overcrowding within the county school district by using underutilized classrooms in the Hickory and Newton Conover districts. The meeting begins at 7 Monday night at the County Justice Center in Newton.
Coming up after the break, talking more about the warm weather for the start of your weekend, but some of the changes on the way for your Sunday. We'll get your full forecast next.
It is a busy time for sports in the Tar Heel State. We'll preview all of the action in North Carolina athletics. Going to prom with pride and dignity. The Huntersville Closet helping students find their wear of their dreams and faces of the Carolinas. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. For too many teens, prom night is a stressful time because of all the expenses involved. That's why a ministry in Huntersville is proving to be a godsend. Queen City News storyteller John Lee explains in Faces of the Carolinas.
At First Baptist Church of Huntersville, Eileen Ramirez sees the transformation every spring.
They will come in with a smile and then they will walk out of here with a bigger smile.
Lydia's Loft Prom Closet is something great for the greater good.
Oh my gosh, please open. There you go.
She lugs formal wear upstairs where they're already bursting at the seams.
Hi, everyone. Well, we're glad you're here. She'll be allowed to choose up to 3 dresses.
As teens look for their dream dress,
I don't know where to start.
They're floored by thousands of possibilities packed in one place.
Yeah, there's a really good selection in here. There's tons of pretty dresses.
And the price is right, it's free. So shop on.
Okay, yeah, okay.
When it's time to try them on, happiness fills the room. As Capri Casio glows in her gown, she's about to make her mom cry.
Beautiful girl. I love it. It is so pretty.
Volunteer Pat Gary is glad to help give them that joy.
When I was in high school, I worked a lot and I could not afford to go to prom. So I spent my prom night working at McDonald's. So to see the girls get to enjoy their proms just thrills my heart.
16 years ago, it's Eileen who founded the Prom Closet Ministry with Tammy Morris. It began with a handful of donated dresses and lots of prayer. Thanks to year-round donations, they now have 3,000.
Gives an opportunity for girls to go to prom with love and dignity and grace.
There's also a boys section. The bigger idea is to make connections beyond prom.
We don't know what's going on in their life. We want to be there for them. So it's opening that up to help them out as well.
Cards and letters remind them why they do all this.
You have changed my life, and I feel like a real life princess. Thank you so much. Oh, that gives me cold chills.
And along with those thank you cards, the best part, seeing their eyes light up when they see the perfect dress.
Their eyes just kind of bright up. It's like a 4th of July in here because they're just like smiling.
Most have the big dance on their minds, but the clothes are here for any special occasion.
It's gorgeous and I'm comfortable. So yeah, I love it.
Kelly Love found her wedding dress.
I brought my niece to get a prom dress, so she talked me into trying on dresses at the same time. This was it. Have you looked at shoes? I like this one.
There are 1,000 Cinderella stories here every year. It's a great feeling every time someone says yes to the dress.
I love that they do that for our community. It's incredible.
In Huntersville, John Lee, Queen City News.
You can just see the confidence growing as they try on the dresses. It's adorable. Lydia's Loft Prom Closet is open on Saturdays until April 25th at First Baptist Church of Huntersville. Go to our story at qcnews.com to find out more. All right, Andrew is just dancing, itching to get over here to talk about the weather. You're looking live at Lake Norman.
Love hanging out with you, Morgan.
Hot, well, that's great because I'm here. Lucky you. What a Friday
lucky.
For you, huh?
I know, right?
No. Hey, hot weather. It just grips the Carolinas. We got into the 80s today. It's 86 degrees out there right now. You see a couple people on the dock and one of the boats pulling out of the slip right now. So why wouldn't they? Just a gorgeous night to be out on the water.
Yeah.
That's going to change a little bit. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still going to be nice, don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
but the temps are going to take a bit of a dive.
A bit of a dive. I mean, Monday or Tuesday, it's time to start working on that golf game again, Morgan, here. I'm just giving you a little pro tip from
I
the
know,
meteorologist.
I know.
Comfortable
I
conditions.
only had 4 extra hours.
That's true.
Anywhere in my life right now.
That's true. Being a mom and then also
Yeah.
trying to do the news as well. But we've got much cooler weather as you're talking about on the way here Monday and Tuesday. Sunny skies here across the Carolinas. It is warm, almost record-setting warm out there here across the region. Not quite making history today, but really just a beautiful day out there. If you don't mind the heat, the good news is the humidity has continued to stay low across the region here as we've gone through this heat wave across the Carolinas. That's the only thing keeping the feels-like temperatures from being in the middle 90s right now. Light and variable winds about 5 to 10 miles an hour. That's helped to keep the fire weather conditions low here. If we were talking about wind gusts over 20, 25 miles an hour, red flag warnings would be a distinct concern because of how dry it has been across the Carolinas. Boone camera, as we get up in the mountains, we've got wonderful weather, sunshine up there. That's really the place to be. You want the more comfortable conditions. Everyone else will get in that action, though, early next week, as I was saying to Morgan. Pinpoint radar is quiet. We zoom out, we go wide off to our west. There's our next cold front that's going to be moving in. Still about 36 hours away, but that is going to be the catalyst for much more seasonal temperatures as we get into next week. 90 in Columbia right now, 91 in Savannah. It is hot across the southeast and also exceedingly dry. This is just something we've been talking about over and over, but the drought conditions continue to get worse and worse here across the Central Carolinas, and there's just no real end in sight in that respect. Futurecast as we go through this evening, mostly clear skies. Overnight tonight, heading into your Saturday morning, this is 7 a.m., mostly clear skies. Really comfortable weather early here through about 10 o'clock, and then we start to heat up here. By about noon, we're into the upper 80s here across the Carolinas, likely heading up to the low 90s. The record for tomorrow is 93. Probably won't get there, but not outside of the realm of possibility either. Saturday night here, 8 o'clock, a little bit of cloud cover starting to move in, maybe even a couple of showers and storms late Saturday night. This is 11 o'clock up across the higher elevations. As we head into your Sunday morning, though, there's the clouds moving in. Much grayer start to your Sunday, and then at least a couple of showers trying to move through. Model guidance a little back and forth with exactly how much rainfall we could see. It's not going to be enough to make a dent in the drought, but just a little bit of shower activity can't hurt, right, in terms of the drought conditions. Possible showers through about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That clears out, northwesterly flow, much cooler temperatures moving in. Notice here, 5 o'clock Monday morning, even trying to sow a little bit of light snow here across the mountains of southwestern Virginia as we go into your Monday morning. Possible freeze across the higher elevations. Temperatures much, much cooler. You will need the jackets on your Monday morning here across the Carolinas. Then just a beautiful afternoon with temperatures in the upper 60s. I think maybe a little bit closer to the 70-degree mark than what Futurecast is indicating. Rainfall forecast, though, still not seeing that major rainfall event that we truly need to see any type of erosion of the drought conditions across the Carolinas. Though, as for this evening, great weather. You want to do a little backyard grilling here across the Carolinas as that humidity stays low and feels very comfortable out there. Upper 50s and low 60s here across the Carolinas, middle 50s as we head on up into the mountains. Park forecast tomorrow. Just make sure you're rocking the sunscreen if you're going to be out and about at the park here. Temperatures up around the 90-degree mark, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures low to mid-90s. We head down towards the Santos, lower 80s up across the mountains. Pinpoint 7-day forecast, much, much cooler. Morgan, as we get to your Monday and Tuesday, then we start to heat right back up as we head towards the end of next week.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thanks, Andrew. Queen City News is helping in the fight to end diabetes. Tomorrow, the Step Out Walk for Diabetes event will take place at McAlpine Creek Park. Our Brian Blakely will serve as ambassador and MC for the event. We have details on our website for anyone interested in attending. You can scan the QR code on your screen or head to qcnews.com. Charlotte FC is headed to New York for its next match. We preview how the Crown can get the win. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Charlotte FC is headed north to take on New York City FC tomorrow, kicking off 3 straight road matches. Both Charlotte and NYC have the same exact record. The match comes after the Crown dominated in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup yesterday in the round of 32. They overtook USL League One's Charlotte Independence 6-0. Charlotte FC play-by-play commentator Anna Whitty joined us this morning to preview the Big Apple matchup.
Has to be this extra level of aggression and wanting and willingness to be in those dangerous spots. For me, I'm looking for forward Idan Toklomati to be a little bit more threatening when it comes to him inside of the 18 and really inside of the 6. That's what made Toklomati so good last season, was he was just so dangerous in the air. He always was in good spots, but now his number is circled and teams know what Toklomati is capable of.
That Charlotte FC game kicks off at 7:30 tomorrow night. Carolina Hurricanes now have a Game 1 set in stone against the Ottawa Senators. They will battle it out in the first round of this year's Stanley Cup playoffs. The Senators and Hurricanes have never met in the postseason. Their series kicks off at 3 tomorrow afternoon in Raleigh. We're less than a week away from the NFL Draft, meaning we will finally see what Dan Morgan and company have up their sleeves. It all depends on who's available when the team's first pick comes around. We've also seen Carolina bring in a handful of guys this offseason for pre-draft interviews, helping the front office plan for any scenarios that might happen. The Panthers have a pick in every round but the 7th. They have 2 picks in round 5. Their first selection will be 19th overall in round 1. Every lap hits different at Kansas Speedway as NASCAR heads to KCK this weekend. Intense racing will start Saturday with the Tide Kansas Lottery 300 truck race. And you can't forget about the main event. The Advent Health 400 Cup race is Sunday afternoon. A part of the rail trail in South End will close this weekend for construction, where the work is happening and how long it'll last. And pushback over a proposed East Charlotte data center, the developer's decision ahead of a city council hearing. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. It all comes down to tonight for the Charlotte Hornets. They had a thrilling Tuesday night win over the Heat in the first play-in game. And now just the Orlando Magic are in the Hornets' way of reaching the playoffs for the first time in a decade. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks joins us live from South End. Shakira, I know earlier when we talked to you, there weren't as many fans. Have any started to kind of show up, or is still no, huh?
Okay, Morgan, so yes, they have started to kind of show up, but from 5 o'clock to 5:32 right now, there's maybe like 15 people here, but they are trickling in, just like my friend Nikhil right here. We are at a large sports building. We're at All American, one of the bars that's in this large sports building. Rose, Slade is over here. We're at All American. Nikhil is here. He just popped in, one of the fans that are popping in. All right, tell me how you're feeling today.
A little nervous, but a lot better than the other game that we had earlier this week. So
okay, so the major question that everybody is talking about right now, the big thing, did LaMelo trip Bam Adebayo? Right now, go.
Well, Bam said the only person who knows that answer is LaMelo, but I think it's a weird circumstance. He was on the ground. He just tried to save himself, and who knows? Who knows? At least he didn't get suspended.
Overall, what do you think about the season so far?
Great season, insane season. It's been 10 years since we've been in the playoffs, if not longer. Been a Hornets fan my whole life, and this is probably the best team we've ever had, so it's exciting.
All right, so give me a score prediction. They're playing the Orlando Magic today, last spot in the playoffs. What are we looking like?
110 to 102, Hornets.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll take
that's
it.
my score.
I'll take it. Nikhil is one of the first people here at All-American right now. We're going to come back to him in a couple minutes just to see how he's feeling, and then we'll check back at 10 o'clock tonight, Morgan, just to see if his prediction went through and if he's still a happy camper when we come back. All right,
yeah, he's got the Hornets beating the spread. I think they're favored by 3 points, and he had them at 8.
Same.
So we'll see.
Same.
He might have to place his
Same.
bets. Thanks, Shakira. Getting to our Friday forecast with a live look at uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera. Temperatures remain warm and our dry stretch continues as we head into the weekend. I know we could use the rain. Meteorologist Andrew Brightman is here. Andrew, it's going to be nice out there for Hornets fans who are going to watch parties.
Yep.
But we could use that rain, obviously.
Yeah, that's the thing I keep going back and forth. I mean, it's going to feel wonderful again this evening. That was the case yesterday and throughout this week. But on the flip side, you're saying we're in desperate need for some rainfall. Already starting to talk about voluntary water restrictions. The way things are going here, those might become mandatory as we start to get into the month of May without any real change in the pattern that we're experiencing. More near record warmth on the way tomorrow. Staying mostly dry. The exception will be on your Sunday, and still concerned about that wildfire danger here across the Carolinas. Charlotte live cam right now, 86 degrees, light and variable winds at about 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 50s. I was out for a run earlier during the middle part of the day. It was toasty, but still not overly humid. Still makes it fairly bearable out there to be out and about here across the central Carolinas. Pinpoint satellite mostly clear, just a few scattered clouds across the region, and pinpoint radar is quiet. I've got more in your forecast, Morgan, coming up in just a couple of minutes.
All right, Angie, thank you. This right here is video of a Mecklenburg County courthouse brawl. It got viral national attention, and we first showed it to you in February. The father of a teen killed in a shooting attacked the man accused of pulling the trigger. Now, prosecutors are dropping charges against the suspect, saying he was defending himself in the 2025 shooting after cutting ties with a gang. Queen City News reporter Andy Weber has the latest shakeup in the case.
This clip went viral after this man, Shaheem Snipe, attacked Marion McKnight, who up until yesterday was facing murder charges in the death of Snipe's son, Jamarie Dixon.
Still to this day, I cry every morning. Ain't a day don't go past I don't think about my son.
But after a detailed review of surveillance footage as well as witness statements, prosecutors say they are dropping their charges against that murder suspect, Marion McKnight, saying they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't acting in self-defense. In documents filed Thursday, prosecutors with the Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office says while walking home from a rec center basketball game on May 23rd of last year, McKnight was followed home by 4 known gang members, which included Jamarie Dixon. The filing says McKnight had recently cut ties with the gang. Images from surveillance video show that after 3 people surrounded and blocked McKnight's path, he pulled out a gun and shot at the group, injuring 2 of them and killing Jamarie Dixon. Dixon's mother, Lynette Dixon, rejects the DA's narrative.
He was not followed based on The minimal evidence that y'all provided me, I can only get information by email. Nobody will speak to me.
A spokesperson for DA Spencer Merriweather declined to comment on the case, but in their filing, prosecutors say based off available evidence and witnesses, the state does not have a reasonable likelihood of success at trial in proving each and every element of McKnight's murder charges. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
We're working to learn more about a shooting that left a man dead this morning in Rock Hill. Police responded to a home on Flint Hill Street at around 11 a.m. They found a 33-year-old victim outside, shot several times. He later died from his injuries. Details are still limited. We will update you once we learn more. A Huntersville man is facing several sexual exploitation of a minor charges after a raid at his home. Nathan Harland is facing 10 counts in total. Investigators received a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about the upload of child sexual abusive images to a website. Huntersville police say they tied that account to Harland over a month-long investigation. He's in the Mecklenburg County Jail on a $50,000 bond. President Trump and Iranian leaders say the Strait of Hormuz is completely open, tied to a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. But the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports is still in effect. An Iranian foreign ministry spokesperson is threatening their country's military will take, quote, reciprocal measures if the U.S. violates its part of the agreement to reopen the strait. President Trump says meetings with Iranian leaders will happen this weekend to potentially end the fighting. We'll have more details coming up in about 10 minutes. North Carolina health officials are getting community feedback on a proposed emergency department in NODA. They held a community hearing in NODA this morning. Atrium health officials want to build a standalone facility costing more than $37 million. It would open in August of 2028 if state health regulators give their approval. Atrium representatives say the facility would ease the burden on Queen City hospitals.
The development of Atrium Health NODA will help alleviate this capacity pressure while creating the first accessible freestanding point of emergency care in Central Charlotte.
The facility would have 8 treatment rooms, a CT scanner, X-ray and ultrasound equipment, a pharmacy, and lab testing space. A developer is delaying a proposed East Charlotte data center. We first told you about the site earlier this month. It would be built along Hood Road. Charlotte City Council members plan to hold a public hearing on Monday on the rezoning request, but the developer is now postponing the application until May. A petition opposing the data center plan has nearly 4,000 signatures. Work will begin Sunday on the new Blue Line station in South End. CATS officials say the light rail will operate on a single track between Newbern and Bland Streets through next Friday. Riders should expect delays because of the project. Part of the rail trail in that area will also close for construction. Next weekend, there will be a full rail shutdown for maintenance. Buses will operate in place of the Blue and Gold Line trains. This new station and rail crossing will be between Remount Road and Tremont Avenue near the Publix. Catawba County Commissioners will hold a public hearing Monday before voting on the merger of 3 school districts. If approved, Catawba County Schools, Hickory City Schools, and Newton Conover Schools would become one county-wide school district. Officials say this will prevent overcrowding within the county school district by using underutilized classrooms in the Hickory and Newton Conover districts. The meeting begins at 7 Monday night at the County Justice Center in Newton.
Coming up after the break, I've got more on the warm weather and dry weather ahead for the start of your weekend. My full forecast next.
You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. Global oil prices are plummeting on news Iran is allowing commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. It comes after Israel and Lebanon agreed to a ceasefire, but as Rashad Hudson reports, U.S. pressure on Iran is not letting up.
The reopening of one of the world's most critical shipping routes is easing fears on global markets. President Trump told News Nation Iran agreed to everything, including ending their ambition toward a nuclear weapon. A major shift in the global energy landscape. Iran announced Friday the Strait of Hormuz is now open to all commercial vessels following a 10-day ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon.
I will say the war in Iran is going along swimmingly.
That was President Trump Thursday at a stop in Las Vegas, where he shifted focus to his economic message, promoting his no tax on tips policy. Before leaving Las Vegas Friday, the president told News Nation Iran agreed to put an end to enriching uranium. That's the process needed to make a nuclear weapon. It's a red line for the president and the negotiations to end the war. Until an official deal is reached, President Trump said the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports along the Hormuz Strait will continue. The strait became a flashpoint throughout the conflict, causing gas prices to skyrocket above $4 a gallon on average. As it stands now, a ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran ends Tuesday night. As for the war itself, the president says,
"We can do whatever we want. And it should be ending pretty soon. It was perfect."
For now, the Strait of Hormuz may be open, but the broader conflict with Iran and the impact it's having on your wallet is far from over. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Taking a look at U.S. gas prices, according to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular gasoline stands at $4.07. In North Carolina, the price is down to $3.82 a gallon. That's 2 cents lower than yesterday. And the news is even better in South Carolina, where the average for a regular gallon of gas stands at $3.74. 400 new jobs are coming to eastern North Carolina to help naval aviation. Governor Josh Stein says the North Carolina Global Trans Park and U.S. Navy have a 10-year agreement bringing those jobs to Kingston. Crews from the Navy's Fleet Readiness Center East will occupy about 65 acres for aircraft maintenance and overhaul. Work will begin at the Trans Park in July, with the first Navy aircraft arriving in the fall. Looking live at Uptown Charlotte from our Arlington camera, it has been just a beautiful Friday to cap off the week, full of sunshine in the Carolinas. I know that we're, begging for rain right now, but this is a nice consolation prize. It's been beautiful out there. Bringing in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Obviously, we know we could use the rain. Is there anything on the horizon? I mean, we need
a little bit.
The thing is, we need the significant rain, right?
Yeah, like a real soaker where it's like you come to me and like, wow, Andrew, it's rained a lot over the last week. No, that's not. That's
where
not
everyone works from home.
Yeah, basically. It has not been one. We don't see that anytime in the near future, and just really concerned about potential water restrictions down the road because of how dry it's been and how that pattern is likely going to continue here for the foreseeable future across the Carolinas. We do have a little bit of wet weather on the way potentially for your Sunday, but other than that, it is going to be a bone dry out there. 86 degrees right now, light and variable winds here at about 5 miles an hour. We've got dew points currently in the lower 50s right now as we've got some of those dry conditions. Still feels fairly comfortable out there across the Carolinas, even with the warmer temperatures. Boone camera right now, a lot of sunshine as we head up to the mountains. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions in and around Charlotte. We zoom out. There's our cold front, though, off to the west. That is what's going to be moving in as we get to your Sunday. Temperatures across the southeast, upper 80s to lower 90s. Most places about 10 to 15 degrees above where they should be for this time of year. And that combined with the very dry conditions, still concerned about those potential for any type of fire weather conditions as soon as the wind picks up at all here across the Carolinas. Notice the extreme drought continues to grow. Everyone in the Central Carolinas under at least a severe drought. Your weekend forecast tomorrow, near record highs. Record for tomorrow is 93. Not going to quite get there, but still staying well above average. Sunday, though, a sea change here across the Carolinas. Much cooler weather moving in as that cold front pushes through. Let's talk about it here with Futurecast. This evening and overnight, a very comfortable overnight here across the Carolinas. As we go into your Saturday morning, that's going to be the time to go out for a nice stroll around the neighborhood here. Now, as we get into the afternoon, there's those temperatures pushing up towards the 90-degree mark here across the region. 8 o'clock Saturday night, a couple of showers possible up across the mountains, though I do think for the most part we stay dry. And as we head into your Sunday morning, we see a couple of scattered showers, maybe a rumble of thunder as we go throughout the day, not anticipating any possible severe weather. Notice how the showers linger. Very aggressive with cooling us off here into the lower 50s. Probably going to be at least a little warmer than that, but just highlighting potent front that's going to be moving through here across the Carolinas, bringing much cooler weather, a little bit of a breeze. Sunday night, as we get to 5 o'clock here on your Monday morning, even trying to show a couple of snow showers in the mountains of southwestern Virginia. Not going to see that up across the mountains, but this front's going to have a little bit of bite to it here over the start of the week across the Carolinas. Even by 10 o'clock in the morning on your Monday, still in the middle 50s. Probably going to be in the upper 60s, close to the 70-degree mark here as we go throughout the start of your week here across the Carolinas, and just really, really wonderful spring weather here as we get to the start of the week. Talking more about how dry it has been. Again, this is average rainfall over the past 30 days. What percentage of what we should see have we actually seen? In Charlotte, about 1/8 of average. You can see some extreme. Chirac, 4% of what you should have seen over the past 30 days. 6% in Hickory. Just gets more and more extreme here as we've gone through the month of April with these very, very dry conditions. As we go through the overnight hours, temperatures cooling off here into the lower 60s. 62 in Charlotte, 62 in Toronto, middle 50s here as we head on up into the mountains. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Morgan getting much cooler here as we get to your Monday and Tuesday, and then those temperatures start to heat right back up here as we get to Thursday and Friday of next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Andrew. There's a change coming for South Carolina taxpayers, a measure that will impact how much people will pay next year. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte. New legislation in South Carolina will change how much people pay for their state income taxes next year. This change applies to 2026 filings due next spring. It does not apply to this year's state tax returns or to federal returns. The state law creates a two-rate system, taking the top tax rate of about 6% and bringing it down to 5.21% for anyone making more than $30,000 a year. Anyone earning less than $30,000 annually will pay a 1.99% state tax. The law also sets standards for additional rate reductions in future years if certain revenue goals are met. One of those goals is for the state to generate a 5% revenue increase.
Well, everybody's going to be eligible to take it, but how much of it you get is actually going to start phasing out when your income reaches certain levels based on your filing status. So higher income people may end up filing or finding themselves paying tax on more income. However, don't forget, it's being taxed at lower rates.
Experts say the law does not create a major tax break, but it does change the way deductions are collected and could open the door for lower tax rates in the future. Your auto insurance may be costing you more because of factors that have nothing to do with your driving. That is among the findings of a new study out of Chicago's Secretary of State's office that was just released. The study says having bad credit, being older than 65, and living in certain zip codes can all make insurance more expensive. Tonight's big game against the Orlando Magic has the Queen City buzzing, and there is a reason Charlotte carries that sting. It's more than a mascot, it's history. On this week's episode of Local Roots, our Alicia Barnes sat down with two local historians as they explain the connection between the Charlotte Hornets and the American Revolutionary War.
You see all over the Queen City is all about the Hornets.
It is something that we really have embraced. The Girl Scout Council is the Hornets Nest Girl Scout Council. If you are driving up next to a blue and white police car, look closely at the logo. There's a hornet's nest in the logo.
What wore down poor old Cornwallis and his army was these innumerable skirmishes around this area here where you had one or two large battles, yes, but it was like all the time, constantly wearing him down. And he had while he was here in Charlotte, he couldn't get supplies, he couldn't get messages in or out. They really were the Hornets who were just buzzing around and causing him all kinds of troubles.
How a nickname born in a battle became the identity of a city and a team. From battlefield to basketball, you can catch the latest episode of Local Roots by streaming it with us on QCN+. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. On Queen City News at 6, a part of the rail trail in South End is set to close this weekend for construction. Where the work is happening and how long it's going to last. In pushback over a proposed East Charlotte data center, the developer's decision ahead of a city council hearing. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and most local news in Charlotte.
After another scorching day across the Carolinas, changes are ahead this weekend. I've got the latest with my pinpoint forecast at 6.
It's win or go home for the Charlotte Hornets tonight. We are getting you ready for the team's biggest game of the season. And a major change in the case at the center of this viral fight at the Mecklenburg County Courthouse, why prosecutors are dropping the murder charge against the man who was beaten. Good Friday evening to you. I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 6 starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
It all comes down to tonight for the Charlotte Hornets. They had a thrilling Tuesday night win over the Heat in the first play-in game, and now just the Orlando Magic are in the Hornets' way of reaching the playoffs for the first time in a decade. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks is in South End tonight, getting a look at how fans are getting ready for the game.
The Hornets watch party is underway at South End Station. It was supposed to start at 6 o'clock, and fans are still kind of trickling in just a little bit. This is what it looks like right now. They're having one of their biggest parties of the season, and they tell me that they've been preparing for this since February.
I know the city's like behind them, and like as Charlotte, we want our teams to win, and it's been a struggle. This year we've had some success in other places.